as they come around here, we have Ashley Lane from Mullingar Harriers, Sinead Maher side Galway, Stuart Kennedy Celebrate Fair, the 1, 2 and 3 leading this pack, but remember it's under 20 and under 23 competing together in the distance of 3 K. Currently, this is only an information services. We won't be giving you a rundown on the event. It's really only information currently at this PA. To go, and from the beginning, Ashley Lane, Mullingar Harriers, 1, 2, 2 is Sinead Maher side Galway, and then we have Stuart Kennedy, and on her shoulders we have Ava Niguega from Kenmare, and Ciara Wilson Bowen from Dundrum, South Dublin, with our first under 23. Siobhan Daherty just passing through there. Now Ashley Lane here, 5 laps to go for the 3,000 metre walk. 2 age groups, as we said already, under 20 and under 23.
pole vaulters with you? How many have you? Well, if I get you coming in a few minutes to pick them up for me. Yeah, that's all right. But
the owner of car 221MH2200 could report to Adrian Carley. There's nothing wrong with their passes. He just needs to speak to the owner of 221MH2200 and he will be around the workshop, which is where the weigh-in is. Four laps to go now for Ashley. Now Siobhan Doherty just after passing through there, 124 on the under 23 walks event today. Two age groups in the one Ashling Lane, leading from the start as she comes around the bottom bend there over the shot put. Passing through with Ciara Gilmore from Tuam and Ava Hickey from West Waterford. 3 on the board now for Ashling coming around into the finish straight. 3 more laps to go. Ashling has been leading from the onset. Now approaching the area where you will see she has 3 laps to go as well. Then we have Ciara Wilson Bowen and Eva Defueta from Kenmare. So they're under 20 category. So we have the under 23 athletes just passing through there now. Good competition by all of them. Great technique, as we can see. Not the easiest event, but they're doing it tremendously well. Passing by us here now, we have Keelan Duggan from St. Senans and Durham Hickey from West Waterford. here now for Sinead Maher, Ciara Wilson and Ava with her lead Ashley Lane from the outside showed her intention, and she's there on the back straight. And this is the leader of the under-23 coming in. Siobhan Doherty from Tyrconnell. She gets the bell as well as she's going through. Now, Ashley's coming in now on the finish lap. So those of you on this side of the stadium, show your encouragement here. Ashley Lane Mullingar Harriers for the 3,000 metre walk. Great walking, Ashley. Congratulations. One, two, Sinead Maher from South Galway, 119 Ciara Wilson, and 112. Very tight finishing for Ava Hickey, all under 20. And we say to Kennedy. Ava Hickey coming through here, West Waterford as well. And here's the winner of the under-23 competition, all the way from Donegal, Siobhan Doherty from Tyrconnell. And now we have Leah Murphy from Selbridge in the under-23 walk event. Well done, everybody. Now we're away for the 5,000 metres and just give you a rundown of the athletes here. Again, it's only information purposes, so we won't be giving you a blow-by-blow account as where they're in the races at this moment in time. So we've Sheila Stark, Moy Valley, Luke Fitzmaurice, North Leitrim, Jack O'Brien from Moy Valley, Aidan Estrialago, Bayon from Selbridge, Andrew Glennon, Mullingar Harriers. They were the under-20 category. The under-23 category is Oisin Lane, Matthew Glennon and Ryan Roberts. There's 11 laps on the board in the men's 5,000 metres, and wearing bib number 460 is Oisin Lane from Mullingar Harriers.
Testing 1, 2. Could the medalists for the women's 3,000 metres walk make themselves available at the presentation area at the top of the hill here, just beyond the high jump?
Oisin Lane now coming through with 9 laps to go. Oisin Lane from Mullingar Harriers. Okay, so we now need the under 23 women to the hurdle check-in Calder C as Matthew Lennon from Mullingar passes through in the under 23 category. Andrew Glennon leading the under 20. All 1, 2, 3 are from Mullingar Harriers. On his shoulder is Jack O'Brien from Moy Valley. Sorry, Jake. First presentation of the day, winner of the under 20 walk is Ashley Lane Mullingar. Second is Sinead Maher, South Galway. And in third place is Ciara Wilson Bowen of Dundrum, South Dublin. Well done. First many presentations today. That's the presentation for the under 23 women's walk. First place, Siobhan Doherty from Tyrconnell.
and Kilcar as well. And in second place is Liam Murphy from Selbridge. And Leo's proudly wearing the sponsors number 123.
Five laps for Oisin there now, 5 laps. Oisin Lane in the men's 5,000 metres, and Oisin is in the under 23 category. Oisin has 4 to go. Ryan Roberts from Sligo going through there now, and he's the under 23 category. Brian has 6 laps to go. Matthew Lennon, one of our Harriers. Matthew Lane here, Mullingar Harriers, under 23, taking the bell in the Oisin thing for the 5,000 metre walk. Matthew Glennon now from Mullingar Harriers, taking the bell as he comes through. Jake O'Brien, under 20 from Moy Valley, taking the bell. And 4:56, and in the junior category is Andrew Glennon from Mullingar Harriers. And here we are, the winner coming through. Put your hands together. Oisin Lynn from Mullingar Harriers. A very brave front walking exhibition, following in his sister's footsteps who won the previous race. Jake O'Brien, Moy Valley, finishing here. Jake O'Brien, 4:51. Please don't be shy, put your hands together. Great effort here by all these young men. And Andrew Glennon, Mullingar Harriers under 20 category. Seamus Clark, another Moy Valley athlete, also under 20 and finishing now. Ryan Roberts going through from Sligo, and Aidan Entralago play on from Selbridge with 1 lap to go. Luke Fitzmaurice, North Leitrim, after getting the bag. So we had a great exhibition of walking there from our 5,000 metre athletes, 2 age groups, under 20 and under 23.
So just a reminder there, any athletes who are not competing, please use the track. Only competing athletes and officials inside the competition area. And also, we just please look after your gear. Please make sure it's not obstructing the track. And just a reminder again to athletes, we're using the call room today. Entrance to the call room is down by the ambulance in the main hall. So please call to the call room when your event is called. Also, please make sure you check in for your event in plenty of time. Check-in is closes 90 minutes before your event. Also, if you've checked in for an event and you're withdrawing, just let them know in the check-in room. As I say, effectively indoors later on in the afternoon. So Brian Roberts there. So Sligo just finishing the men's 5k walk. So thank you to all our walks and medals. Well done. Results will be posted shortly on live.athleticsIreland.ie. Our next event on the track will be the junior or the under 20 women's 400 metre hurdles. So Sadie Cullinan of Michaela goes in lane 1 of the under 20 women's 400 metre hurdles. Cara Kelly of BNP in lane 2. Ella Scott of Duval in lane 3. Lucy McGlynn of Sir Connell in lane 4. Alexander Joyce of Doom in lane 5. Steve Mooney of the Host in lane 6.
Remember how the finish line seemed so far away, until it wasn't. Remember just when you thought you couldn't go any faster, and then you did. 123.ie is a proud sponsor of Athletics Ireland, because Irish athletes always try for better and bring us moments to remember.
Championship, and the medals will be presented by David Murphy. Okay, in third place from Belgium. Correction there. In third place we have Paolo Igwe from Flybank AC with a jump of 5 meters 23. In second place we have Aaron Fisher from Tilly Lisburn AC with a jump of 5:36. And in first place with a jump of 6:17, which was legal, is Ruby Milley of St. Albans AC, following up on a good form in Poland recently. Well done. So the way the first time, this is the under 20 women's 400 meter hurdles final. I remind again to all athletes, please make sure you check in on time. So there's still athletes checking in for the 100 meters. We will be closing strictly to the check-in closing time from now on. So look at Lucy Midland there, Pierre Connell in the lead as they come around the bend. That might be Eve Mooney then on her shoulder. So Mooney is in, passing it out now as towards the second last hurdle. 1 point hurdles to go. So McGinn with the nice lead at Mooney.
Come on, Eve, come on!
Finish Steve Mooney up with coming to the first list, within second. So Lever there finishing strongly. That's Ellis Scott and Alexander Joyce. Hume also finishing strongly there. So a close battle between those two athletes there for third place. Our next event on the track is the under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles final. The four athletes in action in the under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles final. The Freezer of Kinnair Athletic Club in Kerry goes in lane 3. Creever Row of Swim Athletic Club in lane 4. Cara Murphy of Dundrum South Dublin in lane 5. And Orla Coffey of Carricknavar Athletic Club goes in lane 6. That's the under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles final. Okay, the medals for the under 20 walk will be presented by Patricia Griffin. In first place, the third place was Seamus Stark from Moy Valley. And second place was Andrew Grennan, Mullingar Harriers, 21.55. And the winner from Moy Valley, along with the fan club here, is Jacob Ryan, 21.32. Well done. This is the under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles final. The Freeta, Rowe, Murphy and Coffey all in action. Lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. So Cara Murphy there, DSC got into an early lead. Looks like Coffey then in second place, but Carricknavar on the outside. Creever Rowe, Tim also going well there, watching how they hurdle. So they come into the home straight now. It's Cara Murphy of DSC in the lead. Orla Coffey, Carricknavar, batting out then with Creever Rowe of Tim. So Cara Murphy of DSC didn't do it now. She comes up to the finish line. Orla Coffey of Carricknavar coming through in the silver position. And there is Creever Rowe of Tim coming through for the bronze. And Murden de Freeta of Kinnair Athletic Club now, coming up to the finishing line. She'll take fourth place. And that concludes under 23 women's 400 metre hurdles race. Let's go over now to our presentation. Okay, now we have the presentation of the under 23 men's walk. And the medals presented by Georgia Gallagher Clark. And third place, Ryan Roberts of Sligo FC. In second place is Matthew Glennon of Mullingar. And the winner of the U23 title, along with his fan club here as well, is Oisin Lane of Mullingar Harriers. So under 20 girls, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. Under 20 women, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. Our next event at the track is the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles. We have 2 weeks. Overall results will be decided based on times. In the first heat, Ben Hughes of the Host goes in lane 3, Owen McMurris of Dundrum South Dublin in lane 4, Vincent Dewhurst of Tyrconnell in lane 5, Tom Bonner of Dunleer in lane 6, and Alex Neff of Leeville in lane 7. That's heat 1 of 2 in the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles final.
Alright. Trish. Not too bad. It was, yeah.
So check-in for the 800 metres is closing in 5 minutes. So any athletes in the 800 metres who have not yet checked in, please do so in the next 5 minutes. So this is heat 1 of 2 in the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles final. Men's shot put, please report to the call room. Men's shot put, please report to the call room. So just like Dewhurst there of Tyrconnell off the flying start. So looks like Connor, outside McMurray there of Dundrum. South Dublin got into second place. Ben Hughes now as a host coming through. And he's gone into second now looking at how they hurdle. But coming into home straight now, it's Vincent Dewhurst of Tyrconnell. The overall result is in time, so they have to be working hard all the way to the line. One more running hurdles to go for our leader, Dewhurst of Tyrconnell. But Vincent Dewhurst, people keep going up to the line.
Come on, Ben, finish it out, come on! Push it, Ben, push!
So Sutherland just taking that there ahead of McMurray. Dunleer there, Bonner of Dunleer, and Alex Neff of Leeville coming through. So thank you there of the host in second place in that heat. So heat 2 now coming up shortly. A reminder again, any athletes doing the 800 metres, you must check in now the next 2 minutes. Any athletes doing the men's shot put, please report to the call room. So P2 of the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles. Tommaso Hamlin-Peary of Blackrock Harriers goes in lane 3. Ross Moore of Lux in lane 4. Hutchins Phelan of Hume in lane 5. Jack Kelly of Rahope in lane 6. And Matthew Wilkins of Leeville in lane 7. So that's P2 of 2 in the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles final. In the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles final. Under 23 women, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. Under 23 women, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. So Wilkins of Leeville out in lane 7, doing well at the moment. Looks like he's in the lead as a hurdle. In second place, then I think it's Jack Kelly of the road. Hutchins Phelan there, Hume also running well. A good recovery there from Tommaso Hamlin-Peary of Blackrock Harriers on the inside. Just looking into the home straight now, it's Wilkins of Leeville in the lead.
It would rain when I can be caught as a bum.
Jack Kelly then of Rahope in second. There is Hume, Lux and Blackrock Harriers. So Wilkins of Leeville comes through now. They take first place in the second heat. Kelly of Rahope takes second base. And then for 2 weeks, Hutchins Phelan. Lusk, Ross Moore.
I just coached them, but Eve on the 20 girls. Eve got her.
Coming to a 6th place then is Thomas O'Hanlon-Peary of Blackrock Harriers.
Since we got off the plane, and then we parked out there beside one another.
So the results for this event on the 20 decided on based on time. So under 23 women, please report on call for your 100 metres.
You know, when we're in, and then. She got a racing today. She raced in 400 hours. She's not half a second or something. That's the conditions. No, really there. Freeze did be cool. She can use the hair, did be cooler weather. And even if it's hot weather, it's warmer.
The 4 athletes in action in the under 23 men's 400 metre hurdle final. Rory McCardiff of the Kayla goes in lane 3. Ryan Patton of Letterkenny in lane 4. Uncharty Jer Cummers in lane 5. And Stephen Kieran of Red Horse in lane 6. That's the under 23 men's 400 metre hurdle final.
Yeah. I mean, that was a great strong run there. Jesus. Sophie's been something A levels since she's been actually doing her physically A levels all through the schools and all that. And to be honest with you, to be honest, they can do the training alone because touch points and there's a lot of them. They're very disciplined and so they can develop training and understanding. You're under pressure.
Yeah.
Beautiful. No, that's the pressure.
Sophie is you. I saw her in school. She ran around in school.
She won the senior girls, yeah.
She was one of the senior girls on the outboard track.
She's a bit in Veronica.
Yeah,
Veronica's looking very strong. And Veronica's taking hit the hurdle in the short hurdles, and she hit the hurdle in the 100 meter hurdles. She hit the hurdle in Veronica. She matched it up completely. But yeah, she won the 500.
and the way she took the best fight was there.
Yeah.
That's what happened before. And it even says you can left. See the first court line that you come to the where she got caught there. She was second and then she got caught there.
Veronica's running very strong. She's up in the Northern Academy along with Sophie, and she's improved a lot this year, you know. But it's good to have that person, you know, on your shoulder, you know, all the time as well. So it's impressive. You don't understand you work hard.
People work very hard.
When you're at the top, people turn off with your petrol. And if you don't keep up, they deserve to take a place. So get working, you know.
So the way this is the under 23 men's 400 meter hurdles final, the Kayla Letterkenny to Connell Ratto, all in action.
I thought it was all right, but I wasn't sure.
Starty there of Pierre Connell, and off into an early lead.
25.96, and the qualifying was 46.40, so they were well under. They had two runs. First run was close, it was 46.54, and then the second run was just
Yes.
That was so good. Did you catch her at the end?
I think that's Manning there of Letterkenny. Got into the lead now with Starty in second place. In third place, then from Rodolfo Kiernan.
I'm just better.
That was very good.
And then we had Ardith of Michaela in fourth. So they come down the home straight. It's Manning of Letterkenny. They come through and take gold in this under 23 men's 400 meter hurdles final. One Shanty up here, Connell. From two take silver. And from the road then we Stephen Kiernan.
Come on, Stephen, that's it, finish it out, come on!
And the fourth place then we Rory Ardith of Michaela Athletic Club. That was the under 23 men's 400 meter hurdles final.
At that age group, that's the only thing allowed coaches, the long coach.
Our next event on the track is the women's 100 meters.
Oh, you have to have very good.
That's why I have a red nose.
You get burnt, that's like you're sitting in the car there, yeah.
It was like this yesterday, man. It was just like this, but there's no wind.
Irish people, something comes out all of a sudden, you just go, heads go down. I remember last year being here and do something, and of course, it was warm, and it was warm, but it was overcast. And I was there after,
So the men's score out there retires up now to 2 to 70. We've got 4 St. Killian's on the runway, speaking of the 23 category. In the under 20 women 100 metres there we have 3 heats. First two in each heat automatically qualifies for finals and for 2 fastest remaining athletes. Could we have the medalists for the under 20 women 400 meter hurdles, please? And the under 23 women 400 meter hurdles, please. Report to presentation, please. Presentation is at the top of the first end here up in the hill. So well into the first round there of the men's long jump competition.
The team that won, he was with them, yeah.
And our first heat of the women on the 2100 metres coming up very shortly.
Back row forward. It's mobile but really slow. Yeah, they are that size.
Laura Crawley there being Olympic gun chair 160 in the junior women's or the under 20 women's high jump.
Played Lansfield for the Barbarians. Some operated going to year 3. The year thinking this was.
Kate Baldwin, Nate Fleming, Stuart Green, Michelle Cashman, Ava Rockwood, Laura Duffy and Laura Crawley all national in this women's high jump. And 160 in the under 23 women's high jump. Louise King is still involved. And Ciara Kennelly of Killarney Valley has come into the competition yet. So she's caliber there of Anne Regan, third in that event. That's under 23 women's high jump.
Okay, we'll go now to the presentation for the junior women's or under 20 women's 400 yards. And in third place is Alexander Joyce from QMAC, 65-67. In second place is Keith McLean Kilconnell AC, 64-16. And in first place is Eve Mooney Rapport AC, 62-39. And the medals were presented by Patricia Griffin.
So we've one of the under 20 women's 100 metres coming up. We've Lorena Harrison of Brett Orton lane 2, Lucy Mace Lehman of Leevale in lane 3, Kate Doherty of Revolt in lane 4, Elena O'Sullivan of Leevale in lane 5, Danielle Moynihan of Tuam in lane 6, and Ethan McGee of Finn Valley in lane 7. That's the 1 of 3 in the under 20 women's 100 metres.
Okay, just before we get started, 100, we have the under 22 women's 400 meter hurdles. We'll let the 100 meters go and then we'll have the presentation.
So Women's Hammer, please report to the call room. Women's Hammer, please report to the call room.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the 100 meter start now. We can quickly go through this presentation here. Women's under 23, 400 meter hurdles. Medals presented by Patricia Griffin. Third place, Steve Rowe from QMAC, 66-86. In second place, Orla Coffey, Karen Navarro, 65-55. And the winner and national champion is Callum Murphy, Dundrum, South Dublin, 64-04. Well done.
So under 20 men, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. Under 20 men, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. Dylan Roy there, Mike Darcy, good crew in action in the men's long jump competition. It's Laura Crawley there of Team Olympic next on the junior women's high jump. So check-in for the men's 800 metres is now closing. Anyone who's not yet checked in, please get to the check-in room or check-in area as soon as possible. That's the men's 800 metres, final call for check-in. So team 1 of 3 in the under 20 women's 100 metres. First two automatically through to the final. It's Stephen there, Blueville at the flying start. So she's going to take first place in the team. Doherty for a third then. Going through in second, I think of Sullivan then of Blueville in third. So first two automatically through to the final. Now two fastest remaining athletes. Two coming up. So Joshua Fitzgerald there of Blueville in action in the junior men's pole vault. Well, all under 20 men now should be in the call room for their 100 metres. All under 20 men should be in the call room for their 100 metres. Michael Finch there at G&B next to on the men's long jump competition.
I could give you a loan of this one, so I have a bully one in the car.
So in D2 of the under 20 women's 100 metres, the course first of Galway City Hires goes in lane 2, Jay Osas of Rahope in lane 3, Oku Bakari of Blueville in lane 4, Sophie Parler of Olympian Youth in lane 5, Megan Lynch of the Two Hills Athletic Club in lane 6, and Amani at Bath of Sala in lane 7. That's D2 of 3 in the under 20 women's 100 metre. So we have a roster there of Mean Olympic runs here in the women's high jump. away. This is heat 2 of the women's under 20 100 metres.
Come on, Sylvie, come on, Sylvie, come on, Sylvie, come on, Sylvie, come on, Sylvie.
Lucky Carl there, come through strongly, but who's up with Carly. So they'll be in action later on this afternoon in the 100 metre final. So he's one more heat to go in the under 20 women's 100 metres. And then action in that heat, we've Alicia Maher of Tullamore Harriers in lane 3, Nora Bolster of Cushamtown in lane 4, Fatima Amusa of Leeville in lane 5, Catherine Hempton, City of Lisburn in lane 6, and Joanna Chodido of Tala in lane 7. That's heat 3 of 3 in the under 20 women's 100 metres. But there's there for Joshua Fitzgerald of Leeville in the men's 4 balls. But the ball brought out there, that's 385. Jack Ford, I think, came in next door in that event. So this is the last heat in the under 20 women's 100 metres. So Cushamtown and Leeville come through there in the automatic qualifying phases. That's Laura Bolster there and Fatima Amusa of Leeville. Our next event in the track is under 23 women's 100 metres. So the other 23 women's 100 metres, we have 2 heats. Qualification will be the top 3 and 2 fastest to the final. In heat 1, Ashlyn Kelly of Cammon goes in lane 3, Isabella Doyle of Rathfarnham WSAS in lane 4, Adiini Salabdi of Longford in lane 5, Saif O'Toole, St. Anne's O'Toole in lane 6, and Ishais Onoglobu of Belgoli in lane 7. That's heat 1 of 2 in the under 23 women's 100 metres.
Cooper medalists for the under 20 men's 400 metre hurdles and the under 23 men's 400 metre hurdles make their way to the presentation area, please. That's the 400 metre hurdles men's, junior and under 23.
Oh, I see it, yeah. Yeah. Sandy took you to drop the track and everything.
And you did very bad. Well, that last race there, the one just died off in the last one.
So go away. This is heat 1 of 2 in the under 23 women's 100 metres. So the unit Kaladi coming through strongly there. She's the first place in the heat. Driver Tool there of Lancer Tool and Ashton Kelly of Timon running well there. They're the top three. Through to the final later on this afternoon. Second heat now coming up shortly.
Okay, calling again the medalists for the junior 400 meter hurdles men's and the under 23 400 meter hurdles men, please. Take your touch presentation, please. That's calling the 400 meter hurdle medalists, please.
Claudia going to steer there in the junior women's high jump. So in our second heat of the under 23 women's 100 metres, we've Anna Lawler of UCD in lane 3, Casida Amiangapong of Skerries in lane 4, Erin Tanney of Carm in lane 5, and Katie Bergen of Moyne Athletic Club in lane 6. Another clearance there for Joshua Fitzgerald of Leeville in the junior men's 4 vault. Ava Rockford goes here in the junior women's high jump. The 2 of 2 in the under 23 women's 100 metres. The Bergen there of Moyne coming through very strongly. So too is Amiangapong of Skerries. So Bergen and Amiangapong and Tammy there qualifying for the final.
Okay, now we'll have the presentation for the junior men's hammer. Can we line up, please?
On the 23 men, please report to the call room for your 100 metres. On the 23 men, please report to the call room for your 100 metres.
Medals, That was presented by Patricia Griffin. Third place was Charlie Conlon of St. Gallions, 50-52. And second place was Emmett O'Neill of Campermore, 50-86. And the national champion is Cool O'Murray, 51-41. Cool. Well done. Okay, moving on to under 23 men. And medal is presented by Margaret Daly. In third place, from Marina Olympic is Brian Naughton in 36-49. In second place from Campermore AC is Avula Stranrilli, 33-96. And the winner and national champion is Robert Higgins from Messina in 46-63. The man has was one legal throw.
So let's present the package under 20 men's 100 metres. We have 3 heats. First 2 heats being automatically qualified for the final along the 2 fastest remaining athletes. The One Romero of Metro St. Bridget's in lane 1. Quarry of Riverside Kinsale in lane 2. Nice Hamden there of Beeville in lane 3. In Jamaica, One Romero of Metro St. Bridget's in lane 4. Yasin Saeed of Beeville in lane 5. Max O'Reilly, Riverside Kinsale in lane 6. Mark Yanua of Crusaders in lane 7 and Louis O'Connell of the School in lane 8. That's heat 1 of 3 in the under 20 men's 100 metres.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. I just wondering why everyone was going over there then.
Just a reminder there, the car room is inside the building, so the entrance, you just go in the entrance there by the ambulance. You'll find the car room in there. Also, all the athletes with gear on the far side of the track, please make sure it's taken off the track as there will be 800 metres on shortly. And we need all the lanes clear.
You won't see it, like walking down.
Okay, before the next race in the track, we'll get the under 23 men's pole vaults. And in second place, Jack Murphy of Kilconnell AC with a height of 255. And in first place is Jack Ford of St. Killian's with a height of 370, which matches his PB. Well done.
Let's see, 1 of 3 in the under 20 men's 100 metres. Sorry, get the slow down there, lads. Yeah. Okay. Walk back slowly there. So if anyone's mistakenly picked up a black t-shirt or a black pair of Nike leggings, can they please stop back there at the entrance to the track? So if anyone's picked up a black t-shirt or a black pair of Nike leggings, can you please return them there at the entrance to the track? So they've been mixed up there after the 20 girls race. So men's high jump, please report to the call room. Men's high jump, please report to the call room. So next on the under 23 men's long jump competition. Dr. Fitzgerald there, be then next on the hot pole vault. Reminder to any athletes there who qualified for finals, you must report to the call room for your final. You don't have to check in, but you must report to the call room for your final. Doing the high jump, please report to the call room. Any men doing the high jump, please report to the call room. And a reminder that the call room is inside the building and the entrance there is just next to the ambulance. So the juryman spoke up now, the bar is up to 4 meters 30. Dr. Fitzgerald are lead ahead on the runway. Ava Rockford next to go on the junior women's high jump competition. Danny Barry is involved as well in the under 23 competition. We've won a 3 in the 20 men's 100 metres. With Max O'Reilly there of British Second Tail coming through strongly. And it's going to be very close then for the second automatic qualifying place. Right side finish there, we're going to all the athletes involved. So second heat coming up shortly. So there's a dog tied up just outside the entrance. There's a dog tied up just outside the entrance there. Can the owner of the dog please go back to that and collect the dog? So the next heat of the under 20 men's 100 metres. Rupert McCarthy sent on for Tool, goes in lane 2. Got on the pace of Tala in lane. Rupert McCarthy sent on for Tool in lane 1. Got on the pace of Tala in lane 2. Rory Benegrini of Riversick and Sale in lane 3. John Agbobo of Tala in lane 4. Leon King Abor of Boyne in lane 5. Killian Curran of Blackrock and Dublin in lane 6. John Carmody of Leavale in lane 7. And Adam Festus of Clonmel Harriers in lane 8. That's T2 of 3 in the other 20 men's 100 metres. So away T2 of 3 in the under 20 men's 100 metres. Killian Curran there at Blackrock comes through. But through Sean Agbobo of Tala. It looks like they'll take the automatic qualifying places. In the high jump, the bar is at 179. I think still involved Ava Rockford of Lena in the junior competition. And Claire Kennelly of Killarney Valley in the under 23 competition. In T3 of the under 20 men's 100 metres, we've Aaron Gree of Riversick and Sale going in lane 2, Luke Butler of Leavale in lane 3, Jamie Moffat of North Down in lane 4, Colin Murphy of Leavale in lane 5, Sean Stratton of Boyne in lane 6, David Forkin of Sinford in lane 7, and Rory Lynn of Lissoul in lane 8. So Adam Festus speaks over the call room. Adam Festus speaks over the call room. So competitors to the 800 metres. These are getting ready. We'll be asking to go to the call room shortly.
Coming on the corner and be like running like that's
3 of 3 in the under 20 men's 100 metres. Top two automatically into the final. But very close now to come up to the finishing line. This is Jamie Moffat there of North Down. This is there in first place. So junior and under 23 800 metre women, please support to the call room. Junior and under 23 women, please support to the call room to your 800 metres. So here's Teleli of Killarney Valley next to the women's high jump, competing in the under 23 category. So the final attempt at 4 metres 30 in very difficult conditions. Big entry in the 53 men's 100 metres. We have 4 heats. The qualification for the final is the winner of each heat, along with the 4 fastest remaining athletes. This first heat of the under 53 men's 100 metres is Dara Donoghue of Annalee in lane 1, Billy Corrigan, Tullamore Harriers in lane 2, Alamin Bankore of Bengalians in lane 3, Conor Morey of Leeville in lane 4, Israel Olakunde of UCD in lane 5, Michael Farrelly of the Shammocks in lane 6, Aaron Cushion of Tullamore Harriers in lane 7, and Dolo Ojawale of Michaela in lane 8. That's heat 1 of 4 in the under 23 men's 100 metres. So the way this is heat 1 of 4 in the 23 men's 100 metres.
Connor! Drive, Connor! Come on! Drive on, keep going!
To first place, Conor Morey, then a blue there. To then second place. So the winner and 4 fastest remaining athletes from the 4 heats qualified for the final. So P2 of the under 23 men's 100 metres is Collar Sanjuvan Bode of Michaela in lane 2, backed up by Yabanji of Lee Harriers in lane 3, Killian Griffin Lee Harriers in lane 4, of the PVC Development Programme in lane 5, Runa Ayaboro of Newbridge in lane 6, Adam Hanna of Queen's University in lane 7, and Kennedy Ogunjad of UCD in lane 8. That's T2 of 4 in the under 23 men's 100 metres. So all junior and under 23 women now should be in the call for their 800 metres. Junior men, please up the call now for your 800 metres. Junior men, please go up the call now for your 800 metres. So men's high jump competition now. We'll be getting underway shortly. Two of 4 in the under 23 men's 100 metres. So it's corner there. Very close there, finished there with all the previously development programme. Also backing out there, it's a very close finish. So the winner and 4 athletes qualified for the final. 23 Emmanuel Eloi of Harris 2, or Catholic of Dino Olympic in lane 3, Luciano of Santiago in lane 4, Oli Asadora of UCD in lane 5, Delvin Atia of Longford in lane 6, Alex Lee of Galway City Harriers in lane 7, and Sean Mahoney of the Schools in lane 8. the under 23 men's.
Alrighty, welcome to the 123.ie National Championships here in Tullamore Harriers. We're jumping straight in the action. Rhys Adamole's had a really difficult time with this run-up today. The wind swirling, and again he's way off the board there, unfortunately. And he's been having some trouble recently with the run-up, but today it's particularly difficult because 1 minute the wind is blowing from right to left, and the next it just changes in an instant from left to right. So as an athlete having trouble with your run-up before coming here today, the conditions are definitely making it much more difficult, and I think you can see it across the field. It's a really stacked field, this long jump. These long jumpers, you know, they have the potential today, particularly through Rhys Adamole, to break the championship record, which is held by Adam McMullen since 2011, and even the national under-23 record. And again, we've got a bit of an injury there, and that's not good to see. And again, the cold conditions, the rain has just started coming down in the last 5 minutes. We'll be getting the results to you as soon as we possibly can, but just at the moment the rain is making it a little bit difficult. We're out on the balcony here, And there's not that much shelter, especially with the wind just blowing any umbrella you have all over the place. So we will be bringing the results to you as soon as we can. So be patient with us, please, today. Looks like the women's 800 metres will be underway soon. We have the hammer going on out in the back. We'll try and get some guys in from that to do a few interviews, catch up on some results there as well, as people leave the stand here beside us and make their way under the shelter. Difficult competition for Joshua Fitzgerald. Jumped 4:10 in the men's pole vault, but failed at 4:30. And I tell you, I would not want to be out there vaulting today. It looks to me like a headwind for the sprinters. We've gone through the heats. Israel made his heat look extremely easy. A very, very nice looking 10:70. Only he can do that in these conditions. And Oliver Sweeney looked like he was just pipped on the line in a 10:99. So definitely a very good final in store there. Of course, it's junior and under 23 championships today, so we'll have athletes from different age groups competing for the most part together, like it is in the long jump here in front of us. KCH athlete takes to the runway, and he's been looking good earlier in the competition. Hits the board perfect on that occasion.
Okay, final call for Clinton Dewhurst to Carolee Sue, please. Under 20 women's 800 meter final. That is the same on the stage. Very nice flight plan. It is covered.
women's 800 meter final. Okay, now we have the presentation for the under 20 men 400 meter hurdles.
I am not tall enough.
Okay,
You're up.
This is windy. See that like seat thing there? Would that help us out?
the stick athlete for London in the swimming under 23 800 meters. Okay, presentation of the meter steeple chase speeds over the car room now. Forward in head of Newport now on its third place. Now will you put your hands together for these athletes that come down the home straight. It's Sophie O'Sullivan of Ballymore Cove. Working hard now, she comes up to the finishing line. Lucy Holmes of West Waterford. She'll send the silver medal. And there's Amy Head of Newport Athletic Club. Gahan of Dublin City Harriers. There's 181 there for Karen Hayes of Rathode. And from Neil Olympic there, Sarah Lane. That was the under 23 women's 800 metre final. So okay, now we'll have the presentation for the under 23 men 400 metre hurdles. Two clubs returning to the podium. So in third place we have Stephen King in the last place C at 64.57. And second place we have Ron Sharkey of Pure Connolly C at 60.44.
the winner from just up the road, Robert Kenny, is Ryan Canning, a 56.06. Well done.
So competitors for the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase should be in the car room. Any competitors involved in the 100 metre final, please get ready. We will be asking you to go to the call room shortly. Our next event in the track is the under 20 men's 800 metre final. You've Sarah Donoghue of Lucan Harriers, Sean Hayes of Neil Olympic, Jack Kelly of Salah, Malachi Kenny of Kilcool, Jack O'Donnell of Gratode, then Noel Warnock of Monaghan Phoenix, Kyle Bitter of Gratode, Thomas Richards of St. Coca's, Neil Calhan of Ace of Glenadub, Samuel Curtis of
We
Leadale,
have
and
a
Finn
very
Boyle
stacked
of
field
Kilcool.
in this under 20 men's 800 metres. In
In
lane 1 we've got Dara Donoghue of Lucan Harriers, lane 2 Sean Hayes of Nina Olympic, lane 3 Jack Kelly of Tala, lane 4 we've got Malachi Kenny of Kilcool AC, lane 5 Jack O'Donnell from Ratoath, lane 6 Ben Warnock from Monaghan Phoenix, lane 7 Kyle Witter from Ratoath, lane 8 we've got Thomas Richard from St. Coca's AC, lane 9 we've got Neil Coolhane from Ace, lane 10 I'm assuming he'll be sharing some lanes here, we've got Samuel Curtis from Leevale, and on the outside we've got Finn Boyle from Crusaders as they take off in this under 20 men's 800 metres. Just looking at some of our standout performers, we've got Neil Coolhane, which is our Irish Schools Senior Boys 800 metre champion, and he actually has the Euro under 20 qualifying time. He has a PB of 1:49 and he's coached by Liam Cooney. We've also got Oisin Lynch, who was our second placer in the Irish Schools Senior Boys 800 metres, and he has a PB of 1:52 from the Belfast IMC. We also have Jack Kelly with PB of 150.57, which is not far off that B standard that we will be looking for today. So the B standard that they may be looking for is 150.25. Coming through 300 metres there in approximately 40 seconds for our athlete in the lead, which is Jack Kelly of Tala. And right behind him, on hot on his tail, is our favourite for this race, Neil Coolhane of Ace AC. In third place, we've got Finn Boyle as they take the bell in approximately 57 seconds. Still a very tight-knit field as they'll be coming round to get 300 metres to go. But our early leader, Jack Kelly, is still at the front of this race, as we will hopefully start to see some movement in the last 300. But it is still Jack Kelly of Tala, and quickly we can see making a move on the outside there is our favourite Neil Coolhane, an Irish Schools Senior Boys 800 metre champion from Ace AC. As they open up a couple of metres gap on the rest of the field. Also making moves there, looks like Dara Donoghue of Lucan Harriers. And also Finn Boyle from Crusaders just coming around the outside as they get to the 100 metre to go mark. But there's absolutely no doubt about who this winner is going to be, unless Finn Boyle from Crusaders can make up some of this gap that Neil Coolhane has in the rest of the field, as celebrates as he comes across the line in 1:53. Neil Coolhane of ASAC. Second place, Finn Boyle of Crusaders, and looks like Dara Donoghue of Lucan Harriers getting that bronze medal. Congrats to the boys. Hopefully that means Neil Coolhane has secured his place at the European Under-20 Championships, which will be held in Jerusalem at the start of August.
Samuel Curtis. So that was the under 20 men's 800 metre final.
For presentation, we're looking for Louise King from St. Coleman, South Mayo.
Yeah, and just looking back at the women's high jump, under 23, the record held by Summer Leckie, 190, and today Ciara Kennelly did a really good job in the conditions, 176, and then just failing out at 179, which probably would have been a season's best for her. In second place then Louise King from St. Columbus South Mayo AC, and Roisin Kelleher in third.
Next on the track, we are going to have the under 23 men's 800 metre final. Standout performers that we have listed Just want to check some of them have shown up. Of course, our entry lists are always going to be slightly different to who shows on the day. But just looking on the track here, it looks like we have a significant field still competing. We've got Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald AC. Nathan has a PB of 150.25, which is currently under the championship record for this event. I wonder if he is looking to try and improve on that today and make some history and get in those history books. Not entered is Connor Murphy, and he is one of the athletes that has, or US-based athletes that actually has the qualifying time for the European Under-23s. Along with him and Kane Phillips, they are our qualifiers for this event at the Under-23 Championships. But neither present today, still looking like it's going to be a fantastic race anyway. From the inside, we've got Gregor McCullough-Travers from DSD. Next to him, we've got Trian Rigbega from Metro St. Bridget's. We've got Souza Omarigby from Dunleer. Cahill Kennedy from Claremorris AC. In lane 5, we've got Nathan Sheehy-Kremen from Emerald AC, certainly one to watch in this race. We've got Jack O'Leary from Killarney Valley. Lane 7, we've got Kyle Murhead from Crockwell. Outside him, we've got Drew Donoghue from Bray Runners. Oren Kenny of Clonliffe. Ian McElroy from Ennis Track. And Finn Werger right on the outside from Metro St. Bridget's. And they are just taking off. They're going to get the break here. Slightly less traffic compared to that under-20 men's race, but blustery conditions today here at Tullamore as they take the break, and in the lead currently looks like it is Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald AC, but very bunched at the start of this race. It looks like no one really wants to take it. Bit of a swift start, but it looks like potentially we're going to have a bit of slowing at the front there. Looks like a Metro St. Bridget's athlete. Potentially Finn Woodger slowing it down there at the front alongside Nathan Sheehy-Kremen, and also at the front is Kyle Murhead of Crockwell as they come through 300 metres in just a touch under 45. So pretty pedestrian pace for these guys here today. Yes, it is still Trian Rigbega of Metro St. Bridget's at the front as Kyle Murhead from Crockwell just comes round his outside. It's going to be a lot of traffic for some of these guys at the back to try and get round on the final lap. Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald AC just tucked in there. Looks like he's in a good position to potentially come past on this back straight. But it's still Kyle Murhead of Crockwell AC as he is currently experiencing some pressure from Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald. And Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald just taking the lead as they take 200 to go in just a touch under 130. So no quick times today for these lads. But we still have 4 athletes fighting out for the medals in the under-23 men's 800 metres. Got 2 Metro St. Bridget's athletes who is going to take that medal here. But it is still Nathan Sheehy-Kremen from Kyle Murhead. And just coming through there is Trian Rigbega of Metro St. Bridget's, and he is fighting out with Kyle Murhead to take that silver medal. No doubt about our winner. Delighted with himself, Nathan Sheehy-Kremen of Emerald. Second place, Trian Rigbega of Metro St. Bridget's, and in third, Kyle Murhead. Close fourth was the Finn Woodger, also of Metro St. Bridget's. He looks a little bit disappointed, but certainly an exciting race there. Nathan Sheehy-Kremen really just biding his time and absolutely blasting through in that last 200 to take a very convincing win in the under-23 men's 800 metres.
So all 100 finalists now should go to the call room to check in. All 100 finalists should go to the call room to check in. Our next event on the track will be the women's 3,000 metre steeple chase.
Remember how the finish line seemed so far away, until it wasn't. Remember when there were runners all around you, and then there weren't. Remember just when you thought you couldn't go any faster, and then you did. 123.ie is a proud sponsor of Athletics Ireland, because Irish athletes always try for better, and they always bring us moments to remember. Remember how the finish line seemed so far away, until it wasn't. Remember when there were runners all around you, and then there weren't. Remember just when you thought you couldn't go any faster, and then you did. 123.ie is a proud sponsor of Athletics Ireland, because Irish athletes always try for better, and they always bring us moments to remember.
Yeah, so we're down here at the presentation of the men's shot put. And a really good competition here. And Andrew, the Goran AC man, look at that standing at the top of the podium. I tell you, this is a really, really stacked field. And I'm here with John Cronin. So he's giving out the presentation. And so brilliant competition from these guys. I'll try and grab these for an interview. Guys, Andrew, you took the win in the end.
Leave me alone.
He wants us to leave him alone, but Andrew, hey, come over here to me. These guys are so shy. Look at them, the size of them. They shouldn't be shy at all. So how did you find that?
Good, yeah. We were under the cosh a bit in the last round. We were all fairly tight, but yeah, we were under pressure a bit.
Yeah, he threw well today anyway.
Oh, geez, he's going well this season, so hopefully he's going to EYF now. So
yeah,
hopefully. So
yeah, so you're heading off to the Youth Olympics in a few weeks.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, yeah.
And you only took up this event about a year and a half ago?
Yeah, about 14, 15 months. Yeah.
And who's the coach? You're down in Kilkenny College, aren't you? And who's the coach down there?
John Farley and Eddie O'Mahony are my two coaches.
Yeah, it's important to give them a mention, isn't it? What did you throw today, Andrew?
15.36 with the 6 kilo ball.
Brilliant. That's probably your first time throwing with the 6K, is it?
Second time throwing with the 6.
What age are you now, Andrew?
16.
So it's a little bit, you're stepping up in age at this point, aren't you, to try and put it up against these guys?
Yeah, trying to anyway.
And you were over in Loughborough there recently as well, throwing against some of the Brits, and you took the win there as well in the final round, was it?
I did, yeah. Had a bit of a strange competition there too. I was kind of falling out. I fouled my first two. Then I went low 15s, and in the last round I managed to push one out to about over 17 and managed to PB and bet the Brits. So always a good day when you come home with a few medals.
Well, coming home from Loughborough International Stadium and a young Irish shot putter and taking the win. So Liam, what do you think of this man?
Who, Andrew?
Yeah.
Sure, he's a grand old thrower. He's good crack as well, so can't complain really.
And it's great for him to be able to learn from a slightly more experienced thrower like yourself. How did you get on today?
It was a bit of a weird one as well. I started with 2 13 metres and then I had a foul and then 15.06 in round 4. So can't really complain with the second place, but I'd like further at the same time.
Yeah. How's training been going recently?
It's been going grand. I've been doing a bit of 726 kg work, so I'm doing National League, AI Games and National Seniors, so it's all over the place now with the weights I'm throwing.
Yeah. So you're preparing to take down Favours and John Kelly as we were talking about the last time?
Look, it'll happen one day, please God. So.
There you go, you heard it here. No, it surely will. All three of you, I reckon. And how did you find it yourself? What did you throw?
So I just threw a 50 metres left of the season. I got off to a really good start, but unfortunately, just at the end, unfortunately, just came down a good bit. A lot of fouls. Just the throws just weren't there. But I was happy with the rest of the season. Happy to take home, plenty of good throws, consistent throws over the rest of the season, and just happy got a couple of marks out anyway. Yeah.
And just for everybody at home, these three guys are throwing 15 metres. It's just the best standard that I've ever seen in the shot put. So for each one of you in previous years and even generations, you all would have been national champion, and it's amazing to see you pushing each other. So fair play to you all. What's next in the season for you?
So next in the season for me will probably be the senior nationals, and I'm hoping to get close to the podium. Hopefully beat my PB of 14.01 which I got recently at the Munsters, took gold, and hoping to push that out a bit further to 14.50.
Brilliant. Who's the coach and who do you want to say thanks to?
So I just want to say thanks to my dad Peter. He's over there, and he's been coaching me now for the last since I was about 11 years old, so 7 years, and just want to say big thanks to him for all his help over the years.
That's brilliant. Well done, lads, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Thanks to Michael for bringing us some interviews with our field eventers, making sure we get caught up with those results. Next on the track, we are going to have the combined under 20 and under 23 women's 3K steeple. They're going to be hopping barriers of 76.2 centimetres, and I'm also joined by Bashir, who's going to give us some expert commentary on our steeplechase. We have, I think we've got 8 competitors in total. In the under 20 women's race, we've got Clara Keane, Amy Green from Finn Valley, Cara McNally of Lusk AC, Eleanor Foote from Bray Runners, and Avril Cashman. Eleanor Foote is our Irish Schools 1500 metres senior girls steeplechase champion. She's only 17. She has a 7:04.09 PB for our 2k steeple and has run 10:33 for a flat 3k time. Clara Keane was just 4 seconds back from Eleanor to take silver in that Irish Schools just a few months ago. She has an 11:22 PB from 2022 and is our current under-20 reigning champion. So she'll be looking to get ahead of Eleanor to get that title back again for a second year. They're also joined by Alex Cashman, who was 6th in Irish Schools in 2023. In the under-23 race, we have Aoibhinn Flatley from Swinford, Claire Barrett and Ava O'Connor from Tullamore Harriers. Ava O'Connor currently has the under-23 qualifying time, attends Adams State University, and she's a Tullamore Harrier. This is her home track. The under-23 qualifying time was 10:23, and I believe she has smashed that time. So I'm sure she will be hoping to be on that plane to Finland in just a few weeks' time. But they are about to get underway. They're under starters' orders at this point as the girls line up. Anything to add on that, Bash?
Technicians-wise, Karen McNally is a very good technician. And just looking down those, Amy Green's improved a lot this year. Clara Keane is still improving, and Eleanor Foote had a hell of a finish at the Senior Girls 1500 metre championships recently. And they're off. And it's Clara Keane, by the looks of it, who's taken to the front, looking to push the pace on. And again, these girls are probably looking to get close to European qualifying times. For the under-20s, it's 10:40. I think that's come down from 10:50 in previous years, but hey, it is what it is, and there are certainly a good few capable of this. I know there's a couple of athletes in this field that have had a bit of illness this year, but they've overcome that and come through strong to win championships, so hopefully they'll continue to do that. So that looks like Ava O'Connor leading as she hits the first barrier, and followed by the chasing group of I think 5, and I think that's going to be one heck of a race between that group of 5, particularly for the under-20 title. I don't think there's a lot between Clara Keane, Amy Green and Eleanor Foote and Avril Cashman for that matter. But this windy weather is going to be wearing for one or two of them. But just to feed back to that finish of the Senior Girls 1500 metre steeplechase at the Irish Schools, and Eleanor Foote, she probably ran close to 70 seconds for the final lap with the 5 barriers and the water jump, and it was a sight to behold. If anybody's got a copy of that, I'd love to see it, because there was a malfunction of the video coverage that day, so it hasn't been recorded as far as I know. Okay, they're going over the first water jump there, splishing and splashing, and it's Amy Green who's broke clear of Clara Keane for second and third place, as Ava O'Connor on her home track just eases ahead. And technique is so important. I know Ava O'Connor's down at Adams State, as Katie mentioned earlier, and that's got a great legacy with the likes of Eilish, Flanagan and co. Eilish and Emma, isn't it?
What is it?
Roisin, I get my Flanagan's mixed up there. Roisin Flanagan. I knew there was another Flanagan. But yeah, Damon, I forget his second name now. Damon is a head coach at Adams State, and it's Ava O'Connor reaching ahead, second and third of the under-20 athletes, Amy Green and Clara Keane, as they come to their next water jump. That's fairly efficient from Ava O'Connor there. You've never tried a steeplechase, have you, Katie?
Absolutely not, Bash. I don't think I'd be persuaded into that.
I think, like James Nolan said, something to do before the career's over, and I know I'd like to see David McCarthy have a pop at the steeplechase. I said that a few years ago, and I stand by it.
I think you'd see me putting hands on the barrier, which I don't think is allowed.
It is actually.
Is it?
Yeah, put your hands on the barrier.
I'm glad we've got you here.
as long as
I
you...
would have been saying girls would be disqualified, but yes, we can put hands on the barrier, maybe. Maybe you'll see me at a 3K steeple sometimes.
Okay, coming up to 5 laps to go, and Amy Green from Clara Keane and Eleanor Foote. And I think that's Avril Cashman in 4th. And the other DMP athletes in 5th. So the gap now, as you can see, is probably a good 50 metres. Ava O'Connor. And as you can see, some great technicians there. And some are coming better than others out of that water jump. Okay, 4 laps to go. We're approaching halfway. It'll be interesting to get the halfway split. Bit of a stutter there for Ava, whether it's the wind. So Ava O'Connor's just going through the 1500 metres now in round about 5:07. Chased by Amy Green from Finn Valley and Clara Keane from DMP. And Amy Green's just gone through halfway now in just around about 5:23. So if she picks it up, she could hit that qualifying time. And Clara Keane there, she's just going through there in 5:28, 5:29. So on sub 11-minute time, which is great times for these under 20s. And as I say, Eleanor Foote and Avril Cashman are still in there chasing. Ava O'Connor hits the home straight for the final 3 laps. Probably around about 100 metres lead now. .6:11 with 3 to go. And 6:34 with 3 laps to go for Amy Green. And it's the Yeovil athlete Avril Cashman chasing Clara Keane for 4th. Well, the sun's coming out. Whether this means the wind's going to go down, we're going to get sunburn, I don't know. And that's Cara McNally coming back from a bit of a break with leaving certs and a few other things, but she's sticking in there. And Cara, I think she's got a best of around about 7:09 for the 2000 set a couple of years ago. Great technician. She works hard with Ada McKenna down at Lusk, and I'm sure we can see Ava's hard work's paying off as she hits 2 laps to go in 7:36. That's a very smooth barrier clearance there from Ava as Amy Green comes into the home straight. And they're into the final kilometre now, and the races are really on. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are actually 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the under 20 race. It's Amy Green from Clara Keane from Avril Cashman. 2 laps to go. 8:08 for Amy Green. 8:18 for Clara Keane. and closing down, Avril Cashman in 8:22. This is where the miles in the legs really tell. If you've got them there, you'll probably keep flowing and keep going. If you haven't, that's when the biomechanics really start to fall apart. Championship record is held by Fionnuala Britton. Sorry, it's Lauren Demody with 11:22, so this can actually be taken as Ava O'Connor hits the final lap. So I think 11:22, did we say? That's very doable by Amy Green. She's definitely on track for that. And it's 11:04 for the under-23 women, so that one is sure to go as well. And that's held by Abby Sheridan from RD and District. Okay, 9:40 with a lap to go for Amy Green. And it's going to be a hell of a scrap for third place. Amy looks back just to see what's happening behind her. It's 9:53 and 9:55. There's a 2-second gap there. And Eleanor Foot's going to be chasing down. Those of you that saw the Irish schools will remember that final lap as Ava O'Connor hits the final hurdle and he's going to smash the championship record here with low 10 minutes. And it is 10:21 with the championship record. Congratulations to Ava O'Connor and her coaches that have helped her get to where she's at the moment. That's a great performance, Ava O'Connor. And hopefully that will see her having a great performance at the upcoming under-23 championships. As we pan back to the final water jumps, there goes Amy Green. She's looking strong and again looking to set an under-20 championship record as Clara Keane goes over her final water jump, chased by Avril Cashman. Amy Green with a great clearance on that final barrier. I think this record's going to go, and I make that round about 11:10 unofficially, as third and fourth chase for the line, and it's a desperate chase that I think Avril Cashman just got in round about 11:19. What a great race that was for the top three medals in the under-20 championships, and Eleanor Foot comes through in a PB of 11:36 unofficially. And the other DMP athlete is just finishing now, and again in a great time of 11:48. So I think second, third, fourth, fifth, and perhaps sixth all got PBs there, which was a great opportunity in this All-Ireland Championship steeplechase. And Cara McNally's just finishing through there, which is a positive step forwards, having missed a good bit of time this year.
Well,
to do a steeplechase now, aren't you, Katie?
Absolutely, but what a fantastic championship record there, ran by Ava O'Connor, taking roughly a minute off the previous best time, which is a great result. Unfortunately, our athlete from Finn Valley, Amy Green, just missing out on that under-20 championship record, but one championship record in the under-20 and under-23 steeplechase is not one to be missed. And we're just going to head over to Michael here for another on-track interview.
It's not the photo guy. No, it's that guy.
Yeah, that's the camera over there where the guys are. So we are live here with Rhys Adamole, and we're just trying to find out where the camera is at the moment. So Rhys, give him away, Sophie. And we've got Sophie O'Sullivan here, and the two of them have had really good days. Well, Rhys, you were happy enough with the win, but obviously you hoped for a little bit more in the distance.
Yeah, no, the distance didn't come today. You know, I was trying to get on the board, or even behind the board, just to make up from what I did in Poland, and you know, I'm happy and behind it, like just a bit of work to be done there.
And it was extremely difficult conditions today for long jumping, wasn't it? Even now as we're standing here, the wind is really changing direction and it's gusty.
Yeah, no, the wind was doing circles around me. I felt it going across me, headwind, back. Sure, you never predict when you're up in Tullamore, like, you know.
It's always a bit unpredictable, and you're coming into good form though. Everything is starting to click together for you, and you've got a championships coming up in Finland soon enough. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the under-23s, that's kind of the main goal this year, and hopefully the Worlds and after that. But yeah, just knuckling down on the work on the runway and on the board, and I think an 8 metre jump will be pending then.
So the body's feeling good?
The body's feeling really good, yeah. Yeah, nothing there, no niggles or anything.
So Liz Coomey has you in good shape?
She does, yeah, for the most part. If she doesn't beat me after every training session, making up, I don't know what, like, coming at me and pinching me out of nowhere, just keep me staying awake, like.
She has you on your toes, and you're looking light on your feet, I can tell you that. You look very good on the runway. We have Sophie here as well. Sophie, congratulations out in Poland.
Oh, thank you very much. Cheers.
You enjoyed that, huh?
Yeah, no, it was great fun out there, good team, and yeah, it was great to be there. Yeah.
It's good to get to know everybody, huh? And good conditions out here today. It's a bit gusty. You brought the sunshine with you.
It's getting warm now, so it's quite nice. I feel it's always windy here, so it's what you expect. Yeah.
And how did the 800 go for you earlier?
I think it was good. Yeah. Just kind of sat in there and went along, so that was good. Yeah.
And you're trying to do the double now with the 1500 meters as well.
Yes. Yeah. 1500 at 3. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
1500 and 3.
No,
at 3 o'clock. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah. So you're just going to be resting up for the next while, and the 1500 to come. How do you think you'll manage that? It's tough on the legs.
Yeah. No, I don't know. See how we go. Just get around, and yeah, try and close out.
How's training been going lately for you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. I just been clicking away. So yeah, feeling good.
And where are you based at the moment, Sophie?
Well, I don't know, really, everywhere. I was in America, usually, mostly, at Washington, yeah, University of Washington, yeah.
And who's coaching you out there?
Maurice Powell, yeah.
And will you be here in Ireland now for a little while, or what's the plan for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm kind of hanging around here, and going to race the Euro under 23s, hopefully, and I'm come back here at the end of the season for the Nationals. So yeah, hopefully.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day. I'm not going to hold you too long because I know you've got a bit of race preparation, and congratulations on the 800. Maybe we'll talk to you again after the 15. Yeah, well done, Sophie. Well done, Rhys.
Oh, I could have left.
Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. With more benefits included than almost any car insurer in Ireland, you can spend more time remembering the important things. And when you need us, we'll always be there.
Later on, especially off the back of her fantastic PBs and season's best, which she ran recently in the NCAA finals, which were held in Oregon just last month. She ran a time of 4:09 for 1500, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure we'll be seeing times like that today, but she will certainly be one of the main contenders in that under 23 women's 1500 meters at 2:40. Next on the track, we are going to have the finals of the 100 metres. They are expected to start at 1:15, starting with the women's under 20 and under 23s, and then the men's division at 23 minutes past 1. So we will stay tuned for that, but we are going to go back to stadium commentary for the time being.
Third place is Adrian Gallen, 10:05. Second is Nina Wallace, 10:76. And the winner is Katrina Passon-Skilly, 11:18. Now we should have women's pole vault and women's long jump. Please report to the call room. Okay, now we move on to the under 22 women's hammer. We'll ask John McGrath to do this as well.
Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. With more benefits included than almost any car insurer in Ireland, you can spend more time remembering the important things. And when you need us, we'll always be there.
With the best performance of 36.96, which is over medium improvement on a PB. And the winner in the new championship best is Nicola Pethill of UCDAC with 64.89, overcoming the championship best of 64.57 by Michaela Walsh, 2018. Well done, Nicola. A name for the future. Watch out. No pressure. Final call for women's pole vault and women's long jump. Please report to the call room. Final call for women's pole vault and women's long jump. Please report to the call room. Okay, we'll just move on to the shot now, so if Casey can stay there, and we have two other shot putters. Again, we have the under 23 ladies shot. The first place was Stuart Sheehy from MLAC, trying to do the wrong order. Second place is Ian McMahon from Blackrock.
Next on the track in the 123.ie under 20 and under 23 national outdoor championships, we will have the under 20 women's 100 metres. In lane 1 will be Elena O'Sullivan from Leeville. Lane 2, Catherine Hempton from City of Lisburn. Lane 3, we've got World Junior Championship semi-finalist Lucy May Sleeman, also of Leeville. In lane 4, we've got Fatima Amusa, also of Leeville. We have 4 Leeville athletes in this race, so of course their relay team is going to be the strongest. In lane 5, we've got Sophie Parler from Olympian Youth Athletics Club. In lane 6, we've got Laura Bolster. In lane 7, we've Oku Bakarari from Leeville. And in lane 8, we've got Katie Docherty of Ratoath. Lucy May Sleeman is a past competitor in the European Under-20 World Junior Championships. She has a PB of 11:46, which is a wind-assisted PB. Her legal PB is 11:62, which she ran in those semi-finals in Cali in Colombia just last summer. There's also Sophie Parler, who is our Irish schools champion for the senior girls 100 metres. She goes to Thornhill School in Derry, and she has a PB of 12:23. Fatima Amusa was the runner-up in that Irish Schools Senior Girls 100 metres. She has a 12.1 PB from 2023 and really has been running consistently around that 12:40 mark. But it looks like the girls are in their blocks and ready to go. Just starting to settle. Looks like we're going to have potentially a little bit of a headwind for this race. Wind has been swirling all day in Tullamore, but unfortunately just not a favourable wind today. And it's Lucy May Sleeman of Leeville, I see, getting an excellent start with Fatima Amusa right behind her. But there's no doubt about this winner today. It's going to be Lucy May Sleeman of Leeville with Fatima Amusa right on her tail, along with Sophie Parler of Olympian Youth AC. Those are your three medalists. Well done to Lucy May Sleeman. No time on the clock currently, but we will get the times to you as soon as we can. Lucy May didn't compete in the Irish Schools Championships because she was completing her leaving cert. But certainly back in form after a difficult examination period and taking the title in 12:01. We're just going to head back to Michael Bowler as he is interviewing on the field.
Okay, so we're here with Casey Mulvey down at the side. They've just finished the presentation for the women's hammer. And third place, Casey, today. How did you feel? And you were also in the shot put as well, weren't you? Yeah. So you've two events to quickly give us a synopsis on. How did they go for you?
I'm happy with it. It's my first competition this season. I haven't competed all year, in over a year and a half, so I can't really complain.
Oh, so you're just coming back. What did you throw in the hammer?
In the hammer, I was just told 46.15, and the shot put, I actually couldn't tell you, to be honest.
That's a good way to be. He doesn't even know what she's here, but she's picking up medals here anyway. And you're coming back into good form. We're hoping to see you back in the training in the full time again.
Yeah, I needed a break this year, but I can continue my fitness. I was playing basketball, so yeah.
That's brilliant. It's great to see you back, Casey. Well done. And we're aiding Cody as well, the St. Albans AC lady. So a PB today for yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't really get past 45 metres for a while, so I'm kind of happy enough to finally push on, and hopefully there's a bit more kind of...
It's difficult to put it up to this one here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You kind of have to you're against yourself when Nicola's here, because you don't even think about it.
Well, you did well in that regard. You did a personal best. That's all you can ask for, so fair play to you. And Nicola, you've had some season already, so I mean it's brilliant. And of course you're out in the other field, so not everybody got to see you today. But you've been putting on a show in in Salisi and also in the Winter Throws Cup. I mean, how do you even sum it up?
Good. I've had a pretty good season so far. I'm really happy with how it's been going, so I can't really complain.
And where are you ranked now coming into the championships in Europe?
I think I'm about 8th or 9th, I think, under 23 in Europe, so not too bad. I'm still, it's my first year under 23. I have next year in the championships again in 2025, so getting used to it.
But the one thing you have is when you're under pressure, you're like a pressure cooker, and you love it, don't you?
I do, yeah. I think it's good. Like, sometimes it drives you on and you can find a bit of adrenaline and get out there a bit further.
Absolutely. So we're looking forward to seeing how you get on. Next is Finland, isn't it?
Yeah, next is Finland now in a week or 2 time, so...
And who's the coach that you need to thank for all these fabulous performances, and family members or whoever is on your mind at the moment?
I have a lot of people to thank. Obviously Athletics Ireland and my coach Killian Barry and Roland Coram. They're doing all my programmes and keeping me in shape and keeping me grounded. And then my mom, bless her, she's always there every day in and out the field with me when I'm throwing, and my dad for fixing all of my hammers. I just kind of wander down the aisle with them and hand them to him, and he kind of sees me coming and knows. So I think all of my family, friends in general, everyone, yeah, UCD.
Well, you've had some season, so fair play to you, Nicola. You're absolutely brilliant, and well done, girls, and congratulations today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, and our under-23 girls hammer medalists. Next on the track, we are going to have the under-23 women's 100-metre final. They are just getting their blocks prepared and ready to go. This event is due to start. It is scheduled for 1:08, so currently just running approximately 10 minutes behind. In lane 1, we have Ashat Only Logo from Belgooly AC. Lane 2, we've got Isabel Doyle from with Farnham. In lane 3, we've got Cressida Amnipong from Skerries. Lane 4, we've got Katie Bergen from Moyne. Lane 5, we have Adiami Talaby from Longford AC. In lane 6, we've got Steve O'Toole from St Lawrence O'Toole. In lane 7, we've got Ashing Kelly of Tagman. And lane 8, we've got Erin Taheny of Corran AC. Only individual in this race with the European under-23 qualifying time is Adiemi Talaby. She's based in Texas at the University of Texas, Arlington. She has run the B standard once, so I think she needs to run either the B standard again or run that A standard. The A standard is 11:45 and the B standard is 11:70. So we're looking for a time of 11:70 or quicker today for Adiemi Talaby. But it looks like a great start from Katie Bergen of Moyne AC alongside Adiemi Talaby and also Steve O'Toole from St Lawrence O'Toole, and coming through on the inside there was Cressida Amnipong from Skerries AC.
Yeah, what a race. That was a real to and fro there with Talaby. Looked like she was going to close in the end and take the victory, but wasn't to be. And Katie Bergen in 12:09, and that's fantastic running. As we said earlier, doesn't look like favourable conditions for the sprinters here today. A bit of a wind in their face, so that's good running considering, and a great race. Very exciting for the spectators. So hopefully we'll get a few words with those later. And in the meantime, we have the men's 100 metres lining up in the background. But yeah, the St Lawrence O'Toole's athletes back in, looks like 3rd and 4th, so good run from them as well. Talaby looking fantastic just off the back of her brilliant relay performance out in Silesi in Poland. And the results just coming through now. And Katie Bergen did in fact take the win there with 12:09. And Talaby in 2nd place. Looked like she was going to come through. And she finished with a time of 12:14. And Steve O'Toole, St Lawrence O'Toole's, with 12:44 in 3rd place. So great running there from the ladies, putting on a good show for sure.
Next on the track, we have the under-20 men's 100-metre final. They are just coming up the track now to sort out their blocks. In lane 1, we're going to have Glory Wendumeni from Riverstick Kinsale AC. In lane 2, we're going to have Colin Murphy from Leeville. Lane 3, Killian Curran of Blackrock AC. In lane 4, we're going to have the Northern Ireland Ulster champion Jamie Moffat from North Down. In lane 5, we have Sean Ajibo from Tala. Lane 6, Max O'Reilly, also of Riverstick Kinsale. Lane 7, we have Sean Stratton from Boyne. And lane 8, we have Yazin Salim Sayad from Leeville.
And the winner was Emmanuel Osis of Rototo 190. And the missed 3 with Lancer was UPD of 116. Well done.
Fastest qualifier from the heats was Sean Ajibobo from Tala, running 10:84, which is a significant gap on the rest of the field that they ran in those heats. Jamie Moffat from North Down running 11:12. And Max O'Reilly also running 11:12. So maybe we're going to be looking at those 3 as our main contenders. Of course, the wind is slightly changeable today, so even between heats we can get massive changes in wind. But the sun is coming out now for these under 20 men.
Thankfully.
Hopefully we can get a little bit of a better weather for them with the wind dropping a bit. It has been a bit chilly and blustery here today.
It really has. I mean, it's been wet and windy, but thankfully now the second half of this day, it looks like the sun is coming out and a lot of the clouds are clearing, so hopefully it'll stay that way for the remainder of the day. That would be great if it stayed like that until 6 o'clock, but we'll have to wait and see as the men are just winding themselves up for this final. The under 20s. Sean Agboa, Fatala AC athlete, in lane 5. Beside him, Jamie Moffat, North Down AC. They will be two of the favourites. Of course, Jamie Moffat earlier in the heat, I just noted that there was a false start and they had made it to about 60 metres. He actually crossed the line by the time he slowed down to a stop. He had crossed the finish line, and then had to walk back up the track and redo the heat. But he's here now anyway.
Jamie Moffat has, of course, qualified for the Commonwealth Youth Games, which are going to be held, I think, in the Bahamas or Barbados or somewhere like that. Very exotic. So he's going to be heading off with the team at the end of July.
Can't argue with that, I tell you. Max O'Reilly, of course, was in good form, and they load into the blocks. O'Reilly got off really poorly, but Sean Agboa took off really, really well right out of the block, so it looks like he's going to hold that little bit of a lead all the way to the finish. He's got 2 or 3 metres on the field, 10.92, and he is happy with that result. Wins the under 20 national title, and that was a really good result. He just got a jump on the rest of the field right out of the blocks and held it all the way to the finish line. So brilliant race there from him, really, really well executed, and yeah, he celebrates with a fist pump, and there you go. So brilliant from the Tala AC man, excellent execution there.
Also coming through on the inside, that I think it's hard to keep track of those inside lanes, but it looked like Killian Curran from Blackrock AC sneaking through potentially for a medal alongside Max O'Reilly from Riverstick Kinsale. Jamie Moffat of North Down looks like he has unfortunately just missed out on a medal, but no doubt about our winner there from Tala.
Yeah, and Max O'Reilly, you know, there was a false start in his heat earlier today, and he really did not get out of the blocks well there in that race at all, especially right beside Sean Agboa, who got an absolute dinger of a start, so that might have put him off a little bit. And you know, the start was really what won it for Agboa. It was a brilliant start, and he just held it all the way to the end, so job well done for him. Next up on the track, the under 23 men, and this, of course, our fastest man ever, the fastest man to grace this land, Israel Olatunde, one that everybody's looking forward to. He's been in really good form, of course, Daniel Kilgallen, his coach, and he's happy with how he's going in training. He looks really, really good. Of course, running into a bit of a wind in the heat earlier. I think he was about 10.70 something, maybe 10.79, but definitely made it look nice and easy. I don't think the times are going to be a massive issue here today. I think they're just going to be looking for the medals, because it is, as I said, quite gusty and also cold, which is not great for the sprinters. They want the warm conditions. And these guys, of course, especially the likes of Israel, he's travelling all over the place, looking for races, looking for the atmosphere.
So from lane 1 we've got Oliver Swinney from Speed Development Project Track Club. Lane 2 we've got Gabriel Kahinde from Ennis Track. Lane 3 we've got Robert McDonald from Galway City Harriers. Lane 4 we've got Bori Akinola from UCDAC. Lane 5, of course, we've got national record holder Israel Olatunde. In lane 6 we've got Bruno Ayavoro from Newbridge. In lane 7 we've got Rekawan Luciano from Castlegar AC. And on the outside, Conor Morey from Leeville.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a stacked field. Keep an eye on Oliver Swinney right there in 1. I think he took his time in the heat, kind of allowed himself to be eased into second place, but he's probably the 11th fastest all time in Ireland, so at a senior level. Of course, Rob MacDonald also coming back into really good form there as well. And so Bori Canola, he will also be a man looking to make an upset here today. He's not that far behind Israel Olatunde any other time, and as they're just asked to stand up any other time, you know, Bori would have been at the top man in the country, so it's a difficult time to be in your prime right alongside the best ever. But I tell you, these guys are giving it a good stab as they wind up into the blocks. They're called to the blocks for the second time. Of course, Israel Olatunde in 5, keep an eye on him, but also Bori on his left and Rob McDonald. Don't forget Oliver Sweeney. There are so many to keep an eye on here. They settle for the second time. And they're away, and it looks like a very even start. Rob McDonald is away well in 3, but this time now it looks like Bori's doing really well, but Israel Olatunde is coming through, finishing strong in the end. Looks like he relaxed across the line. Rob McDonald seemed to come through really strong in the second half of that race. Looks like he could have taken second place, but we'll have to leave that one up to the finish judge. Really good racing there. Again, the wind, you could just see it was difficult conditions, but no doubt about the winner there. It was Israel Olatunde, takes the national title. Amazing to think that he's still under 23. Great to see Rob McDonald coming back into good form. Obviously, he's had a very difficult season with injury. And Israel Olatunde 10:42, the time showing up. Rob McDonald seemed to take second place in 10:56.
And Gabriel Kahinde of Ennis Track actually had a fantastic start out of the blocks. I actually think he was leading the race at about 20 metres, and I think he may have been rewarded with a bronze medal. He was maybe a little one that was a bit of a surprise, but it looks like also Bori Akinola from UCDIC may have taken fourth. So Bori, unfortunately, just outside the medals, but we will get those confirmed results. But fantastic start from Gabriel Kahinde from Ennis Track on that lane 2 on the inside.
Yeah, he really put all of those guys under pressure right from the off with that start again, and it's amazing to see the likes of Bori just being run out of the medals on this occasion. So just shows you the calibre of this field, and brilliant competition out there. Great practice for the likes of Israel and Oliver Sweeney and all of these guys. Rob McDonald, of course, in the 200 metres, he'll be up against the best guys in the world. And so to have that sort of calibre and practice on your home turf is just brilliant. It's brilliant for everybody here to be able to watch that sort of racing as well. So
yeah, I think we have 2 athletes with a qualifying time for the under-23 championships, which will be held in Finland in just a few weeks' time. One of them being Oliver Sweeney. So hopefully that does not impact his selection. I know he has been having a few injury woes of late and hasn't been able to really run pain-free, but I'm sure him and his coach Adam McMullen are pretty confident that the selection could still be on. The 4x1 team have qualified, so they'll definitely need him in that.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see Oliver Sweeney in lane 1. I mean, he is such a talent, and I hope that he does get his injuries under control. It's always something that you're battling with as an athlete. You're really threading that fine line. These guys are fresh and wound up like springs, so it's so easy for little niggles to start to set in, and it's a balance. You're trying to push yourself as hard as you can without pushing yourself just over the edge, essentially. But these guys will know what to do. They've got good coaches backing them up. So I'm going to try and make my way down to trackside and see if I can grab some of those sprinters, and I'll be back to you shortly.
Next on track, we have the combined under 23 and under 20 men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Within the under 23 race, we've got Cian Law from Tullamore Harriers, James Dunn, also of Tullamore Harriers, Marcus Clark from Matoath AC, Sean McGinley from Finn Valley, and Oisin Spillane from Ennis Track. In the under 20 race, we have Billy Coogan from Kilkenny City Harriers, Luke Purcell from Nina Olympic, Jonas Stafford from Ashford AC, and Owen O'Reilly from Killarney Valley. Sean McGinley has the qualifying time for the European under 23s, which are going to be held in a few weeks' time in Finland, which was 8:58.00. He, of course, contributed very well to that team gold at the European Cross Country Championships at the end of 2022, where he finished 12th, a fantastic 12th place. He has a PB in this event of 8:56.9. Also in that under 23 race, we've got James Dunn. He also has the qualifying time, which is 8:57.48, which he ran in Portland, Oregon. And we've got Bash with us again, so he's going to take us through some more of the 3K steeple, being our steeplechase expert. Bash, are you happy to jump on the mic for a bit?
I'll try to see what we can do. I can see Billy Coogan's taking the lead straight away, is his usual style. I know he's desperate to get the 9:10 qualifying time. I can see that's Sean McGinley right at the side of him, who has got the under 23 qualifying time with 8:56 that he ran at the the Irish Universities in that wonderful stadium in DSD, with Adam Kirksmith supporting him there. And I know I've done some work with Billy, so I know his technique has improved. His water jump was always quite good. He's one of those people who just naturally took to the water jump. That's maybe the case when you take up the steeplechase, Casey, but we'll see. I
have no fear. I don't know if I could do it. I think it'd be too scary. We're about to see them go over the water jump, so...
First water jump, and it is Billy Coogan leading them into this one. And usually the sign that people doing it well, how much they stutter, and whether that's down to leg strength or technique of rolling over. But some manage it much easier than others. But ultimately you've got to practice it, and that's what I know these guys in the first two places have. I think that looks like it could be James Dunn in third place, who has also got the under 23 qualifying time from the home club. But there are five of them still very much involved at the moment. So they're still maintaining a really good pace as they go through the 800 metre point in round about 2:16, which is a very healthy pace early on. Possibly too fast for one or two of these, but hopefully it will come together. And you've got to bear in mind that on the first lap they have very few hurdles or barriers, so they can go a bit faster on that first lap. Okay, a little bit of stuttering there, but the first fall looked very comfortable. That fifth place runner did stumble a little bit there. I think it was Jonas Stafford, and if I remember rightly, Jonas is probably the one who's the rawest in his talent. He's certainly got great endurance. That's a reasonable hurdling technique there, but they are cracking on with this pace. So they'll be through 3,000 there in round about 9 minutes, so they're still on time to get this under 20 qualifying time of 9:10 for the European Championships. And there are four people who have broken away. They're very close together, and this will be a bit of a stress for some of these steeplechasers if they're just not used to running in packs. And that's one of the good things about the National Championships, that with the best in the country on show, they have to work together and get used to having people together. Through the water jump again, a bit of stuttering there from our leader. Not sure if that's Luke Duffy. No, it's Ossian Spillane. Apologies there. There's 3 of them break away. It's the under-23s, Spillane, McGinley, Dunn, from Billy Coogan and Jonas Stafford. Coming up towards halfway now. And it's a tale of 2 races, the under-23s in the top 3 and the top under-20s in 4th and 5th, or 1st and 2nd. There they go through halfway there in 4:30, so they're bang on 9-minute pace. Billy with Jonas right behind him, and up front we've got Ossian Spillane pushing on from Sean McGinley and James Dunn. This is going to be a cracking race for the title. And Spillane looks the least fluid going over the barriers. How much energy that's wasting, we'll find out on that final lap. But all those pitter-patter steps, while it might help him get over the barrier, it does slow down the momentum, as we see that momentum slowed again. And we see McGinley just flowing off that water jump with his better technique. Into the home straight as they approach probably through the mile. And the first 3 still look fairly comfortable. It looks like a great race for the under-20 title between Coogan and Stafford. Spillane stutters again. Clears that hurdle by a good margin. And really, these athletes should be getting over hurdles at every training session. Just, running over 100-metre hurdles with, maybe 3 or 4 hurdles there. And people like Spillane will get much more fluid, as we can see McGinley and Dunn are doing there. There goes another stutter, slows down his momentum, Spillane. We nearly had a topple there from Dunn, but he's on his feet. And then Stafford and Coogan have come together. So Spillane and McGinley touches the water jump, and again you see McGinley's just easing ahead. They'll be through 2,000 metres here into the final 1,000 metres, and it is McGinley who's just easing ahead here. But Spillane is sticking to a task. He's doing a great job here. Two laps to go, 6:40. And Stafford has eased ahead of Billy Coogan, as he did in the Leinster Steeplechase Championships. And now I think Stafford is chasing down James Dunn and doing a good job on it as well. With every stride he's closing that gap. That's a beautiful attack there. At the front it's Spillane and McGinley matching each other stride for stride. McGinley's on the outside and he's coming up to his penultimate water jump as Stafford chases down James Dunn for 3rd place in this race. And we see McGinley hurdle that water jump there very effectively and take 3 or 4 metres out of Spillane. So McGinley's really pushing on now from Spillane in 2nd and Jonas Stafford in 3rd place now from James Dunn and Billy Coogan in this combined under-23. 7:55 at the bell, just a second ahead of Spillane. Stafford in 8:01 from Dunn in 8:05 and Coogan in 8:07. Spillane is coming back strong at McGinley, and McGinley looks to have hit a wall there. Yep, Spillane is pulling away with every stride. McGinley appears to have hit a wall in terms of his energy levels, but it is Spillane with 150 metres to go, chasing. The time is on 8:47 now with the 100 metres to go. It looks like he's going to do about 9:08 here. And Stafford has moved into second place now, and he's chasing down the win. But it looks like it's going to be an incredible win there for Oisin Spillane. So congratulations to Oisin and Jonas on winning the respective under 20 and under 23 titles. I think Stafford might have just got that qualifying time there. It's very close. As McGinley comes through for third, and Coogan for fourth, and James Dunn for fifth there in around about 9:27. My goodness, it's a tough event. Quite often they say that the 3,000 metre steeplechase is like 3 times as long as the 1,500 metre steeplechase, because the barriers are a real killer, as our Nina and other Tullamore athletes come through there. And we've just got one more athlete to finish this race. And that concludes that under 23 and under 20 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Okay, so we are down in the presentation area here. Israel Olatunde 10:42 in the men's 100 metres. Rob McDonald took second place with 10:54, and Gabriel Kahinda in third place. Gabriel, how did you find that?
I was happy enough with the run, to be honest. Like, my start was really good, but my second half of the race could have had a bit more improvement on it. But other than that, I equaled my PB from last year, and it's my season best for this year. So really looking forward for the rest of the season. Anyway, hopefully that's good enough to put me on the squad for the U23 relay. So we see how it plays out.
Okay, well, that's a great aim to have. Well done, man. Congratulations, Rob McDonald. Face the camera. So how did you find the race? You're obviously coming off a bad spell with injury, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm kind of just, to be honest, happy to be here. Like you said, I haven't been running in general very well in the since Belfast, so that was mid-May. So I'm happy with the race, but obviously, if you saw it, my start was absolutely atrocious. So I mean, I definitely could have done better with.
Well, you came through really well at the end of the race, didn't you? So you have got the 200 metres later today.
Yeah, I did come through. I kind of just tried to not panic, and I knew I had faith in my top speed, so I just kind of relied on that once my start was out the window. But no, I don't think I'll be doing the 200 later. I think I'll pull out just because my calf is still a bit sore. This is what I've been kind of struggling with for the past 8 weeks.
And just on that, you do a really good YouTube channel, which I follow every video, and it's really brilliant and it's very brave. So fair play to you. We're going to step back a little bit because the camera's not quite able to pick us up. But yeah, it's a really good channel, and I would say for anybody that's looking to see good content of what it's like being an athlete, because it's not always easy. Sure, it's not, Rob, and I would encourage anybody to tune in to Rob McDonald's YouTube channels.
Firstly, thank you, and yeah, it's kind of one of the big reasons why I started, just because, like you said, people from the outside don't realise what you sort of put into it, what you go through day to day, and they kind of just see your 10 seconds at the race. And if you have been following it, you'll see I've been struggling in day in and out. But sort of like the best way to be is just to keep your mindset good. It doesn't really matter how you're training for the past month or two, as long as you show up with a good mindset, I think you can be able to do whatever you want. So,
well, Rob, I have to say I think you're absolutely brilliant and very brave as well to show what it's really like to be an athlete, because it's not always easy. Most people only see the finished product, but you've done a really great job. So definitely watch this man on YouTube, and so fair play to you, Rob, and we'll see you later in the season.
Thank you.
We've got Israel Olatunde here as well. So this man took the win. Easy win in the end, or were you happy with it? Obviously these guys are pushing you right from the start, huh?
Yeah, like there's always great competition here at the under-23, so I just want to come out and defend my title from last year, and I'm really happy to do that. I'm definitely going in the right direction, so I'm really excited for Europeans next week.
Europeans next week? You don't have much time, do you?
Yeah, I mean it's championship season now, so it's good to have them back to back, just getting in competitive environments, and have so many guys to push me on, and really excited for the relay as well at the European. So we have a great team, and yeah, it's gonna be good for sure.
Yeah, there's some stiff competition for those relay spots now as well, and you're obviously coming into good form. It's nice to be able to race yourself into shape.
Yeah, for sure. Like that, I think that's what the season's all about. Like, you can't get too caught up with the early races. It's all about the championships, coming out, getting wins, and hopefully running fast. So.
Yeah. And you're in good form, training's going well?
Yeah, everything's going well. You know, I'm enjoying myself, and it's great to be out here. I love racing Tullamore, so yeah, I'm just happy. I'm enjoying and excited for what's next.
Yeah. And Daniel Kilgannon, the coach, he does a good job with you, does he?
Yeah, he's the boss. He knows the stuff. So I just have to. I have the easy part. He gets the hard part. So I just go out and run. He does all the tough stuff. So
you just have to show up, basically.
Like, I have an easy job compared to him. So.
Now, fair play, Israel. Really, really good stuff as always. So congratulations. And we're going to keep it rolling if we can. We've got Talabi and Katie Bergen over here. So Yemi, second place.
Yeah. You know, we just showed up. Like,
let's step over this way. We're trying to work out so that the guys can see us through the camera. Happy there? Give them a wave.
Yeah. So I just wanted to see like how my form is, because like it's been a while since I've ran like an individual race since I've been back from Texas.
Yeah, you were focused on the relays, and you did a really good job over in the Silesi, and so you were happy with that. Great experience, really.
It was an amazing experience. You know, something to learn from, definitely. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
But you got the batting around.
That's the main thing. That's all that really matters. Yeah.
Absolutely. You did really well to get it, and fair play to you, and congratulations for today. I thought you were going to come through in the end.
I thought so too, but my hamstring didn't want to agree with me, so she's a bit tight. But
and Katie Bergen, well done, Yemi. And Katie, come on over here to me. So Katie took the win, and you held off really well because Yemi was kind of closing you at the end, wasn't she? She came through really well the second half of that race, but you kept your form really well.
Yeah, no, she was. It was a great race, great bunch of girls to be racing with. So I'm delighted to take the win today. And yeah, we're going on to the 2 now later, so we'll spin out the legs again and see how we go.
So you've got the 2 as well. I'm not going to hold you for too long, so I want you to keep warm because it's quite gusty, isn't it? And the conditions difficult out there for sprinting.
Yeah, no, it was difficult, but I say the adrenaline kind of took over, and yeah, we got to the end line, which is the main thing. So happy.
Well, national champion for 2023, congratulations. And tell us this: have you anybody that you want to just give a shout out to? Any coach or family members or anything that have helped you so far this year?
I want to say thanks to all my club in Moynice in County Tipperary and my coach Martin and everyone down there involved. So, yep, thank you.
Well done, Katie. And if we can, we'll keep it rolling because I'm just looking over here at the under-20 champ. Introduce yourself, my man.
Sean Ibobo.
Sean Ibobo, he's a fantastic guy. And I've also got Nelvin over here. Nelvin was on the relay team in the Europeans, and he's a really good decathlete. 210 high jumper, 7 metre long jumper, a good hurdler. This guy's got it all. But how's the season going for you so far?
Season's going good. Had an early start, a lot of competitions. Came back home, did 1-2 competitions. Think I'm gonna keep on going, and soon enough I'll shut it down and rest up for a big season next year.
Any decathlons coming up this year?
Nah, no more. Had 2 when I was over in America, so just gonna do more next year and try hit a standard.
Yeah. What do you think of this guy, Sean Ibobo? He's some sprinter.
Oh man, best man for the job. Future.
And well done, Sean, today. It's brilliant stuff. How did you find the race?
Found it, they say the wind was a plus wind, but I found it really, the wind was really there, but I feel like my start was good, my transition, everyone's there saying my 30 to 40 was really good as well. So I'm very happy with that. I just need to work on stuff like my arm drive and all that. But yeah, I'll probably work closely with my coach to improve on the aspects that I need.
Who is the coach?
Daniel Kilgallen, Israel's coach as well, yeah.
Good man. So you've got the good support anyway.
Yeah, he's a very good coach. He's a really good coach, and he knows when to tell you to, take a step back or you're doing too much, Yeah.
It really was an outstanding start, and you really just held that lead right until the end, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been noticing my start has been improving, especially under my new coach now, because I've just started with him. But he's really helping me, and I really, there's a lot of people in my training group that I do look up to, really good starters, so I'm there improving, every week I can see my improvement, and I'm just very grateful for the group I have and the coach and the support of my family and friends,
Any family or friends that you want to give a quick mention to?
My mum for supporting me all the way through this, and my dad especially, even though he had some commitments like church that he had to be to, he got up early and brought me here, sacrificed that and got to church late and everything, but he still got there. So my coach especially, I want to give him a big thank you because he's been amazing, and my training group, my amazing training group,
Yeah, as you said, so many brilliant role models, and I tell you, they're going to drag you to great things, and you're going to drag some of them to great things with a performance like today.
Hopefully. Yeah, I look up to all of them, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Sean. Absolutely really brilliant stuff. Congratulations. Okay, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Michael. He's just been roaming in that near the presentation area and the start-finish area, catching up with many of our fantastic sprinters and field eventers. But just want to draw your attention to the last race on the track that we had, which was the combined under-20 men's and under-23 men's steeplechase. Jonas Stafford from Ashford AC actually broke the long-standing championship record by less than half a second, I think. Previously, the championship record was held by Mark Burtis from 1989, where he ran 9:09.5. But Jonas has broken that today, running 9:09.05. So well done to Jonas Stafford. He has also sneaked under the under-20 3,000 metre steeplechase qualifying time. So we'll now have his pick, hopefully, of the 5k or the 3,000 steeple, depending on what he feels would be the best option for him at the under-20 European Championships. Next on the track, we are going to have the final of the under-20 women's 400 metres. National record held by Javisha Patterson from 2019 of 52.57, and the championship record is 53.7, held by Joanne Cudahy. I know we've been discussing the conditions all morning and all afternoon, but Jonas has just showed there that it is possible to run a championship record in this time. Also going on in the field here today is the women's long jump. And on the runway right now in the women's under-20 long jump, we've got Elizabeth Ndudi from DSDAC. She has been to many international championships for Ireland so far, and I know that she is looking at that championship record today, which is 6:26, held by Joanna Mills from Ballymena and Antrim, which was set in 2010. So we'll try and keep you updated with those results from the women's under-20 long jump as they come in. I know Michael in particular wants to make sure we catch up with the long jump, so I just want to make sure we caught Elizabeth's jump. But next on track, we are going to have the under-20 women's 400 metre final. Wind just picking up again, very changeable conditions today. But these women are getting into their blocks and getting ready to go.
Got an umbrella.
Another 23 men, please report to the call room for 400 metres.
Under 20, 400 is it?
In lane 5, we've got Niamh Murray from Bray Runners. She is one of our fastest athletes in the field and has qualified for the under-20 championships in Jerusalem. On her outside, we've also got Daisy Walker of Monaghan Phoenix. And they're off, and it looks like it's going to be a false start. Very unusual in a 400 metres these days.
Okay, well, we wait for the race to start for the final call for the men 2,000 metres steeple medalist, please. For the 100 metres women, junior and the 123, and the 100 metres men junior, please. So, if we just come to the first area.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that is right. So after a false start, it seems like it may have been a faulty start. The ladies are back behind their blocks. In lane 2, we've got Saoirse Coleman from Galway City Harriers. Lane 3, we've got Laura Kelly from Rotove. Lane 4, we've got Eve-Marie Noctor from Lucan Harriers. Lane 5, we've got probably arguably the heavy favourite for this race, Niamh Murray from Bray Runners. In lane 6, we've got Daisy Walker, Monaghan Phoenix. In lane 7, Cara Kelly from DMPAC. And on the outside, we have Maggie Jez from Lucan Harriers. Unsure if they're potentially having some difficulties with the starting equipment. Niamh Murray from Bray Runners, coached by her mother, Anya Murray. She has run 54.80 this year, with the A standard for the European under-20s being 54.05 and the B standard being 55 flat. So I'm wondering if she potentially needs to try and get under that 55-second barrier for the second time today to confirm her spot at the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem. Niamh Murray just getting into her blocks now. Potentially not ideal conditions today for running a fast 400 time, but I am sure she will do her best to ensure that she is qualified. So again, from the inside, Coleman, Kelly, Noctor, Murray, Walker, Kelly and Jez. As they take to their blocks for a second time. Looks like Niamh Murray from Bray Runners getting an excellent start, but also on her outside, Daisy Walker of Monaghan Phoenix going well, as the two of them seem to be opening up a little bit of a gap in the rest of the field. But it also looks like Eve-Marie Noctor of Lucan Harrier seems to be going with these two athletes at the front, but there's no doubt about our leader in this race so far. It is Niamh Murray from Bray Runners, as Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix and Eve Noctor from Lucan Harriers do their best to chase her down as they hit 200 to go in this final of the Under-20 Women's 400 metres. But it is still Niamh Murray from Bray Runners in the lead as they come into the home straight, where unfortunately they are going to be experiencing potentially a slight headwind. close behind her, we've got Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix and Eve Noctor of Lucan Harriers. We're going to have a very closely fought battle for this bronze medal. And coming on the inside, we also have Laura Kelly trying to get into contention from Rotove. But it's going to be no doubt about our winner, Niamh Murray from Bray Runners. In second place, just falling as she crosses the line there, Eve Noctor from Lucan Harriers, and potentially Daisy Walker from Monaghan Phoenix was able to secure that bronze medal after a closely fought finish between her and Laura Kelly of Rotove AC.
Also, any athletes involved in field events, you must go to the call room to check in for your event. So P2 coming up now, so Leanna Holleran of GTH, and the inside is going to be Amy Doherty of Rahot, Amy Jo Kearns of Oriel Club, Kate O'Connell, Lucan Harriers, Saoirse Fitzgerald, Lucan Harriers, Ashton Stratford, Rahot, and Debbie Crossan of Finney Valley. That's P2.
My apologies, these are the heats for the women's 400 metres. So we will have the final later on.
Yeah, and I was wondering why Niamh was looking over her shoulder there, coming down the home straight.
So my apologies.
Yeah, it's really difficult because obviously we might draw our attention now to Nudie, Elizabeth Nudie in the long jump as she takes to the runway. Again, there's a big gusty wind right in her face. But look at that long first 2-3 strides. She just eases into her running. And she's not having as much difficulty with the board, but you can see she was probably about a foot off the plasticine as it used to be. But still looks like a good jump, so we'll be bringing those results to you as shortly as possible. Of course, Elizabeth Nudie, based over in France, she's just recently done a personal best and an underage national record, I'm pretty sure. So she's an athlete coming into this in really, really good form. You can see her working with her coach down there as we speak. And she'll be knocking on the door for national records here. I don't know what the championship record is, but we'll have to look into that as well because she's going to be coming close for sure.
So yes, my apologies again. We have 3 heats of the women's under 20 400 metres. I think I must have read the timetable wrong, Michael. I was thinking we were maybe later on in the day than we were. But this is next on the track. We are going to have the second heat of the under 20 women's 400 metres. Thankfully, Niamh Murray still has another opportunity to get that second B standard later on, hoping for some more favourable conditions. A 56.39 in a heat is not bad going at all in these conditions. But heat 2 of the under 20 women's 400 metres. From the inside, we have Leanne Colleran from Galway City Harriers. Lane 3, Amy Doherty from Rotove AC. Lane 4, we've got Amy Jo Kearns from Oriel. Lane 5, Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers. Lane 6, Saoirse Fitzgerald, also of Lucan Harriers. Lane 7, Aisling Stratford from Rotove. And on the outside we have Demi Crossan from Finn Valley AC as heat 2 of the under 20 women's 400 metres takes to their blocks. And looks like a pretty even start here. Potentially the athlete on the outside, Aisling Stratford of Rotove AC, opening up a slight gap on the rest of the field. And also going well on the inside is Amy Doherty of Rotove AC.
400 metres.
But it looks like it's going to be Amy Doherty of Rotove AC in the lead as they approach the 200 metre mark in heat 2 of the under 20 women's 400 metres.
So women first, please go to the corner. That's under 20 and under 23.
Very tight here as they come to 150 to go in heat 2 of the under 20 women's 400 metres. Going to be a very close finish between lanes 3, 4 and 5 as they come up to 50 metres to go. But currently looks like Kate O'Connell of Lucan Harriers is going to take first position in heat 2, closely followed by her teammate Saoirse Fitzgerald. Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers crossing the line there in 58 seconds. Probably going to see quite a few fast qualifiers potentially coming from that first heat.
Yeah, good running there. Difficult conditions as the clouds close in overhead. And we will just bring your attention back to the women's long jump. So this is the under 20. Of course, Ruby Millett took the win earlier this morning in the under 23. And now we have Laura Frawley, and as I mentioned earlier, Elizabeth Newdy's national record earlier in this season of 6:44. Oh, and that's a really, really good jump there from Frawley. That looked fantastic, but just a little bit close on the board. You could see she was chopping her strides a little bit at the end. So on the approach, the last 5 or 6, she knew she was a little bit close. And of course, the athletes have the added benefit now of being able to go back, as Laura did just there, to have a look at the camera, which is shining down on the board, no longer using plasticine. So you can just see the camera there looking down at the long jump board, which is a really nice addition to have here in an Athletics Ireland setup. As Oku Bakari takes to the runway, and that looks good. That will be a jump. The Lieve LAC athlete, so many national titles to her name in the hurdles, in the 60, and also in a long jump. A lot of medals in her closet at home. So that looked like a good jump, a good one to get on the board. But as I was just mentioning earlier, they're using that camera down there, which is a nice addition. It means that it's a little bit more reliable, I suppose, than the naked eye or than the old plasticine which they used to roll out on the blue part of the board. So nice to see the technology being brought here on this freshly laid track in Tullamore Harriers. And that's a nice jump there. And that was Lucy Fitzgerald from Tipperary Town AC.
And it's also qualifying standard for the under-20s in Jerusalem. Under-23 now, steeple.
If you want these in your
the men's under 23 steeple. Stop page, yeah, walk back. Apologies for talking across the race.
Okay, we've just seen the third heat just about to take off there, that has been called back as somebody's about to get the information they don't necessarily want.
And in first place is Arching Spillane from Ennis Track Club, 908.56. So well done to the 3 athletes. The medals were presented by Amy Captain, CEO of Ennis Ireland, and all of the cycles and apologies.
So as we see these 400 metre runners getting ready for their third heat, we've got Michelle Brannigan in lane 2, Rennie Crotty lane 3, lane 4 is Maeve O'Neill, then Victoria Amaderman in 5, Hannah Murray in 6, Amy Rose Kelly from South Galway in 7, and Saoirse Carrigan from Troth in lane 8. Final heat, it's the first 2 and the 2 fastest losers that will go through to the final.
Of the under 20 women's 400 metres.
Heat 3 is off, and it looks like lanes Hannah Murray, Victoria Amaderman, Amy Rose Kelly. But it's Amaderman who looks to have the edge as they go through 200 metres in round about 26 or 27 seconds. It's Amaderman from Dunedin. And on her outside, it's Hannah Murray who's chasing her all the way as they come into the home straight, and they're going to feel a stiff wind here. They're still holding it together. It's Victoria Medemine just leading, just holding on, but being chased hard by Hannah Murray from Finn Valley. Who's it going to be? It's a qualifier, first two and the two fastest leaders, and coming through in third place there, just inside Victoria, was Meave O'Neill for third place. 57.23 was the winning time for Victoria Medemine of Heat 3. That compares well with the other two heats. It's only Niamh Murray faster than that at this point.
Our next event on the track is the under-23 women's 400 metres.
As we pan across now to the women's long jump again, it's Chloe Keenan from Emo Rat AC. She takes to the runway. Again, just looking at that little tassel there beside her, definitely a bit of a headwind, but a successful jump in. She's on the board, and she will be followed by Elizabeth Nudie, who is... We'll bring the results to you as soon as possible. As I said earlier, the national record holder, under 20, which she broke earlier this season. And it's brilliant to see such a high caliber athlete always comes to these national championships and shows up and competes. And she'll be dragging the rest of the field to even better performances, no doubt. But just feeling that wind there now, and it's not only windy, but it's also a bit cold out there. I've been watching her running back and forth along the track, just desperately trying to keep warm. Probably not used to this kind of conditions, coming from a base in France. Watch these first two strides, really long and powerful. Look at that. So explosive, and then quickens her cadence as she approaches the board. And that one looked a bit closer, but again, she's just that little bit off the board. So she's quickening her strides as she approaches the board, but potentially quickening and shortening too much. Maybe the cold conditions are just playing on her mind a little bit. I reckon that was probably her third or second or third jump of the competition, so she'll have to come back again later on to give it another go. As we focus on the Rathote athlete, Caoimhe Fitzsimmons. Yeah, a little bit more astute at dealing with that gusty wind, but just as I said it looks like that's going to be a red flag. So no luck for Caoimhe Fitzsimmons on that occasion. And she's not even going to go back to look at the camera. Oh, the judge is just pointing to say, you can have a little look here if you want. So she's going to wander across, have a look at her foot on the board on the laptop screen.
So next on the track we have the under-23 women's 400 metre final. Straight final for these women. In lane 3 we've got Lauren McCord from Bandon AC. In lane 4 looks like we've Blonid Falkerty from Enniscorthy. Lane 5 Miriam Daly, Carrick Sur AC. Lane 6 Caoimhe Cronin from Lakela. Lane 7 Charlotte Burke DSD, and lane 8 Anna Heavey from Clonliffe. It looks like we may have an athlete missing from lane 5 potentially. Yeah, it looks like Blonid Fogarty has not broken to the start line today. So we are one woman down in this under-23 women's 400 metre final, but it looks like the athlete on the outside, Charlotte Burke from DSD, making a really good start here, along with Caoimhe Cronin from Lakela and Miriam Daly from Carrick-on-Sur. Oh no, but it looks like someone has pulled a bit of a hamstring issue on the back straight, so we are down to 4 ladies, but it is Caoimhe Cronin in the lead as they reach this 400 metre mark, but hot on her heels is Charlotte Burke from DSD AC as they come to the 150 metre mark in this race. Really hope that athlete that had a bit of a hamstring issue is okay. Always a bit difficult when that can happen. Moving through on the inside here we have Lauren McCourt of Bandon AC really challenging Caoimhe Cronin as they come into these final 50 metres, and she is moving incredibly well in the last 10-20. We're going to have a bit of a fight on our hands here for the gold medal, but it looks like it's going to be Lauren McCourt of Bandon AC, and coming in close second there was Caoimhe Cronin of Lakela, and in third Charlotte Burke from DSD AC. Quite a tight finish there. Not seeing Laura McCourt feature until the latter stages, but what a great win for her.
Yeah, obviously paced the race really well and came through right at the right time. But yeah, difficult to see hamstrings. She's getting a hug over there on the sideline from her coach or parent, and hopefully she's okay. But not easy to see, and the starting crew are doing the best they can to, try and keep the pace of the starts and the races as fluent as possible, because the last thing the athletes want to be doing is throwing their tracksuit bottoms and their tops off and then standing at the starting blocks for ages in this gusty wind, because sometimes maybe those cold conditions can make it a little bit more likely for something like that to happen. But a great race nonetheless.
Charlie Healy-Harrison giving our athlete on the other side of the track a bit of comfort there. It can be a very difficult time, and even just anyone on hand is good to support that athlete in that difficult moment.
Yeah, so important to get that support. As we look at Oku Bakari on the long jump run up here now, and she's just having a super competition down there. Very consistent with that run up, especially with these conditions. And she's got a good one on the board again. So she'll be happy with that. As we ready ourselves now for the men's 400 metres.
Under 20 minutes, 400 metres. We have Cathal Masterson of Rahote in lane 2, Joe Doody of Cabatini in lane 3, Stephen Mannion in lane 4, Gillian Fanny Leve in lane 5, John Kiley.
Yeah, so the guys are just limbering up now. Again, giving the hamstrings a few stretches. As we look at this athlete again on the runway for the long jump. And that's definitely a break. Again, the wind is just settling down. They make an adjustment, and then it picks up right at the wrong time. Unfortunately, it knocks the run up off a little bit. We'll just pan across now to the men's 400 metres as they ready themselves. We've got Cathal Masterson from Rathode AC in lane 2, Joe Doody, Cabinteely AC in 3. Stephen Mannion from South Galway AC in 4, Killian Fahy, Leevale AC in 5, Sam Kiley in 6, Anthony Roquette from Dundrum South Dublin AC in 7, and Owen Kane in 8. So a big field for this one, the first of 2 heats in the men's under 20 400 metre sprint. First 3 finished and 2 fastest qualifiers for these 2 heats. So they wind themselves into the block now. Christopher O'Donnell, championship record in 2017, 46.54. And away they go first time. Really good start from the Leevale athlete Killian Fahy, and he looks to be just striding along very, very nicely, and he will have the wind on his back down that home straight, or that back straight. The Rathode athlete out in lane 8, Owen Kane, seems to be going well as well. Nice relaxed stride. And also coming through in Cabinteely AC, Joe Doody seems to be making up ground, and he has the stagger on this second bend. And as it unwinds, it looks like one of the athletes from the inside lanes. Yeah, it looks like the Cabinteely man is coming very strong. But of course, the Leevale athlete seems to be holding it off now. And this is a good run from Killian Fahy. He really got out well. He's just cruising down the home straight. These 3 guys know they have it. Yeah, I think they just about held on. Katie's beside me getting a little bit anxious looking at that one.
I did definitely feel a little bit anxious for Killian Fahy there. Like, he slowed up so much, and it's always hard to perceive that those athletes are coming in quite quick behind you. Definitely, I don't want to say, but I think he secured qualification.
Yeah.
But that would, as a coach or something, that would make me a bit anxious.
I think so too. And these guys, they want to look cool, coming down the home straight, and they want to make it easy, and also they want to conserve energy. So I think they just about got it right on that time. Mind you, the coaches might not have been happy with them for easing off quite as much on that occasion, but got the job done, and we move on.
It is a tough schedule for the 400 metre runners today. I don't think we can actually really appreciate, like, running 400s is tough. It's really hard on your hamstrings, but it can also affect your lungs and everything as well. And there's not a whole lot of recovery time. The final of these 400 metres are expected to go off around 5 o'clock. So some of our last individual races that we're going to have on the track before we start our relays and 200s. And, you know, fair play to Killian. I feel like he's just trying to make sure he has expended the least amount of energy possible.
Yeah, that's it. And it is a bit of an awkward time because, you know, sometimes they'll do 2 100 metres within an hour, and you don't really have to do a full warm-up during that time. You can do the 2 races without, you know, having to start from zero. These guys, they probably will completely cool down, and then they'll have to start another warm-up on top of having already run a 400 metre race. Of course, the top athletes, they can take it a little bit easier in the heats. So the guys that are struggling to make places in that final will find it even more difficult because they're having to give it absolutely everything. So it does help when you're the cream of the crop. I suppose it'll find it a little bit easier in the final because of that.
Yeah, definitely, especially for our athletes that are really going to be taking those 2 fastest qualifier spots. They're probably the ones that are really going to be feeling it the most in their legs. I know from myself that in heats of 400s I've fallen across the line, and you end up having to run again the next day and your legs are really tired, but actually you're still able to make it through. So hopefully these men find the recovery time ample and appropriate, but we'll see how they get on later on time wise.
Yeah, and especially given the conditions, as we said, keeping warm is so important. It's hard to know how much do you eat and drink, and, you know, try not to overdo it and end up with a full belly before the race.
Or nothing in the belly.
Or
I
nothing
think that's
in
what
the belly.
Some people end up doing,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
It definitely is. This sort of opportunity offers a really good learning curve. And I'll be honest, on the international and sort of senior field, we don't really get many races where we're going to be running 2 400s in one day. So, you know, but it's preparing them for the senior level in years to come.
Senan O'Reilly in lane 2, David Mannion in 3, and Dara Masterson in 4. David Bosch in 5, Sean Doggett in 6, John Delaney in 7, and Brendan O'Leary in 8. You know, that's exactly it though, Katie. It's so important for these guys in these championships to have that depth and have those numbers, because if not, they don't get that experience of having run a heat and then a final later on the same day. So it's so important that we encourage as many athletes as possible to take part. And the guys are away. The Rathote athlete that time sat in the blocks a little bit and out in lane 6. So some really varied shapes and sizes in this one, and different running styles, and very difficult to tell at this point in the race who is in the lead. The Rathote athlete, despite doing a very conservative start out of the blocks, seems to be coming ahead or coming through in the lead at the moment, so he was possibly just doing an ultra safe start. And that is David Bosch from Dundrums, and Dara Masterson looks like he's taking the win in this one. Yeah. And Sean Doggett in lane 6 seemed to take the 3rd automatic qualifying spot. And so we'll bring the times and results of those ones to you shortly to see who were the fastest losers from those heats. Bakari on the runway, and again, this time not so clean on the board. Last time she got one off very nicely. That time she looked like she was about a foot off, to be honest. So I don't think she's going to be expecting anything special from that particular jump. And we're just panning across to the St. Albans AC athlete in the pole vault. Pole vault is definitely getting to that time now. Ava O'Connor, of course, will be taking part there, and she's already taken a win in the women's high jump. It's amazing to see her doing the pole vault and the high jump in the one day, especially an athlete of her calibre. She's jumping 180 in the high jump this year, and that's the Nina AC athlete, and of course there was her teammate finished second as well. So those two athletes, those two brilliant high jumpers from Nina, obviously pushing each other on as well. Ava is a super athlete and very, very, very committed and focused. and I am delighted to see her taking part in the pole vault, as I always say. And Eamon Flanagan down there is doing a bit of work with her today. Of course, as we said earlier, not easy conditions, unfortunately, for the vaulters. The next athlete takes to the runway. Oh, not a bad effort, not a bad effort. And that was the second failure at that height, so she'll give that one another go.
Next on the track, we have Heat 1 of the under-23 men's 400 metres. In lane 3, we're going to have Hugo McGee. Lane 4, Callum Baird. Lane 5, Owen Sharkey. Lane 6, Aaron Keane. Lane 7, Luke Ford. And lane 8, Josh O'Mahony. Callum Baird, of course, has qualified as an individual for the under-23 championships. He has PB from this year of 46.95, but he's actually been quite consistent in that, backing up that 46.95 with a 46.97.
Yeah, and also did a really great job for the relay team out in Cilici at the European Games, where he was called in at the very last minute to take the place of Thomas Barr, who was just minding a little bit of a niggle. So a good standard in this one. Look out for Callum Baird in lane 4. As they wind into the blocks, and it's and away first time. And Baird does look good, but also outside him, the Tullamore Harriers AC athlete has gone out very hard, and he looks very relaxed in his running. And it is Aaron Keane, so he's doing a great job. Colin Baird now just showing that high speed efficiency on the back straight. As he just closes the gap, it's going to be these two. And then just outside them, it looks like Luke Ford, the Crogwell AC athlete, is coming into third place at the moment.
Yeah, speaking to Callum's coach just about 10 minutes ago, he said goal for this race is simply to qualify for Callum, and of course later on he would love to win it. But yes, looks like it's going to be Callum Baird from Aaron Keane of Tullamore Harriers, and coming through on the inside there was Hugo McGee from Crusaders. Yeah, so definitely job done. Really looked like they were within themselves for that race, and never in doubt, really mature performance. Again, safe out of the blocks. Last thing you want to do is false start in a heat of 400 metres. So well done to the guys, and we will see them back shortly. As we move to Heat 2, I'm just looking down across the long jump here now. We might just pick up a few events or a few jumps from that event before we move across to the second heat. As the Nina AC athlete takes to the runway. Again, so gusty out there. This is the under 20 women's long jump, and away we go. Oh, that looked like a very good jump, so we'll get that at least named to you shortly. And next up on the runway is Elizabeth Nudie. And again, it's not easy conditions here. I keep emphasising it, but really for these jumpers it's just nightmare conditions. But in fairness to them for coming over, it's great to see all these top class athletes showing up to compete as Nudie takes to the track. And she will definitely have the championship record in the back of her mind, which was set back in 2010 by Joanna Mills, the Ballymena Antrim AC athlete. Nudie's looking to get the crowd behind her, so here we go. Come on, Elizabeth! And she's looking for a big run here now. Last time she was a little bit long on the board, so she takes those long 3, 4, 5 strides. Now she looks to quicken on the board, and that's a big jump. Looked very good, no doubt about it. She is up for this.
really dealing well with the wind, and that was a lovely jump, very neat and tidy. So she'll come back to have a look at her foot. She's happy with that. She's had a look at the tape. We will get that result to you as shortly as possible. Unfortunately, results aren't coming through live, but I think that she's pretty happy with that, and hopefully that will be close to a championship record. And fantastic long jump, and obviously, as I said earlier, Ruby Millett, we weren't here for the commentary, but she was jumping 6:30 something earlier today, so brilliant jumping from her.
Next on track, we have the second heat of the under-23 men's 400 metres. From the inside, we've got Robert Byrne, Kieran Carthy, Keeley Hogan, Andrew Egan, Scott Doon and Dylan King. These guys will be looking to see what those fastest qualifiers were from heat number 1. Hoping that as many athletes as possible can make it through from the second heat. That is the joy and benefit of being in the second heat. But it looks like quite a quick start there on the outside from Andrew Egan of Galway City Harriers, opening up a little bit of gap on the rest of the field. But on the inside, we're seeing big moves there from Cian Carthy of DSDAC. Also in the mix is Robert Byrne from Tala. As they hit the 200 metre to go mark, we'll start to see the stagger unwind. We'll start to work out who's going to be in the lead. But it looks like those three athletes are going to be in contention as we get to 100 metres to go. We've got Andrew Egan of Galway City Harriers, Robert Byrne of Tala, and also in the middle we have Scott Dunn of Dundrum, DSDAC. But it looks like it's going to be Scott Dunn from DSD going to take the easy win in this and just cruising through the line there, closely followed by Andrew Egan of Galway City Harriers and our athlete on the inside, Robert Byrne. But yes, looks like quite a comfortable qualification for those athletes here today. And the final later on, so they're definitely trying to conserve a bit of energy.
Yeah, those guys really did look good on the runway or on the track, moving really nicely. We might just be able to pan across to Una Bryce in the women's pole vault, and I think this might just be her opening attempt. Again, a gust picks up right as she's on the runway, but doesn't seem to bother her. Oh, just as I said it, she come down a little bit short on that one. Just hit it on the way down. That looked like a good jump, and plenty of height over it. I think the height there is 3:15 at the moment. Ava will be up straight away after her. So Mary McKenna from Luskay, Cara Marcy, don't see her down there today. Una Bryce, Ava Rochford, Aveen MacDonald from St Albans, who we saw earlier, and Poppy Devereux. That is the lineup. So Ava Rochford, the high jump champion from earlier today, takes to the run up. And this for her 3:15. I'm not sure if she's taken an earlier height. Again, so difficult these conditions, and you can really see there she was just struggling on the run up. And so that occasion she planted the pole in the box, went up, she actually came down, looks like she landed on the track, landed it really well. It's not easy to do that without landing with a big thud.
I was about to say, what do you make of, obviously these athletes are contending with a runway that has some stones on the either side, you know, especially in these windy conditions. It is a bit of an injury risk, but hopefully they will be able to manage it. We won't have any injuries today.
Yeah, and exactly there, Ava landed on the track, so if she had landed just off to the side of it, possibly wouldn't have been ideal. Now, because she didn't cross the zero line, so she didn't cross the back of the box, she's actually able to just walk straight back out and take another attempt. So that didn't actually count as a failure. Now this time the wind seemed a little bit smoother, but you see she's struggling with the run up there. So looks like either the mark is a little bit too long for her, or maybe it's just that the legs are feeling it a little bit after doing a high jump competition into the wind earlier today. But she was definitely too far out there, so she's going to have to make some adjustments to her run up. That one looked like a good technical jump after that. But yeah, the run-up is really everything in the vault.
I can ask some questions because I don't know much about pole vault.
Do.
We have our pole vault expert here. So how would the wind affect our athletes today? Would they be having to make adjustments to the run-up? how does it affect as they're coming over the bar? Of course, they're in midair.
Yeah.
That's going to affect body positions and forces and everything like that. So what do you make of the wind today and how that might be affecting these athletes?
Yeah, well, there's a psychological impact. So, it affects your technique because you kind of stiffen up a little bit. It's not going to affect the flight of your body mass through the air, but what it can do when you're on the runway, especially if you have a crosswind, you're holding a pole, these girls are holding poles that are probably 13 feet long, and they're very light. So the wind coming across the track can actually blow the pole off the runway. And so you're aiming it to get it straight down the middle of the track into that metal box at the end of the runway, and the pole, you can see it blowing to the side, off the side of the track. So you actually have to fight to keep it in a straight line and not miss that metal box. If you miss that metal box, that can spell disaster for you. So that's one of the effects that it can have. Obviously then as well, if you've got a wind behind you, you might need to be on a stiffer pole because you're able to travel at more momentum, you're a little bit more relaxed in your run-up, everything feels good, your technique might improve because of it. So that, for that reason, you might need a pole that's a little bit stiffer because you're more easily able to bend it, and the stiffer the pole, the higher it can fire you. Conversely, if the wind is blowing straight into your face, like it more likely is today, you'll actually be using a softer pole, which is easier to bend, but it's less able to give you a recoil and send you higher up into the air, essentially, and over a higher bar.
Absolutely. Next on the track, we're just going to stay with the pole vault for now, but just to let you know, next on the track, we are going to have the final of the under-20 women's 1500 metres. And today we have a massive entry for this event. Really great to see so many girls entered and showing today. We will bring the start list to you as soon as we can.
Oh, that's definitely as a vaulter. She's lying on the track there, that athlete. She won't have enjoyed that one. Athlete 1. I should know that lady now because she's a super vaulter, brilliant technician. That is, I think, we have the 2 age categories, so apologies for that. We'll get that lady's name for you in just a second. But yeah, that one, a rough kind of clearance. She just had to stick with it as best she could, but it wasn't ideal, and she knows that technically didn't feel good. We're going to pan across now to Nudie, and she has taken probably her 5th or 6th attempt. She's trying to get the crowd behind her, so she's pumped. She's up for that national record. She looks so good on this runway, and that time she hits the board absolutely perfect, and you can see she left everything on that landing as well. Clawed her heels into the sand to get her body over the landing spot of her heels.
And just on track now, the under-20 women's 1500 metres have just started. As I said, large entry in this event today, and certainly, as we know from 1500 metre championship racing, it certainly has the potential to be a bit of a slow and tactical one. Some notable entrants to take note of today. We are joined by the 2 Foster sisters, Lucy and Kirsty. Lucy currently has the EYOF qualifying time. I'm unsure yet if she has been selected. But she was 4th in the Irish Schools 1500 metres senior girls this year and finished 10th at the EYOF last year. She was also Irish Schools champion in 2022. We've also got Eilish Hawkins of Celtic DCH, Charlotte Carpendale, Abigail O'Regan, Ella Collins, Lucy Foster, Catherine Martin of City of Lisburn, past 2nd place in Irish Schools and Ulster Schools champion, Roisin Gainey, Hannah Keogh, Eve Dunphy, Maeve Caffrey, Kirsty Foster, Isabel Lynch, Clodagh Gill, Grace Byrne, Rebecca Rossiter and Lucy O'Flynn. So really big entry in this women's under-20 race today, and plenty of action and excitement to come as they are starting to approach the 400 metre mark, coming through there in about 78 seconds or so. Qualifying time for that under 20 1500 metres, A time is 4:20.00 and B is 4:24. I don't think we have any women that are currently qualified for that championship, but a few that are not far off anyway. But it looks like it's still Catherine Martin from City of Lisburn at the front of this large pack. She was our Ulster Schools champion last year over 3K, has a PB of 4:30.36 and a season's best of 4:31. So really not far off her best this year. We are looking at quite a conservative pace, but we will absolutely be expecting that it is going to kick off within the next couple of laps. On her shoulder, it looks like Kirsty Foster and her sister Lucy, both of Willowfield Harriers, coached by their dad. And also on their shoulder is Rebecca Rossiter of Candor Track Club. Those are our top ladies at the front. Still in one large pack. Not many athletes that have drifted off, but it looks like Catherine Martin of City of Lisburn has made a little bit of a kick and a move on the rest of the field. They're really going to have to try and cover this move, and it looks like Rebecca Rossiter of Canada Track Club trying to cover that move. And sorry, my apologies, that's actually Lucy Foster of Willowfield Harriers trying to make sure they can get back onto Catherine Martin from City of Lisburn. Believe it or not, we actually have 4 women in this race that go to the same school. We have 4 ladies that go to school in Down High and Downpatrick in Northern Ireland. Can be a bit of a challenge for Ulster districts and Irish schools whenever they're trying to pick what events they want to do, but it is Catherine Martin of City of Lisburn and also Down High in the lead here, and she is closely followed by Hannah Keogh of Kilkenny City Harriers, who has made the move from that main pack back up to Catherine. Very brave move to be made. The rest of the pack really need to be starting to look how they can make some moves to get back on Catherine. So it's Catherine Martin and Hannah Keogh of Kilkenny City Harriers as they take the bell in just a fraction under 3:30. In that chasing pack, we've got Kirsty Foster of Willowfield and Rebecca Rossiter of Canada Track Club. But it is still Catherine Martin from Hannah Keogh of Kilkenny City Harriers as they are just going over that 300 to go mark, and it looks like Hannah Keogh just going past Catherine Martin as they get to 250 to go, but that pack behind is chasing really hard. And it looks like Hannah Keogh from Kilkenny City Harriers starting to open a gap up on Catherine Martin from City of Lisburn as they get to that steeplechase barrier, which signifies around 150 to go. Going to be some fight here for this bronze medal. Still Hannah Keogh as they come into the home straight, where they're going to be facing a little bit of a headwind. And it looks like Clodagh Gill in third. Clodagh Gill, of course, is some fantastic 3K runners, so a little bit under distance for her today. She is qualified for the EYOF for the 3K, but it is going to be Hannah Keogh of Kilkenny City Harriers, absolutely delighted with her performance. Catherine Martin of City of Lisburn, Clodagh Gill, Kirsty Foster, Rebecca Rossiter and Lucy Foster. What a fantastic women's 1500 metre race that we have today, coming through there in about 3:37. No PBs, but certainly good championship racing with a slow start, and Catherine Martin really pushing that pace on once they got past 400 metres. We are going to head back to the long jump where
unfortunately was a foul for her, and so won't improve on her. Looks like a 5:53, and she's struggling with the board a little bit today. Next up, athlete number 5 is Laura Frawley, and so she is in second place at the moment. So this is the final round, on her best 5:69, so good jumping in the conditions. So this is the last 2 jumps of the women's under 20 long jump final, and so she takes to the runway now. The wind down here on the board is not too bad, but a little bit further up the runway is a little bit less sheltered, I reckon. So she takes to the runway. Very tall, and that's another break, unfortunately. Looked like a really good jump as well, so that's a pity. Very powerful running. Unfortunately, that is her last and final jump, and 5:69 was the finishing distance here. So now we have Nudie, and I'm just looking at the results here on the finish scorecard, and she has in fact broken the championship record with a jump of 6:30 today. So herself and Mellet earlier in the under 23 competition have treated us to some fantastic long jumping, and she takes to the runway for her final attempt. Job done today, I think. The only opportunity she wants to probably better her national record, and she's getting the crowd going here now. Watch these first 3 strides, they're so explosive, so powerful, and she carries the speed. Looks like the wind is just maybe favouring her a little bit here. Oh, she's just over the board there, and she gave it absolutely everything. I'd say she had about 2 centimetres on the board. But look, job done for Nudie. She'll be happy with that. Unfortunately, that is a foul.
Track, we have the under-23 women's 1500 metre final, where we're seeing Sophie O'Sullivan in action again on the track today. Her second race of the day, looking to make it 2 golds. Leading out the front there, we've got Jane Buckley of Leeville AC, Sophie O'Sullivan and Niamh Carr from Celtic DCH just closely following them up. Niamh Carr just made this race in time, racing in Watford in the BMC last night, really trying to chase that second B standard to make the under-23 championship, but just missing it by a very small fraction, running 4:20.6. B standard that they're looking for would be 4:20.00. Jane Buckley was 13th in the NCAA 5K final in Providence as a freshman, absolutely making some amazing moves there over in the States. She was the Big East cross-country winner in 2022 and representing Leeville today. She is leading out this women's under-23 1500 metres with Sophie O'Sullivan and Niamh Carr hot on her heels. Also in the race today, we've got Emer Maher, Sarah Baston, Aisling Moen, Helena O'Keefe, Emma Murray, Aoife Coffey, Katie Green, Sophie O'Sullivan, Lauren Murphy, Niamh Carr, Jane Buckley, Emer McGlynn and Holly Carroll. Still have a big group of about 8 athletes at the front. Coming around the outside there, we've got Emer Maher of DSD just trying to take closer order alongside those top 3 athletes. They're going to be coming up to 1 lap to go very shortly, and the pace looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit. Not a super fast pace, but Jane Buckley is certainly keeping it clipping along. But it is still Jane Buckley from Sophie O'Sullivan from Niamh Carr as they come up to 600 metres to go. Field just really starting to stretch out. Looks like Jane Buckley is having to put in a little bit more effort here to hold off Sophie O'Sullivan as they come up to 500 to go. Wind really picking up here in Tullamore Harriers Stadium as it looks like it's still Jane Buckley from Sophie O'Sullivan from Niamh Carr as they take the bell in 3:22. 400 metres to go. Let's see what these 3 ladies can do. Sorry, 4. We also have a 4th DSD athlete that is also joining us. Emer Maher of DSD. Jane Buckley just moving into 3rd position there as Niamh Carr and Sophie O'Sullivan go round her with 300 to go. But it's now Sophie O'Sullivan from Niamh Carr from Jane Buckley from Emer Maher as they come up to 200 to go. Going to be hitting that 200 metre to go mark in about just under 4 minutes. Probably looking at quite a fast finish here with Sophie O'Sullivan really looking to hold off Niamh Carr as they open up a slight gap on Emer Maher from DSD. But it is still Sophie O'Sullivan going for her 2nd gold of the day from Niamh Carr and Jane Buckley. But it looks like it's Sophie O'Sullivan opening up a little bit of a gap from our potential silver and bronze medalists. And it looks like it's going to be Sophie O'Sullivan taking her 2nd win of the day in 4:27.06. Niamh Carr from DCH and Jane Buckley from Leeville coming in that 3rd position, with Emer Maher, who really tried her best to stay with that main group as long as possible, coming in 4th, just unfortunately falling outside the medals. Next on track, we are going to have the men's 1500 under 20 final. I'm not sure. We might see a combined race here. They might be separate. We'll have to see. Featuring in this race, we've got Nick Griggs of Candor Track Club. He's also joined by Jack Fenlon, Oisin McGloin, Harry Colbert, Sean Cronin, Jamie Byrne, Owen O'Connor. Looking here at the championship record from 1996 is 3:50.42 set by James Nolan. That could certainly be under threat today. We have seen plenty of championship records fall, notably Jonas Stafford in the steeplechase, also Ava O'Connor in the steeplechase. This race is scheduled for 4:55, and it looks like the athletes are on the track. We've got Finn Boyle from Crusaders AC, Sean Lawton, Daniel Buckley, John Kenny, Daniel Ellis, Ben Atchison, Nick Griggs, Christopher Keenan, Owen O'Connor, David Williams, Oisin McGloin, Seamus Robinson, Connor Sherwin, Jack Dias, Sean Cronin, Jamie Byrne, Louis Woodger, Jack Fenlon, and Matthews Wannick from Lucan Harriers. Quite a big field in this men's race. 19 athletes in total. It could have the potential to be a little bit messy if we don't see an early leader. Nick Griggs, of course, is our current under 20 1500 metre national record holder, among many other under 20 national records. He has just flown into Dublin this morning, having raced in Watford last night, taking a win in the A 1500 metre race there. Not in a particularly fast time, but certainly a good win over a stacked field. He is our Euro under 23k champion from 2021, and he finished a fantastic second in the European Junior Cross Country Championships at the end of 2022. Also in this race, we've got Jack Fenlon, who has the Euro under 23k time with an 8:15 PB, so we're expecting to see him feature. He also finished 11th place at the Euro under 18s 3k last year in Jerusalem. And it looks like we've got an early leader in Nick Griggs, stretching the field out, hopefully avoid any casualties and tripping up in that early stage. Closely followed behind is Jack Fenlon. Difficult to tell from this angle who else is featuring at this point, but it looks like Nick Griggs and Jack Fenlon coming through 200 metres in just under 30 seconds. Still a very large strung out pack at this point, but it's still Nick Griggs from Jack Fenlon from Sean Cronin of Clonliffe Harriers. Sean Cronin has the EYOF qualifying time. He was our Interboys 1500 metre Irish Schools champion, has a PB of 3:55. And he's trying to take closer order here, bridging that gap between the leaders and the rest of the pack. A little bit of pushing and shoving there from Louis Woodger as he also tries to take closer order. But it is Nick Griggs from Jack Fenlon, from Sean Cronin, from Louis Woodger. A little bit of some gaps developing between Nick Griggs, Jack Fenlon, and the athlete from Clonliffe in third, Sean Cronin. Louis Woodger just letting that gap to Sean Cronin increase a little bit again as they reach 600 metres in approximately 1:32 for the leaders. But it is still Nick Griggs and Jack Fenlon as they come up to 800 metres to go in this under 20 men's 800 metre final. Nick is going to be chasing that championship record time of 3:50.42. Potentially Jack Fenlon could also be going for the European Junior under 20 time for 1500 metres. He currently has the EYOF time for the 3k. Field is very strung out at this point, but no change in those top four. But it looks like our main pack is starting to take closer order on Louis Woodger from Metros and Bridges. That main chase is being taken on by our Lucan Harriers athlete. Nick Griggs from Candor Track Club just starting to open up a little bit of a gap on Jack Fenlon as they're going to be coming up to take the bell. big gaps appearing here between Jack Fenlon and Sean Cronin of Clonliffe. But we've really got that pack behind, looking for that 5th place, really competitive as Nick takes the bell in 2:45. Jack Fenlon also really starting to chase and close really hard. Think we're going to see quite an exciting race here for 5th and 3rd place. Looks like Jamie Byrne from DSD starting to make a move onto Sean Cronin of Clonliffe. They're really going to be trying to chase him down for that 3rd place. But it's Nick Griggs about to come up to 200 metres to go, really trying to pick up the pace as best as possible. And Jack Fenlon also having a fantastic run here today from St Albans AC. As that main chasing pack are really trying to close in on Sean Cronin from Clonliffe. That chase being led by Jamie Byrne of DSD, but it's no doubt about our winner today. Nick Griggs takes a quick glance across his shoulder just to check where Jack Fenlon is as he comes up to 50 metres to go. Jack Fenlon still moving incredibly well as he comes towards the finish. Nick Griggs coming across the line in 3:45.95. Jack Fenlon crossing in about 3:50 point, potentially also under that previous championship record. Sean Cronin managed to hold on for bronze despite that strong chasing group of Jamie Byrne and co. No doubt about our winner today. Nick Griggs taking the win in the under 20 men's 1500 metres in a new championship record time of 3:45.95. Second place getting that silver medal is Jack Fenlon, probably around the 3:50 point. Jack would have been just slightly shy of that under 20 B standard for the under 20 European Championships, which are being held in Jerusalem at the end of July, start of August. But next on the track we're going to have the under 23 men's 1500 metres. Once again, quite a large entry for this race. Only athletes with the qualifying time are 2 US-based athletes, Conor Murphy and Ronan McMahon. They are not entered today in this event, so we're going to see plenty of other athletes featuring, trying to win that elusive title.
Jumping there from Una Bryson, that was a 3:35 jump, so she'll be quite happy with that given the conditions. Was just chatting to Ava Rochford here, who's decided to call it a day. She, of course, is the champion in the high jump earlier, a jump of 176, which is really good going. But having to leave it for now in the pole vault. And just as we say it, the wind seems to be dying down here a little bit, so potentially Una will be able to get a bit of rhythm going. But we'll have to wait and see about that.
Lineup for the under 20. Mulcarty of Candor Track Club, Dylan Casey, Ennis Track Club, Patrick Noonan from Crockwell, Aaron Brennan from Galway City Harriers, Callum Morgan, Candor Track Club, Frank O'Brien, East Cork AC, Gavin Kenny, Bandon AC, Finton Campbell, Candor Track Club, Mark Hanrahan, Ennis Track, Oisin Davis from Crockwell, Anna O'Bray from DSDAC, Marcus Clark from Rotooth AC, Peter Carty from Candor Track Club, Matteo Mary from Waterford AC, and Matthew Crowley from Cork Track Club. Still a very competitive men's race here. Callum Morgan has the 5k under 23 time, 13:57 PB over 5k, and he will be really looking to see if he can try and win this today. But it looks like taking the early lead is Dylan Casey of Ennis Track, Dean Casey's twin brother, coached by Pat Hogan. Also in this race, we've got Mark Hanrahan, also coached by Pat Hogan, as part of that Euro under-20 cross-country gold-winning team from early last year. But it looks like early leader, we've got Dylan Casey. And on his outside, we have Gavin Kenny from Bandon AC. Tucked on the inside, we've got Aaron Brennan from Galway City Harriers. On his outside, we've got Oisin Davis of Crockwell. And tucked on the inside also is Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club. We have 4 Candor Track Club athletes in this race. 2 Ennis Track. So a little bit of a battle on to see which club can reign in this under-23 men's 1500 metres. But it is still Dylan Casey from Ennis Track, from Gavin Kenny of Bandon AC, and Aaron Brennan of Galway City Harriers. Very tight pack at this point, as they will be starting to approach the 600 metre mark once they come into the top of the home straight. We will check their pace at that point. Still Dylan Casey of Ennis Track, and they're going to hit 600 in about 1:39 or so. So significantly slower than that men's under-20 race. Continue this pace. That's given them a finishing time of around just over 4 minutes, which is certainly within the capabilities of most of the athletes in this field. But it is still Dylan Casey from Ennis Track in the lead. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit more bunching, as the athletes might be getting a little bit more anxious to get near the front. It looks like Mark Hanrahan, also of Ennis Track, starting to take closer order. Still Dylan Casey from Gavin Kenny of Bandon. Gavin Kenny of Bandon AC really just in a fantastic position for this whole race. He is running slightly wide on the outside, which will allow him to cover any move that is made. Looks like that's Mark Hanrahan also sitting on the outside, waiting for any move to pounce, as they're going to be coming up to a lap to go. I am predicting that this is going to be a messy last 400 metres, as it looks like Mark Hanrahan of Ennis Track takes the lead as they're about to take the bell. Looks like Oisin Davis of Crockwell AC also trying to take closer order, along with Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club. But it also looks like that is Frank O'Brien from East Cork AC trying to get into the mix there as they took the bell. Frank O'Brien really trying to chase Mark Hanrahan down this back straight, with Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club also trying to get on to that group. Athlete on the outside, I'm not sure who that is, really has made a massive move to get to the front there. They really need to try and cover this move. Looks like Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club making some serious moves around the outside as he comes in to take the lead in the last 100 metres. It's Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club, Mark Hanrahan and Frank O'Brien of East Cork AC. My apologies, I cannot read the number of that athlete in second, but it looks like it's going to be Callum Morgan of Candor Track Club celebrating as he crosses the line, with a very close finish between Mark Hanrahan and Frank O'Brien from East Cork AC. And it looks like that was Matteo Mary of Waterford AC. My apologies. Matteo making a really fantastic move, around 200 to go, absolutely sprinting past the rest of the field, but unfortunately just run out of the medals. Finishing time of 3:57.24 for Callum Morgan. 2 wins for Candor Track Club in the under-23 and under-20 men's 1500 metres.
So Abby O'Neill in the pole vault. This is 3:35. I think it's her second attempt. Oh, and she jumped the pole. Did she cross the back line? I'm not actually sure. I think that will actually count as a foul. Potentially could have slowed herself down a little bit earlier and avoided using up one of her attempts, because the previous vault was actually a really, really good vault. Everything was perfect. The run was perfect. Looked like she was just about ready to come into a bit of a rhythm in this competition, but the pole was just a little bit too soft. So if she had done the same jump again with a slightly stiffer pole, then she'd have been, almost guaranteed to go over. But of course, the wind picks up, the conditions change, and all of a sudden she ends up stopping on the runway. It's just difficult conditions for the vault. But she's back again. I'm not sure if this is going to be counted as the same attempt. I couldn't see from here whether she went over the 0 line or not. I reckon this could be her third and final attempt. And again, it's a gusty old wind down there. Hopefully she'll get a little bit of a break. And takes to the run up again. Abby O'Neill, the Ballymena Antrim AC, and just not as good a takeoff there. It's just been such a frustrating competition, and that's the end of it for her, for Abby O'Neill. She really got a few good jumps in there in the middle of the competition, but unfortunately just so inconsistent, and that was really, it's just not easy out there today for the vaulters. As we ready ourselves, Una is the only one left in that competition. Again, she failed twice at her opening height, and then managed to get herself going, and has actually had a few good jumps since then, and she's up at clear at 3:35, so she'll be looking for a few heights beyond that now.
Under 20 women, under 23 women, under 20 men, under 20
in the under 20 women.
And Una Bryce, this will be her first attempt at this next height, which I'm assuming is about 345, 350. And just as we say it, a bit of a wind gushing in her face. She makes her way down the runway, and that's a really good jump. Given the conditions, fantastic effort from her. Really showing a great composure out there today, coming into a good vein of form, especially after, as I said earlier, 2 failures on that opening height. It could have been curtains, but she got it on the third attempt. And now she's coming into a bit of rhythm, so hopefully a few more vaults in store for her.
20 women, 23 women, 20 men, 23 men. Can I get you something?
So we are just about to ready ourselves for the first heat of the women's 200 metres. In lane 2, Niamh Murphy from Rathote AC, Ave Ford from Dundrum South Dublin AC, Sophie Garland from Ace AC, Katie Doherty from Rathote AC, Lucy May Sleeman, Leevale AC, who's already took the win in the 100 metres earlier, Danielle Moynihan from Tuam AC, and Nicole Quirk in lane 8 from Galway City Harriers. As they load into their blocks, they'll have the wind behind them on this first bend. Looks like Sleeman, as expected, is away really fast in the first 60 metres, and it's a one-horse race here. Really difficult to see who is in second at the moment. It's quite even, but it looks like just the lane inside Sleeman. Kate Doherty is also running well, but Doherty is coming back really well here now. Can Sleeman hold up? She is going to. She's just maintaining the speed, conserving a little bit of energy. Yeah, Kate Doherty was in second place, also a really good run, but Sleeman did all the work in the first 60 metres, showed her 60 metre speed. She's just off the back of a really good indoor season as well, and she's well able to maintain for the 200 metres, and very composed, safely through. I'm just looking down now. Una Bryce takes to the start of the pole vault run up again. This will be her second attempt. Sorry, it's her first attempt at a new height, so if I can, I'll get the height to you as soon as possible. Yeah, she's really moving well now, and that's a fabulous clearance again. Eamon Flanagan looking very happy down there now. And the sun is definitely coming out, and the breeze potentially dying down a little bit. Very difficult conditions, as I said, and she's dealing with it really well. Yeah, Seamus Flynn and Eamon Flanagan doing the officiating down there. And she's moving up the bar. We'll have to try and get that height to you as soon as possible. So very consistent jumping, finding some good form is Una. As we move back across the field to the next of the women's 200 metre heats. Joanna Shadu in 3, Sophie Parler in 4, Fatima Amusa in 5, Elizabeth Nudie, the long jump champion, in 6, look out for her, Alicia Marr in 7, Lorena Harrison in 8. So look out for Nudie there in 6. Very interesting to see how she gets on in the 200 metres. Just after finishing 6 long jumps, running for the most part into the wind, and they're away first time. And Nudie took a little bit of time to get going out of the blocks, but now when she's into her full running, she is showing some great speed, great top end speed, and she does come into the home straight in the lead. Just inside her, putting up a really good run, Fatima Amusa, who just shows very smooth running. Elizabeth looks like she's working hard. 25-14, good running there to take the win. She didn't ease off too much, didn't leave too much in the tank. Hopefully she'll be able to come back fresh for the final later on. But the job done for those two ladies, Fatima Amusa from Leevale AC in second place, and Elizabeth Nudie in first. And Nudie is feeling it down there. 25-11, as I said, it's good running. And you know, for a lot of people, you might think, well, the 200 metres, it's not that far, but it is a long way. For anyone at home, go to your local track, try 200 metres flat out, and it is a long busting event, especially if you're specialised in the shorter distance of a long jump run up, like Nudie is, which only takes about 5 seconds, even less. A 30 metre run up. 200 metres is a long way for these athletes to go. as we track across to Una Bryce. Another height on the bar here. And she's putting on a really good show down there now in the women's pole vault. Showing that consistency and experience as she takes to the runway again. This is her opening height at this new height. Opening attempt at the new height. But that time, just something didn't feel quite right. Quit the jump. But she'll have 2 more attempts a little bit later on. So looks like just one heat in the women's under 23 200 meters, so possibly just going to be run as a straight final here, I think. And all 8 lanes are in use for this one. So in lane 1, Emma Roach from Dundrum South, Dublin AC. Quiva Rowe from Trim AC in 2. Aisling Kelly, Timon AC in 3. Katie Bergen, the 100 metres champion, in lane 4 from Moyne AC. Erin Tahani, Corin AC in 5. Molly Hurahan from Dundrum South, Dublin AC in 6. Cressida Amanapong from Skerries AC in 7. And Isabel Doyle from Rathfarnham AC in 8. They stand behind their blocks. We're focusing on these middle 2 lanes. Katie Bergen and Erin Tahini, probably favourites to go in this. Of course, Katie's already got the 100 metre heat and final in the legs, so it's really not easy for her to come out and do another race. Interesting to see how she fares in the home straight. Will she be able to maintain that form, or will fatigue start to set in? They wind into their blocks. And they're away first time. And look at that. Out in lane 6, Molly Hurahan is running an absolutely fabulous first 100 metres in this one. She is just blowing the field away here. Molly Hurahan from Dundrum South, Dublin is out in the lead at the moment, but Bergen is coming through really strong. We were expecting Bergen to fail a little bit in the last 100, having come through the 100 metres final and heats earlier, but she came through really well in the end, but it wasn't enough. The Dundrum South Dublin Molly Hurahan was fantastic in the first 100 metres of that race, showing great speed, and then just maintained it as well as she could down the home straight to finish in first place for the 2023 Under 23 National Championships. Brilliant running from her. Yeah. We'll bring those results to you as soon as possible. It looks like 24.88 for Katie Bergen. I'm just waiting for third place to show up from the photo finish results. 25.90 for Cressida. So Cressida Amanapong from Skerries AC looks to have taken third ahead of Aisling Kelly from Timon AC. So really good running from those girls. Straight final in the end. Worked out really well. 8 lanes. Job done.
of our athletics club come to the presentation area if she's in the track. Thank you.
So Una Bryce now takes to the runway. So this would be her second attempt at 375, which is a good jumping. But even as we speak, you can just see the uprights of the pole vault swaying in the wind, and that is a nightmare as you look down the runway as a pole vaulter. To not only see your chalk blowing away beside you, a chalk bag tipping over. There's literally chalk across the runway right now. The wind is gushing, the uprights are swaying, the mats are blowing, but she takes off nonetheless. Optimistic, to be honest, to think that she might have been able to get a jump off. Obviously, these athletes are under a bit of time pressure to take to the runway and complete the jump. There was no chance of her getting off the ground on that occasion. I think she probably would have been better off to just wait a little bit longer, but she might have already used up all of her time on the clock. At this stage of the competition, when they're just about finished, the athletes have about 3 minutes to take each of their jumps, which is, a good amount of time. You don't want to be waiting any longer. You start to get cold, and in this wind, you might even start getting colder earlier than that. So I say she just had to give it a go, and that's what she did, and unfortunately didn't work out on that occasion. But we're underway for the men's 200 metres heat number 1. Ross Moore in lane 2. Chris Durganamu from Rathaoth AC in 3. Danon Long from Enniscorthy in 4. Charlie Bastow in 5. Lachlan Harris in 6. Yasin Salim Said in 7. And Con Bonner in 8. And just at the moment, they're being asked to stand up again. So hopefully they don't have to wait for too long as the second heat line up behind them. It really is cold for this time of the year. Lots of big hoodies and coats and caps being worn around the stadium here today. But we're just about holding off the rain, so we won't complain. As they load into their blocks again. Of course, Long in lane 4, the national champion indoors over this distance. In the red singlet. And they're away. And they're all holding their own on this one. Looks like the Rathaoth athlete outside there. Larkin Harris is going very well at the moment. Harris looking very smooth. Now Long just easing into the lead here, and he's not holding back. Very impressive run by Danon Long. Definitely not as conservative a run as potentially could have been, but he obviously felt that he had it in the legs. It was easy, job done. Definitely a great run by Harris. Takes second place there. Got out a little bit faster and definitely came into the home straight in the lead, but Long used that national champion speed to just ease into first place and take the win. Of course, these guys, they don't want to take it too easy either. I mean, he wants to win the race because he'll get a better lane draw for the final. So that's always something that's on the back of their mind. Although they're going to qualify if they run in the top 2, they also want the best possible lane draw.
Going for the final round there of the women's javelin. The Katie Kingston there, blue ball, just throwing.
So Heat 2 being asked to stand behind their blocks. That is Aaron Guy from Riverstick Kinsale AC, David Forkin from Swinford AC, Dara Murphy, Limerick AC, Killian Curran from Blackrock AC, Luke Butler, Leevale AC, Sean Ennis from Rathout AC, and Mark Inua from Crusaders. They load into their blocks. And they're away first time. And it looks like the Leevale AC athlete up into his tall, running early, closing up the stagger on the Rathout man. Outside him, that is Luke Butler. But on the inside of him, there's a man missing in lane 5, but Dara Murphy from Limerick AC is just looking supreme as he crosses the line. 23.07, and that is lovely running there. Definitely just within himself. Took the win, so a favourable lane draw for him for the final later on today. But really conserved energy very, very well. Looked at like a young gazelle coming down the home straight. So the Limerick AC man, that's a name to look out for sure. Dara Murphy, very efficient running. And again, that time 23.07 showing up on the clock. Looks like Luke Butler, the Leevale man, took second place, 23.42 for him. And then Aaron Guy in third with 23.53. Good running there. The third and final heat will be coming up soon. Also in the infield we have the women's javelin ongoing. We'll try to go down trackside to get a few results of that as soon as possible. And the triple jump, men's triple jump, just about to get underway on the infield as well. It's threatening terrain, but just about holding off at the moment. Could have had a big washout, so we won't complain. Lots more action to come, of course. Sorry, Dave.
So competitors to the women's 5,000 metres, please go to the call room. Competitors to the women's 5,000 metres, please go to the call room.
Some good 1,500 metre races there earlier. Nick Griggs finishing strong, of course. You have a little bit of skin in the game here today, Katie. Your dad is doing a good bit of coaching of a few of the athletes as well. What did you think of the earlier races?
Just to add some context to that story, is that they actually raced last night as well, so it was a bit of a today has not been without dramas. So basically they travelled back, their flight was delayed 2 hours this morning. They just made it in time for a sufficient warm-up, so I wouldn't say the best prep.
Oh, we're just about focusing here on the 200 metres heat 3, which kind of got away in the distance on us there. The Rathout man finishing there in second place. That's Glory Wengemi and Jessie Osas and Glory finished in the top two spots. Or was it Donal Martin actually? Might have been Donal Martin on the inside from Blackrock AC. Took the win, yeah. And Jesse Osas just outside him from Rathout AC. So good running from them. So sorry, Katie. Yeah, that's not the ideal lead up, is it? But it just shows you the commitment and the importance that these guys place on their national championships, and it is so important. These guys are competing all over the world, really, and all over Europe, and they do a lot of travel, and it's it's eaten out of hotels and it's airports and it's a lot of logistics, and it takes a big team and it takes a lot of energy out of them, but they still make a big effort to come back and compete, you know.
Well, I mean, Nick didn't hang around today. Okay, it wasn't like the fastest time ever, but 3:45.91 by yourself is nothing to be ashamed of. You know, new championship record by over 5 seconds, which is pretty good given he front ran that the whole way.
And in windy, cold conditions.
Yeah, it's not. The conditions are not ideal today. He was a little bit disappointed, I think, with his time last night, but to get the win in a BMCA race of that calibre is fairly decent. But in London they were having similar conditions to this. It wasn't particularly warm, it was quite windy at times. Normally they're kind of more guaranteed a little bit better weather than we are, but similar conditions in Ireland as England in the last couple of days. But just hoping for a little bit better weather over the next few weeks. It really helps to really push on those performances for our athletes. I feel like in part we are relying on those conditions in Europe to be good at this time of year to ensure that we can qualify for championships. So yeah, difficult travel conditions for Nick, along with the winner of the under-23 race, Callum Morgan, as well. Not much sleep had last night, but 2 good performances in 2 days is nothing to be annoyed about.
The presentation for the under-23 ladies pole vault, and in first place Abby O'Neill from Ballymena and Antrim Athletic Club. Now we have the presentation for the ladies under-20 pole vault. Now doing the 20 ladies pole vault, in third place, Poppy Devereux from Yahal Athletic Club. Height of 3 metres. In second place, Ava Rochford Nina Athletic Club. 0.15 is the height. And in first place, Una Price Nina Athletic Club. With a height of 2565. Well done, ladies. All sub-relay teams, please check in. All sub-relay teams, please check in.
Next on the track we have Heat 1 of the under-23 men's 200 metres. From the inside we've got Cathal Ryan of West Muskerry, Lane 3 Emmanuel Ilori from Tullamore Harriers, James Armstrong from Orange Grove, Colin Doyle Leeville, Ori Akinoa from UCDAC, Toby Edward DSDAC, And on the outside, we've got Alamin Bankole from Fingalians AC. They are just in their blocks for Heat 1. One is off. It looks like a really fast start there from Bori Akinola and Colin Doyle from Leeville AC. It looks like these two are putting on a little bit of a gap from the rest of the field, along with James Armstrong from Orange Grove AC currently sitting in third position. But it looks like Colin Doyle of Leeville AC is going to take the win in Heat 1, closely followed by Bori Akinola of UCD and James Armstrong of Orange Grove. Qualification for this under-23 men's 200 metres to progress to the final is first two and two fastest qualifiers. So James Armstrong from Orange Grove will have to sit tight and see if he has made it to the final based on the other faster qualifiers in the next two heats.
Okay, so we are down here with the three ladies from the women's under-20 long jump. Laura Frawley was finished in second place, very happy with the jump, and also second place in the high jump as well.
Yeah, I was very happy now, yeah, it was great.
How did it all go for you? Difficult enough conditions out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very windy, like especially into the long jump. It was all going fine, and then you get a wind in your face, and sure, it obviously knock you back then when you're in the air and jumping.
And I suppose so changeable as well, isn't it? It's difficult to find your rhythm throughout the competition.
Yeah, definitely. Sure, like when you start and the wind is down, and then when it builds up, and you know, it kind of throws you a small bit. But I was happy overall, so it was great.
Yeah. Great. And it's not easy doing high jump and then coming straight over to the long jump. Sure, it's not.
Yeah, well, I had a small bit of a break. Like high jump was this morning, so at around 11, so it was grand.
So you're well able for it. No bother to you. And anybody they want to say thanks to? Who's the coach at home?
I've loads of coaches. Anthony, I suppose, for the long jump, Martin for the high jump, and then there's Dennis for the sprints and the hurdles and stuff. So, yeah, there's loads. Thanks to everyone.
So you're doing the multi-events, are you?
Yeah, well, it'll be the heptathlon, hopefully, so I'm hoping to do so.
Okay, and when is the next hep coming up?
Around the 15th, 16th of July, so it's only around the corner, so...
It's amazing the depth we have in the heptathlon at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's great. There's big competition now.
A lot of competition. Well done, Laura. Brilliant stuff. Katie Nolk, happy with that performance as well, third place?
Yeah, I can't say it's my best performance now. I've had better seasons. The season's just been a bit iffy for me. The marks kind of been going all over the place, especially with the win today. But look, I have lots of years still left in me to jump bigger jumps, so I'm not getting too down about it. I won't. Yeah, it'll be okay.
Well done. Well, I tell you, we're going to get this lady and we're going to grab her coach over here who's kind of walking away from us. We'll catch them in just a minute after this 200 metre sprint.
And back on the track, we have Heat 2 of the under-23 men's 200 metres. From the inside, we have Connor van der Vrunverd from Lekela AC. Lane 3, we have James Ezanoui from Leeville. In lane 4, we've got Sheldon Nyoni from Letterkenny. Lane 5, Jack Hickey. Lane 6, Connor Morey. Lane 7, Dara Donoghue. And lane 8, Aaron Cushion. As they just received the gun there, really looks like a quick start there from James Ezano from Leeville AC. Also going well on the outside is Dara Donoghue of Annalee. In the middle, we also have Sheldon Nyoni from Letterkenny that is really starting to make some ground up on our winner of this race, which was James Ezanoui from Leeville AC. Finishing time of 22:39 for James. Winning time of the first heat was 21:67. Current fastest qualifier was James Armstrong in 22:39, and I would guess that he will remain in that position based on the finishing time of heat number 2.
Okay, so we're down at the presentation area here with Elizabeth Nudie, who's just after taking, well, you just finished a very tough 200 metres heat. How was that?
It was a very good race, except for the straight. The wind, the headwind there was a lot of wind. I was not expecting that, but I felt pretty good in my race. I was nice and relaxed for once. That's something I struggle with. So the bend, I felt good, and then the headwind obviously was strong. Like, it was difficult to run through, but I tried. I kept going, so I'm pretty happy with the race.
And that was straight after a brilliant long jump competition where you broke the championship record, and you didn't even realize at the time that you had broken the record. So congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Very difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, it was the wind. Well, the wind kept spinning, so my first 3 jumps, I was very far off the board. I wasn't on the board at all. So those were pretty difficult. They weren't very good jumps. But then my 4th jump, I got back into it. I asked for a clap, so I was more motivated. And then that 6:30 came, so I was very happy with that. I got back into the running, and my technique was better.
Yeah, and it's great to see you getting the crowd involved, because it creates a bit of atmosphere. And, you're the national record holder now and again, congratulations for that earlier in the season. This man here was helping you out on the sidelines as well?
Yes, he was. He was there this winter. I'm thankful that he comes with me because, he knows me very well, so he knows what I need to improve on. So having him there is it's very handy. So this is my coach, my French coach, Julien. So, yeah, I've been training with him for 2 years now in France.
So, Julian, what do you think of this lady? She's doing very well.
She's a good athlete. She's easy to train, and she has a good potential.
Yeah, great potential, and already showing a lot of that potential. So well done to you, and thanks for coming over as well to coach.
I haven't understand.
It's
okay. Thanks.
So, Elizabeth, tell us, you were born here in Dublin, and you lived here until you were.
So I lived here until I was 11, and then I moved to France in 2016. So yeah.
And how do you find the training set up in France? How does it compare to here? And, well, obviously the weather's not great today, but...
Well, it was very different because, so I trained with DSC, I'm in DSC, and we didn't have a track. But then when I moved to France, there was a track, a huge setup, lots of material. I started new events I couldn't do, like here, like hurdles. So obviously it helped me progress, but I still love training in Ireland. It's back home. I love seeing my friends, and the atmosphere is great, so...
Well, you're always very welcome back, and it's always great to see you coming indoor and outdoor championships. Congratulations on the brilliant season that you've had so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next on track, we have the final heat of the under-23 men's 200 metres. We are looking at those fastest qualifier spots to see. Currently, fastest qualifiers are from the first heat, 22.39 and 22.91. In Heat 3, we have Billy Corrigan from Tullamore Harriers in Lane 3, Sean Harding of Shercock AC, Lane 4. Lane 5, we have Parag Hassett from Nina Olympic AC. Lane 6, Jack McGrath from Leeville. Lane 7, we had Bassett Oji Banji from Tralee Harriers. And in Lane 8, we have Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers. Final heat of the under-23 men's 200 metres are on their marks. Wind picking up for this final heat, which may hamper these athletes' ability to get those fastest qualifier spots. Looks like Padraig Hassett from Nina Olympic going out strongly in one of the middle lanes, along with Jack McGrath from Leeville AC. On the inside going well also is Billy Corrigan of Tullamore Harriers, but it looks like it's going to be indoor under-23 champion Padraig Hassett from Nina Olympic taking the win in that final heat of the under-23 men's 200 metres in a time of 22:10. He was closely followed by Jack McGrath from Leeville. It also looks like Billy Corrigan from Tullamore Harriers had a good run.
Okay, so we're here with Cole O'Murray and Robert Higgins. So these two guys took gold in the hammer outside, and one in the under-23 and one in the under-20. So how was it for you today?
It was good. Rough conditions, but like a tough competition too. There was only a couple of centimetres between probably the top three, so yeah, it was tense. Who else wasn't it? Good question.
Well, I tell you what. Does the wind actually affect the hammer as much as you might think?
I wonder that. I couldn't tell you because it's so dense. I wonder if it would, but. Yeah.
And you were really. I was out there watching you earlier this morning, Cole, and it was a fantastic performance. It's so technically, you were probably the top guy technically, but obviously you came out on top as well. So fair play to you. It's a brilliant performance. Who's your coach?
Paddy Hanley is my coach, and Athboy and Father Murphy's.
And the two of you are under the same coach, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
He's a good man. He looks after you well, does he?
Sometimes.
What do you have to say about that?
Listen, if you do what you're told, you're
if you do what you're told, there you go. No. But good performance for yourself out there today. You were happy with it?
Yes, it started raining kind of midway through the competition, but it was fine. I was able to deal with it. It was nerve-wracking, being the first event on, but sure, look, I managed to deal with it anyways.
And this man took gold in the hammer, the weight for distance, and shot put, was it? The discus. So 3 gold medals for this man here today. So fair play to you for that. You must have enjoyed today. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I had with my discus and my weight for distance, I had PBs in both of them. So I'm just happy. I'm as happy as I can be. So it'll be a nice thing going forward for the seniors and the AI games next weekend. So yeah.
And you were saying it's kind of difficult for you guys sometimes being outside the stadium. You'd like to be inside the stadium, huh?
Yeah, I feel like there's a better atmosphere. You see some friends running by. You can chat to them for a couple of seconds, and people watching you. It can be good and bad, in terms of pressure with people watching you. But I don't mind the pressure really.
You like the pressure. You're a kind of perform under the pressure sort of guy.
Sometimes it'll come back to haunt me, I'm sure, saying that, but so far,
so good. Well, today was a very good day, so fair play to you guys. We're going to keep rolling, and we might be able to get down to 2 discus throwers down here, and we've got Mammy here running away. Introduce yourself.
Ellie McCurdy.
So Ellie McCartney won the under-20 javelin today, and what was it like out there?
It was awful to throw on. My
be honest. You'd rather a wee bit of less wind and a wee bit more sun, but sure, you just have to take it as you go.
Yeah. How did you throw, or what did you throw?
Well, I threw 37.16. It's not my best I've ever thrown, but I'm still consistent in all my competitions, so I'm happy enough. Not disappointed, like.
And introduce yourself. You were silver medal today.
Yeah, I'm Avie McMahon and I'm under 23 for the javelin, so yeah, I was happy enough, I suppose, but I was throwing better in training this week, so yeah, it wasn't too bad.
It's always difficult. It's such a technical event, the javelin. I used to do the decathlon myself. I always felt the javelin was the most technical, really. So have you both been training in this event for a long time?
Yeah, I've been in javelin since I was about 12 or so, 12, 13, and I probably couldn't do anything else, to be honest. Javelin's, I love it, I love doing it. Keeps me active. So.
Exactly, it's something to keep you fit and healthy, and it's a brilliant event, but as you say, it's quite specialised, isn't it? You can't go from javelin to discus. It's not like the guys there were doing hammer and discus. You can't really do anything else when you're a javelin thrower, sure you can.
No, definitely not. I couldn't go now and do shot. I'd probably fall over my face, to be quite honest.
And who's the coach, or do you have anyone to say thank you to really quickly?
Well, thanks to Mum for bringing me everywhere, and then Damien Crawford too. Thank him for coaching me and taking his time out to make me where I am here now today. So,
and I just want to say thanks to Bar and my dad for helping me out with training and stuff like that, and all their support. So, yeah.
Well, brilliant stuff. Well done today, girls. Not easy conditions. Congratulations.
Remember how the finish line seemed so far away? Until it wasn't. Remember when there were runners all around you, and then there weren't. Remember just when you thought you couldn't go any faster, and then you did. 123.ie is a proud sponsor of Athletics Ireland, because Irish athletes always try for better, and they always bring us moments to remember.
in the relay teams to do so in the next few minutes. With the round 3 of the men's triple jump. With 12.55 and over that celebrate is in third place with 12.07. The 2 minutes competition and our final best jump was 12.43, representing Limerick. Then of course the place over district has a best jump of 12.65. Matthew Wilkins Peter has a best jump of 11.97. Joseph Gillespie from Gary has a best jump of 13.81 in second place. 12.79 by Peter Casey of Aero. And leading competition at the moment is Michael Alagigi of the Belgium with a best jump of 14.06. So the chat will close down now in the men's triple jump.
And it looks like we've got the under 23 women and the under 20 women combined for their 5,000 metre championship just about to start. On the under 23 card, we've got Anika Thompson from Lee Vale, Aoife O'Cull from St Coco's, and they're off. Neve Cunneen, Nina Olympic, Laura Mooney from the home club Tullamore, and on the under 20s, we have Heather Murphy from St Michael's in Laois, Louise O'Mahony from BMOH, Sinead Farrell from LSA. Championship record is 16:07 for the under 20s, and I believe it's 16:42. 37:38 through the first 200. And that looks like a fairly purposeful start. I think it's Louise O'Mahony with Heather Murphy from St Michael's in third. And just going through the first lap in 77 seconds, which is a fairly healthy pace. I should see them in low 16 minutes if they maintain that, but the first lap's always a little bit fast, and I'm sure that once they get going, the pace will settle down somewhat more sedately and then speed up again over the last couple of laps as we see the business end of the race coming together. So there's 6 of them together as they go through 600 metres in just under 2 minutes, which is probably around about 16:20, 16:30 pace at the moment. But there's a long way to go still. Still around about 11 laps to go. And there's 5 of them nicely bunched together, and Anika Thompson, who was our cross-country champion back in December, before leading the junior team at the European cross-country championships. Well, the sun's come out, the wind's dropped a little bit, and it's great conditions. 2:37, 2:38 at 800 metres. And as we said, there are 5 people combined for this under 23, under 20 race.
Any women doing the 100 metre hurdles, please go to the call room now.
Okay, so we're down here with Molly Horahan, which is pronounced the Cork way. And she just did an absolutely fabulous race there. I mean, you really sealed the deal in the first 100 metres. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Thanks. Yeah, it was great. I was trying to focus on my form, but like it was pretty with the wind being minus 2.7. Like I was hoping to go faster, but it's okay. We're running later anyway. But that was straight final. But we're doing the relay and hoping to get that standard. So we'll focus on that now. But yeah.
So what was the time there today?
24/7. So yeah.
Close to your personal best?
No, but my coach worked out that if it was probably like even neutral conditions, it would be a PB, so it's kind of a PB. But no, my PB is like 24.3 from indoors.
Minus 2.7 wind is surely not easy. And who is the coach?
Rory and Ed Carthy.
Where are you based?
DSD. It's in Dundrumside, Dublin.
Anyone else in the group?
Yeah, like Kieran, Carthy, David Bosch, they're doing the 4s. They're both trying to get on the relay. And then Toby was in the 2 as well. And Emma was in that race. There's actually a lot of people in that, yeah. But
So it's a great day for you. Have you won titles before?
Yeah, I won the under 20 200, and then last year I won the under 23 400 hurdles. So yeah.
And you're saying this is your first time doing an interview like this?
Yeah, I've never done an interview before. So like, yeah, I didn't know.
Well, you're a natural at it, that's for sure. So anybody else that you want to say a quick thanks to at home, even family members or whatever?
Well, my mom's watching the live stream. She's busy working, but has us on in the background. So yeah. But,
say hello to her, man. What's her mom's name?
Helen Hayes. So hi.
Well, hello to Helen Hayes, and thank you very much for producing this fabulous athlete. So well done, Molly, and congratulations on the win.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
And just going through 1500 metres there, around about 4:56, 4:57, which still keeps them on that 16:25, 16:35 pace as they hit the mile marker there in just about 5:17. There's 4 of them just stretching a little bit there, with Heather Murphy trying to hang on as they've certainly upped the pace. And this is a key part of the race now that could be a defining moment in hitting those target times for these athletes. So it's Louise O'Mahony, Laura Mooney, Aoife O'Cull and Annika Thompson. We've got 3 of them who are under 23s there, and we've got the under 20 athletes. Louise O'Mahony just having a little skip there. Louise O'Mahony still leading. She's a silver medalist in the senior girls 3,000 metres at the Irish schools. And she's got a best of 9:43 over 3,000 metres this year. (2,000 metres in round about 6:36, 37, and Heather Murphy going through in 6:42 through 2,000 metres. So they're still on sub-17 pace, all the top 5 athletes there. So this is great running, excellent running. Aoife O'Cull, she's got a best time of 16:12, and part of the European cross-country team also. And the 4 in front, you could throw a blanket over them as they run into that stiff home straight wind. 7 laps to go. Laura Mooney, who's in second place now, has probably got the fastest time in this race with the best of 16:09 from the home club here in Tullamore. But Louise O'Mahony's pushing on with the pace and doing a great job of it, and that'll be much appreciated by Laura Mooney, Annika Thompson and Aoife O'Cull.
1,000 metres. Chosen there is Laura Mooney of Tullamore Harriers, number 23.
So 80 seconds per lap will give you 16:40, and they're ahead of that pace at the moment. But they may slow a little in these last few laps. 6 laps to go. It's still Louise O'Mahony pushing at the front, and the other 3 drafting behind her, and then probably about 10 or 12 seconds behind them is Heather Murphy, who is presently the second placed under 20 athlete in this race. As they start to lap athletes, and Louise O'Mahony pushes on. Heathrow Cull is just starting to struggle a little as O'Mahony pushes on, coming up to the 3 kilometre point, so they're past halfway now. And of course there'll be in the Tullamore colours, chased down by Heathrow Cull in 4th place. Laura Mooney appears to be dropping off, and it's looking like a 2-horse race up at the front. Annika Thompson and Louise O'Mahony, first placed under 23 athlete and the first placed under 20 athlete, making Laura Mooney the second placed under 23 athlete, and Heathrow Cull the third placed under 23 athlete. In 5th place overall is Heather Murphy from St Michael's, who'll be the second under 20 placed athlete. And as you can see now, Annika Thompson drives into the wind, but she's not broken Louise O'Mahony just yet. There's still 2 in it at the front, and she pushes again. Thompson appears to be making a gap, but O'Mahony's not giving up. Into the final 1,000 metres now. 2 laps to go when they come through the finish. And it is Thompson leading. Thompson, who patiently bided her time before choosing a moment. 2 laps to go in 14 minutes. 14:02 for O'Mahony. And Laura Mooney coming through now in 14:08 with 2 laps to go. Aoife O'Cull will be chasing down 14:13 with 2 laps to go. And the gap at the front now looks closer to 20 metres for Thompson from O'Mahony, who has 30 or 40 metres to Mooney, and Mooney has about 20 metres to O'Cull, and then it's probably 150 metres back to Heather Murphy, who's a second place under 20 athlete. 600 metres to go as Thompson goes through in 14:40. Annika Thompson already has the qualifying time for 10k. She runs for the Oregon Ducks in Portland. She's got a 16:46 PB, and that could be under threat today. That could be a PB run as well as a championship record today if she keeps going at this rate. And Annika Thompson looks like she's on fire. She drives into the home straight with a lap to go. She's going to hit the bell in around about 15:20. 15:20 it is, bang on, and this record is definitely under threat. O'Mahony goes through in 15:25. And Mooney and O'Cull are neck and neck now. They hit the bell together. 15:36. And this looks like a clear win and a championship record coming the way of Annika Thompson from the US-based Irish woman. And Louise O'Mahony is looking good for a European qualifying time here. At the moment there's just Avril Malaric who's got that under 20 qualifying time, and it could be Louise O'Mahony who's going to be joining her today. This wind has certainly picked up, but here comes Annika Thompson driving down the straight to a new championship record and personal best in these conditions. That's absolutely brilliant. 16:38.36 as she punches the air in delight. Louise O'Mahony is chasing down, and this could be the fastest run of the year. 16:48 for an under 20 athlete. Aoife O'Cull came through in 16:52. Brilliant running there, and it's Laura Mooney coming through for third place, under 23 athlete, just on 17 minutes there. My goodness, there are some tired looking athletes there, but equally delighted athletes with those tremendous performances. And Annika Thompson just going over to show her appreciation to Louise O'Mahony for all the hard work she put in early on. And the result of that was a PB for Annika Thompson, a PB for Louise O'Mahony, and likewise a qualifying time certainly for Louise O'Mahony. I think the qualifying time for the 5,000 is 16:30, so it might be Annika Thompson needs to go away and achieve that elsewhere in a better field, in better weather conditions. Heather Murphy from St Michael's coming through here for second place in the 20 race in 17:45 unofficially, as she record of 16:38.36 in the under 23 5,000 metres.
For the adverts of DSC Athletic Club, if they're down to the two second area one two. For the adverts of DSC, if they're still around to the two second area one two. And going to the finishing line now, from Flanders Sports and Athletics, is Stoke to the bronze medalist in the 2 million and 5,000 metres. On the track will be the under 20 women's 100 meter hurdle final. So Laura Crawley of Green Olympics goes in lane 1. Chloe Keenan, Timo Rack in lane 2. Stephen Fitzsimons, the host in lane 4. Oku Bakari of Stephen Fitzsimons of the host in lane 3. Oku Bakari of Leeville in lane 4. Lisa McGinn of Kilcunnel in lane 5. Arabella Ardetoya of St. Arthur Pool in lane 6. Elizabeth Ty of Corin in lane 7. And Edith Cooley of our host in lane 8. That's the under 20 women's 100 meter hurdle final. So the last two jumps there, the men's triple jump there, so get behind it. Athlete.
Lovely rhythm shown there by number 326 in the triple jump into a teeth of a headwind as well, and that's always a technical challenge. Do you skim like a stone or you jump high? And I think on a headwind day like today, you've got to skim like a stone. The longer you are in the air, the bigger the effects of the headwind. Just check these results to update you on what we've seen on the track as we get ready for the next triple jump. to update you of that under 23 5,000 metres. Annika Thompson was the winner in a new championship record of 16:38.32. Aoife O'Cull was second for St Coco's in 16:52.44. Laura Mooney, 17 minutes exactly, was third, and Niamh Cuneen 18:27 in fourth place. The under 20 women's 5,000 metres, that went like this. Louise O'Mahony did 16:48.65 for the win. Heather Murphy from St Michael's 17:45.74 for third, and Sinead Farrell from LSA was third to take the bronze medal in that event. I can see the under 20 women are lined up for the hurdles. As our next triple jumper tries to get his timing right against this headwind. And as tough as it is for the long jumpers, these triple jumpers have to take the wind for a little bit longer and will invariably lose a little bit of momentum with every foot contact. Will it be skimming like a stone? It looked like it, and it looks like it's got the white flag. Okay, I can see the under 20 women just getting lined up for their hurdles race. Is a fair old headwind here. Championship record is held by Sarah Lavin, UCD, in 2013 with 13.69. I think with this headwind, that's unlikely to be broken today. But who knows? The gusty winds, they've been switching around. Who knows? They might get lucky. We've got Laura Frawley, Chloe Keenan, Quiva Fitzsimons, Okwu Bakari, Lucy McGlynn, Arabella Adekoya, Elizabeth T and Eve Mooney lined up in lanes 1 to 8 on this one. Okay, under 20 girls, women, apologies, under 20 women lining up for the final of the 100 metre hurdles. Usually the central lanes have the fastest people. Sometimes it's just a lottery. And they are off, exploding out of the blocks, steaming down the track. It is showing off lanes 3, 4 and 5. I don't know how to call this just yet. There's nothing in it, but it looks like it's going to be lane 6 from, which was Arabella Adieko from, looked like Lucy McGlynn and Okwu Bakari, as we await the time. Great race, and I think the wind back dropped off a little bit there. As I say, championship record for that one is unlikely to have gone because it looked like a fairly lively headwind. Although nobody's hair's messed up, so perhaps it wasn't as strong as I thought. The results are just coming up now. It looks like Lucy McGinn was second in 14.97. I've missed the first place. Third place was lane 3, which would be Quiver Fitzsimons. Okwu Bakari. I've got him. I must admit, I'm getting a bit confused with these times now. I think they're going through the lane times there.
Is it? Yeah.
While I wait for those results to come up, I can see the under 23 women are just getting warmed up.
Alrighty, so the women's under 23 100 metre hurdles. Louise King in lane 3, Bevan McCaffrey in 4, Niamh O'Neill in 5, Tara Meir from Raheny Shamrock AC in 6. So just 4 runners here and a straight final. Championship record from Raid Murphy, Ferrybank AC in 2011, and Derval O'Rourke, the national record for under 23, and their away first time. And that's a good run there from lane 6, and that is Tara Meir is away at the moment. But now Niamh O'Neill is clawing her, and Tara has a bit of a drop off, hits one of the hurdles, it's game over, and it's a smooth finish for Niamh O'Neill from St. Coleman's AC in Mayo. Looks like second place for Bevan McCaffrey and Lee AC. So she'll be happy to get the silver there. It was a disaster for Tara Meir. I reckon she was in the lead before she hit that hurdle, and that's really unfortunate. She was just being put under all kinds of pressure from Niamh O'Neill from St. Coleman's. Oh, and she's walking across the finish line. That is really tough to see.
And in fairness, Michael, I think probably the biggest thing there was the headwind. That was one heck of a headwind. Those flags.
Yeah, it really is not ideal. love to know what the headwind is at the moment, but it's nasty out there anyway. And again, cold conditions as well, especially for the likes of the hurdles where you need to be loose, you need to have lots of mobility in the hips. You don't want to be getting cold on the start line.
No, and I think when you come off those hurdles, you lose a little bit of momentum. When there's a strong headwind there, you lose a little bit more. And I think we saw one or two athletes that just couldn't quite make the hurdles as a result of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Struggling to make the strides. You have to obviously make 3 strides in between each of the hurdles. You can't change that, or else you end up either altering legs or else taking an extra 2 strides. So yeah, they would have been struggling to make the distance for sure. And of course the other thing is, when you feel a big headwind, it feels like you're going quite slowly, and you start to stiffen up a little bit, start to become a little bit tense, and that can also affect your stride length as well. So very difficult conditions for those girls out there. Unfortunately for Tara Muir, it didn't work out too well at all. But look, Niamh O'Neill will be very happy with the win. I reckon she was probably coming in strong to take the win anyway, but it was made a little bit easier for her. And the time has just come through there, 15:21 for Niamh O'Neill. Bevan McCaffrey 15:31, who also finished very strongly. The Annalise AC athlete, Louise King, minus 1.9 wind as well. So, and Louise King taking 3rd place there.
And I actually think that might be a PB for Bevan McCaffrey, so that was an incredible run against that headwind, so congratulations.
Well done, Bevan. She had a really good, she was chasing the tail of Niamh O'Neill, and that probably helped, and then realised, I'm in 2nd place here. So great time for her given the conditions. Of course, the track has just been relayed recently, and it is fantastic. It's a really nice Mondo track. It's always nice when they're freshly laid, you just get that extra bit of speed, so that will help. As they ready the hurdles now for the senior men, up to 3'6", change the distance to the 110 metre mark.
Yeah, as Michael was saying, this track is fast, and there have been some great performances already today, and we've got a few more on the programme, so we'll look forward to lots more quality performances down here. We've had loads of championship records today. What's been your highlight so far, Michael?
Yeah, seeing Elizabeth Nudie in the long jump was excellent, to be honest. That was probably one of the highlights for me. There's some real depth in the 100 metres. I'm looking forward to seeing the men's pole vault later on. That'll be a good one to watch as well.
Standing out the competition there, although you are a multi-eventer.
Yeah, I'm a washed up multi-eventer at this point, to be honest with you, but
in fairness, there's some great multi-eventers coming through in Ireland as well.
Yeah, there surely is, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to focus on the pole vault, to try and develop that event a little bit more, because that's probably one of the biggest barriers for a good decathlete in Ireland. Having the right poles, the right equipment, it's so important. Often underestimated the difference that it can make. So we've got massive talent. Even just looking down across the track there, Nelvin, I reckon, he's one of the best talents that we have in the country. He's got potential to go all the way in the decathlon. He's a 210 high jumper. He's a 14:10 in the hurdles. It's just phenomenal running. 10:5 in the 100 metres. He ran a really good leg in Silesi in the relay for 400 metres, so I don't know what he actually ran that day, but he definitely didn't give up any ground on the specialist 400 metre runners, so he can do that event as well. The pole vault is the one that he's struggling with the most, and from his time here in Ireland, he's based out in the States at the moment, but from his time in Ireland, he didn't have the facilities that he needed, so he's a little bit behind, unfortunately, in that event.
But having said that, they've got a great facility down there at Longford Harriers with that indoor facility there. I don't know if they've got a pole vault facility there. There is one down at Athlone, because you've done a bit of work there yourself. So it might be that you guys can hook up together and support each other in that, and move the multi-eventers on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy geographically. Like, there could be 2 or 3 hours between us. We try to meet up every now and again. Obviously, he's based now at this stage over in America, so he does have better resources. But no, exactly as you say, I'm not sure about the Longford track, or if there's an indoor arena. Is there?
They've definitely got an indoor arena there. It's about a 50 metre synthetic straight. They've got a high jump facility, long jump facility, and I think I was up there. I'm pretty sure I did see a pole vault box, but I don't think they've yet got the landing mats.
Okay. Yeah, and as you said, brilliant facility now in Nina, which has just recently been relayed, and it's fabulous to train in there as a pole vaulter at Lone in the Midlands. You know, so they are popping up there now, and also we need the poles. You know, it's one thing having the facility, unfortunately, in the pole vault. We need to invest in the poles, and there needs to be a lot of collaboration between different clubs and Athletics Ireland to be able to pay for a full bank of poles, because everybody's poles vary in size and stiffness.
Yeah, I think we could probably do with some kind of database of where poles are, because I do know there's a fair few clubs that have got poles that are not used from year to year and are just sat there gathering dust. If you are one of those clubs, then let me know. Contact me, Bashir Hussain, Athletics Ireland, and I will look to either redistribute them or sell them on if need be, but ideally share and share alike, because obviously, certainly with teenagers, they're growing all the time, and quite often they're going from a 120 pole to a 130 pole, etc. And obviously there's the various lengths as well, and the various stiffnesses.
Yeah. Absolutely. Alrighty, so looks like we're getting ready now for the under 20 110 metre hurdles final. And of course, national record, Adam Nolan, 1370. He is operating out of lane 5 today. Championship record, Sam Healy, the long jumper, with 1411. So Adam will definitely be hoping to break the championship record. Maybe a little bit too cold and windy today to hope for another national record, but you'd never know. As I said, fast track for the hurdles, and he's looking good as I look down across the warm-up or the start line at the warm-up attempts. He surely does look smooth down there. Of course, the hurdles 3'3" in the junior age category, and then in just a few minutes' time, the under 23 will be at 3'6". So it does make a bit of a difference for sure. But yeah, the lineup for this: Conor Callanan, the pole vault specialist, in lane 2. Emmanuel Osas from Rathote AC in 3. Zane McQuillan, Ballymena and Antrim AC. Adam Nolan in 5 from St. Lawrence O'Toole's. Sean Carmody, Leevale AC in 6. And Michael Alajiki, Dundilgan AC. And Lochlane Harris from Rathote AC in lane 8. So full field for a straight final. Again, working out quite well in that regard. No empty lanes. And just looking down there now at some of the under 23 athletes taking their opportunity to warm up over the under 20 hurdles. But I think the guys are ready to go. Just as I said, I think there might actually be an empty lane. Lane 7, the Dunlee AC athlete, Dundilgan AC athlete in lane 7 is actually missing in action, unfortunately. Yeah. So they load themselves into the blocks for the start of the under 20 men 110 metre final, straight final. Adam Nolan in lane 5. Look out for him. He already has the A qualification standards for the Europeans, so he'll be looking for a good run out here. And away they go, first time, not a bother. And Adam is away and over the hurdles very, very smoothly indeed. Looking good and into his running, and he's got a stride on the other rest of the guys. The Leevale AC athlete inside him doing a really good job. Adam's hit a few hurdles with the lead leg there now. It's definitely struggling. Didn't enjoy that one. Potentially the wind playing its role there in that race. 14:21. What a fantastic run. Not quite the championship record that he was hoping for. He's not happy. He turns around. You know, it's interesting. Hitting it with the lead leg generally means you're obviously getting too close to the hurdle, and you wouldn't expect that to happen with a headwind. Now, I'm not sure what the wind actually was there. It looks, from the direction of the flags, looking out at the track, like there was a bit of a headwind, which means you wouldn't generally expect to hit it with your lead leg. But the thing about it is, Adam is approaching European Championships, so he's, you know, really tuning his body up now. He's going to be faster than he possibly has ever been before, and the faster you get in the 110 metre hurdles, the more you need to chop your strides, essentially shorten your strides between those hurdles, because you make the distances too easily. So if you don't chop enough, or you don't shorten or adjust your stride length enough, you can actually hit it with the lead leg. And to be honest with you, it's not what you really want as a hurdler. You don't mind your trail leg hitting it, you can kind of drag it over or even drag it through the hurdle, but if you hit it with your lead leg, it can be a little bit dodgy sometimes because you can trip, basically. But Adam did really well. He maintained his composure there. Never looked like he was in doubt. It was a very solid performance despite hitting those hurdles. He didn't let it bother him, and sometimes athletes will kind of throw in the towel in the middle of the race and let it upset their composure. But he stayed very strong the whole way through the race, into a difficult headwind, got the job done. You know, 14:20 is still excellent running. Probably would have been happy with that about a year ago. But yeah, when you're a 13:70 runner, you know, 14:20 comes easy. For the next race now, the under 23, it's a different kettle of fish. The hurdles are much higher, really. That extra 3 inches makes a huge difference. So we won't expect to see the same times, but that's not to say that we don't have the same calibre of athlete. And we'll get the list up for you now. Looks like only 3 athletes in this one, and by golly, do we have some quality athletes in this. I'm always singing Nelvin Apaya. I'm always singing his praise because he's a great decathlete, and he's a 10.5 100 metres, 2:10 high jumper, and his hurdles, I'm pretty sure, is about 14 low as well. So he's just got so much talent in so many events. He ran a really good 400 metres relay leg in Silesi at the European Games, so he's got the endurance in him as well. And those guys are just warming up there now. But James Azinu from Leevale AC will be the hot favourite for this one. Mind you, he's not going to have it all his own way, but he was the 110 metre hurdles specialist who represented Ireland in the European Games just a few weeks ago. And he's just loading into his blocks here now. Let's have a look at how he goes. He's going for the 7 strides to the first hurdle, which you can see it looks like he's running a little bit slower, but he's taken 1 less stride than somebody who might do 8 strides to the first hurdle. So a slightly more compact athlete might go for 8 strides, slightly faster cadence, whereas James, he's so tall, he's probably about 6'3", 6'4". He will opt for the 7 stride approach. So basically means that, he might start a 100 metre race with his left foot in front, and when you change to the 7 stride approach, you have to start with in the blocks with your right foot in front, which definitely adds another element to the technical difficulty of the event. But he's managing it really, really well. And again, the wind will play a bit of a part in this, but that warm-up looks pretty good. So the guys are taking off the tracksuit bottoms. Also Jack Ford, another decathlete, is on the list here, but I know that he's done a few events already, so I'd say he might have just decided for the day that's in it, for whatever reason, to not take part in this race. It's not easy when there's only 3 athletes in it and all 3 are such high calibre, because if you've done a few events earlier in the day, there's nobody else to compete against. These 2 guys are going to be, 2 of the best athletes we'll see all day today at this championships. So I'm really excited to see this race, even though it's only a 2-horse race. So James Azuno in 5 and Nelvin Apaya in 6. As they load into the blocks, James the last to settle. And they're away first time, and you can see the difference between the 7 strides and the 8, but now they're into their running. And look at this, Nelvin is putting it right up to James Azuno here now, but Azuno is just holding his form so well. It's going to be down to the neck. There's only going to be 100ths in it, but James Azuno takes the win. 14.60, won't be very happy with that, but it had to show a really consistent performance with the pressure that he was feeling from his right hand side. And look, he takes the win. He is the 2023 national champion under 23. So fair play James for that. He's making his way back down the track. I don't think he's too happy with that one, but a good solid performance nonetheless. Very difficult conditions for hurdling today. Yeah, again, seeing those two guys, the only two in the race, it just doesn't do them justice at all, because there's nobody to compare them to, you know. But it's fantastic running. Nelvin taking a second place with 14.65, so there was really nothing in that race. So hopefully we'll get a word in with James there in a little bit. Brilliant racing from the guys.
Is that your water or is that mine? I've drank all day, like,
So the track here all the way around now for our 400 metre finals. Anyone gear, please drag it in from the outside lane. So taking part in the under 20 women's 400 metre final, we've Laura Curry of the Hope in lane 1, Maeve O'Neill of Doherty in lane 2, Daisy Walker, Manon Phoenix in lane 3, Amy Jo Cairns of Oriel in lane 4, Hannah Murray of Finn Valley in lane 5, Neve Murray Bear Runners in lane 6, Eve Marie Knoxer of Lucan Harriers in lane 7, and Kate O'Connell of Lucan Harriers in lane 8.
Okay, just before our race goes, we have the presentation for the under 23 women's 100 metre hurdles. And in third place we have Louise King of St. Coleman's, Stephanie O, 1732. And in second place we have Trevor McCaffrey, Anna Lee, 1531. And in first place, Neve O'Neill, St. Coleman's, Stephanie O, 1521. And that was presented by Evelyn O'Reilly. Stockholm as it's Alvin has won her first race. The qualifier for the final is 12:88. So I'll compare to the inside 1,000 metres, please report to the car room.
So we're just waiting now for the hurdles to be cleared off the track, and thank you very much to all the officials who have helped out again today, because it's really run quite well. The athletes just down on the track for the start of the women's 400 metres final. And this is under 20. So just waiting for the last few hurdles to go off. And in lane 1 will be Laura Kelly from Rath Oat AC, Maeve O'Neill of Doheny AC, Daisy Walker of Monaghan Phoenix AC, Amy Jo Curans of Oriel AC, Hannah Murray of Finn Valley AC, Niamh Murray of Bray Runners AC, Eve Marie Noctor, Lucan Harriers AC, and Kate O'Connell out in lane 8 from Lucan Harriers AC. This is going to be an interesting race for sure. The girls were looking very impressive in the heats earlier today, and they've had about 2.5 hours to recover. Myself and Katie were talking about it earlier. It's very difficult to do 2 400 metre races in one day, especially when really you have to cool down between races. As I said earlier, you could do a 100 metres race or 2 100 metre races in the space of an hour, and you don't really have to fully cool down. You can kind of just keep yourself warm. These girls would have had to have done a full warm up again, get themselves primed again and ready for the second race.
We're just starting the women's triple jump there. We're just coming to the end of the first round of the junior women.
And a little bit of a wait now at this stage at the starting blocks, but hopefully that won't affect the athletes too much. Niamh Murray, of course, the national indoor champion, and an athlete that I always love to see running. So strong and well conditioned, a very, very disciplined athlete, very committed, and has had so many great results over the last 2 years. Of course, a lot of these athletes had so many delays to their career because of COVID at really key developmental stages, and so it's very difficult for them. They might not have as much championship experience as other athletes in previous years in the same age category. But it's great to see them here lining out. Brilliant day in Tullamore, ready for the final. This is what they've trained for. Yeah, just having a few technical difficulties now down at the start here, so it is a little bit of a delay. Hopefully we'll be underway very shortly. Well, the one thing working in our favour is that the sun is coming out now for the last few minutes. Seems like there's a bit more break in the clouds. The wind seems to be dying down a little bit, and I'm looking forward to the men's pole vault, which is taking place later on. And we finally have the go-ahead. The girls are called to their marks. Looks like we are just about ready to rock and roll. Definitely a bit of a long wait there for them. And hopefully it won't affect any of the athletes too much. Difficult to keep your concentration during that long wait. But they are in the blocks and ready to rock. Laura Kelly, Maeve O'Neill, Daisy Walker, Amy Jo Cairns, Hannah Murray, Niamh Murray, Eve Marie Noctor, and Kate O'Connell in lane 8. And they're finally away, and it is as expected. Murray has gone out very, very fast. She's eaten up the stagger on the lane outside her, both lanes outside her now. So, yeah, Eve Murray Noctor and O'Connell will feel that presence of Murray as she eases out into the lead early in this race. She's going to try and hold this pace, but this is very fast, and there's girls inside her with a very high caliber. So let's see if they can eat up some of the gap that she's built early in that race. She is all on her own at the moment, and of course chasing those standards for the Europeans coming up in the next while. So she's all on her own now. She's with about 10 metres to spare on the rest of the field as she comes into the home straight. Let's see if she can hold it together. Come on, Murray, let's go, Niamh, let's see it. Brilliant performance here, and the crowd are getting behind her, and on her inside as well. A really good run there from Hannah Murray. But no doubt about the winner. Niamh Murray is the champion for 2023. A brilliant run, and the crowd appreciate that one. All the way on her own, never in doubt from the first 50, 60 metres. She just ate up the ground on the two athletes outside her. A fabulous run. She's always so gutsy. And yeah, she's down on her hands and knees there now, just being checked on by one of the officials, because she does not leave anything in the tank. Such a tough runner. And that was a brilliant race. All the girls put absolutely everything into it. You can really see there, none of them have stood up to congratulate one another just yet. So, yeah, carnage. Obviously a long wait before the start of the race doesn't make it easy. But yeah, some of them are starting to clamber to their feet there now, so they're okay. And we can see the effects of one of the earlier races on the track as well. So it's not easy. Looks glamorous sometimes on the screens, but the pain that these girls can put themselves through is phenomenal. Yeah, and a brilliant win there for Niamh. And we'll try and get the results of that one to you as shortly as we can. Yeah, so the results just coming through there now. Niamh Murray, Bray Runners AC, takes the national title. 55-25, very windy conditions and a long wait before the start, it has to be said. But she did the job all on her own right from the start. Kate O'Connell in second place with a time of 56.27, and Eve Marie Noctor, Lucan Harriers AC, 56.90 in third place. So the men are out. So this will be the under 20 men's 400 meters final. So So the men are standing behind the blocks. Doesn't look like they'll have as long to wait. So Senan O'Reilly from St. Catherine's AC in 1. Dara Masterson in 2 from Rathode. Stephen Mannion in 3, South Galway AC. David Bosch from Dundrum, South Dublin AC. Joe Doody from Cabinteely AC. Sean Doggett from Athenry AC. Killian Fahy from Leevale AC. And David Mannion in Lane 8, South Galway AC. They're called to their marks and they just wind into the blocks. Oh, and Joe Doody got a really good jump on the man inside him, David Bosch. So Doody was really impressive in the earlier rounds, and he looks like he's taken the lead right from the gun. So the man in green is looking pretty good at the moment. The Cabinteely AC man, and he's moving up on the guys outside him on the stagger, eating into it now, and he's going to come into the home straight in the lead. Looks like a good run as well from Killian Fahy on the outside. Looks like he might be close for second place, but it's not straightforward. And now Joe Doody, the Cabinteely AC, is in the lead, but he's been reeled in from the outside from the Leevale man. And Doody holds on for a second. It is the win for Leevale AC. Killian Fahy, and the crowd really enjoyed that one. Nothing better than seeing somebody being run down on the home straight, and he ran him down, and he has walked off the track into the home. His job done. I am out of here. Out onto the grass. Not a bother. Never even took a bow. Oh, what a run. What a way to win the 400 metres championships 2023. Brilliant running, 49.08, and not easy conditions. Joe Doody in second place, 49.31, nothing in it. David Bosch, 49.45 in third. Brilliant excitement. He's back on the track now to go over and say well done, and Doody's giving him a really nice embrace. He went out hard right from the gun. He got a bit of a jump start on everybody else. Really good reaction out of the blocks. Looked really good earlier and looked really good again in the final. So brilliant race there. Really got the crowd going. There's a bit of a hustle and bustle down there now. Thankfully the rain is holding off and everybody's enjoying their athletics. And there's more to come. The under-23 final is next. Great run from Killian Fahy there, taking the win, officially 49.08.
University of Limerick, or if someone knows of Carl Kennedy of University of Limerick, can you please come to the finish line? Okay, so we have the
Just to confirm, Joe Doody, second place with 49.31. David Bosch, 49.45. David Mannion, 49.48. So really good depth in that race. And Dara Masterson and Rathode AC, 50.09. Stephen Mannion, 50.5. Sean Doggett, 51.02. And Senan O'Reilly, 51.66. Very difficult conditions, and that's really good running there. Great entertainment. Yeah, and you can just sense a bit of anticipation around the stadium now as we draw our attention to the under-23 final. guys that were looking really good that are trying to secure relay spots later this month. Owen Sharkey in 1, Keely Hogan in 2, Callum Bard in 3, Andrew Egan looked excellent earlier in 4, Kieran Carty in 5, Aaron Keane in 6, Robert Irvin Byrne in 7, and Hugo McGean out on the outside on his own in lane 8. Definitely look out for Callum Bard and Andrew Egan outside him, the Galway City Harriers man in the white. And Egan will expect to get out well. He got out really fast early, showed a really good speed. But I tell you, Colin Bard is right there with him, and this is not an easy one to tell. Now we see Bard coming into his tall running, and he eats up the ground on Egan outside him. He's just back from the European Games where he ran a really good relay leg for Ireland. And now he's here on his home ground in Tullamore. This is the one that means everything to these guys. And Bard at the moment has the lead, and he's very efficient in his technique. Egan will be dragging him, trying to grab onto the coattail there. And also on the outside, it's a really good run from the Tullamore Harriers man, and that is Aaron Keane. Aaron Keane and Egan are chasing Colin Bard at the moment. Aaron Keane is going to hold on for a second. Bard takes the win. It's a 48-26, and look at that reaction from the Tullamore Harrier man. He came from lane 6. Aaron Keane, second place, a brilliant silver medal for him. Bard looked so smooth. Out of the blocks he looked smooth, but when he got up into his full speed running, he looked very efficient, very relaxed. Just showed very good composure the whole way through that race. From start to finish, he really led all the way. The race for silver was really interesting between Andrew Egan, who eventually took bronze, and Aaron Keane from Tullamore Harriers. And we'll try and get those times to you as shortly as possible. Egan is out on his feet. You know, he looks to me like a real sprinter. Andrew Egan, he's a very fast runner and not as efficient as some of the other 400 metre runners, so he relies on getting out very fast and using his speed and just hanging on towards the end. Definitely has a pair of lungs on him, but it just wasn't good enough to take the win today. What a really exciting race. We've been treated some good 400 metre running. And just a little bit of a delay on the times coming up here. There's definitely no doubt about the winner there. Callum Bard has had a great month, the Ballymena and Antrim AC athlete. Really lovely guy and quiet guy. And this is definitely a year that he'll remember. Poor old Egan is still out on the track there. Galway City Harriers man, as I said, doesn't look like a 400 metre runner. He's more of a sprinter, so it's going to be that little bit more painful. You know, I think he's got a lot of potential, that guy, because he really uses a sort of an inefficient frontside mechanics sprinter style technique, whereas Bard is more like a 400 runner. There are differences in the technique across the different events, and one is more efficient than the other, as you'd expect. So I reckon there's more there from Andrew Egan. Might need to make some adjustments, but he'll be happy with third place, I'm sure, because it was a really good high caliber field. As we just looking down there, Robert Irvin Byrne definitely did his part to entertain us today, because he is looking weary coming off that track.
In the junior race, then we came Matthew Boston on the rear, Darryl Brown, and Luke Kelly of CMDR Athletic Club, and Daniel McKinney of CMDR Athletic Club. Bike is now ready for the race, and so this is the under 20 men's 110 hurdles.
is Wayne McQuillan, Byron and Anthony C in 1525. In the second place is Sean Carmody of Louisville AC in 1457. And the winner...
Next on the track we have the under 23 and under 20 men's 5k. In the under 23 section we've got Conal McLean of St Malachy's AC. Also of St Malachy's AC we've got Tony McCambridge. We've got Shay McAvoy, Dean Casey, who is apparently scratched today so will not be featuring, Abdel Lajel from Dunor Harriers, Michael Morgan from Sligo AC, Donaghue from North East Runners AC, Daniel O'Brien from Lusk, and Aaron Smith. In the under 20 section, we've got Shane Brosnan, Jared Long, Luke Kelly, and Daniel McKinney. Looks like at the front, the early leader is Shane Brosnan. Of course, we have two mixed championships within one at this point in time, and it is already separated into two distinct groups. Slightly smaller field compared to some of our other races throughout the day, but significantly high standard. Looks like it's still Shane Brosnan in the lead. Also looks like Shay McAvoy there could be in third place from Kilkenny City Harriers. And Abdel Lajel from Dunor sitting in fourth. Abdel, of course, is at Providence College on the east coast of America, has a PB of 13:44 and a season's best of 13:53. Also featuring in the under 23 race, we've got Conal McLean of St Malachy's AC. He has a PB of 14:42 officially, but definitely has been putting in some fantastic performances on the road across Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK, and he will really be looking to try and push on that time and seeing if he can get as close to the qualifying time as possible. For the under 23 European champs, we currently have three people with the time. Abdel, we've got Callum Morgan, who won the under 23 1500 metre race just earlier on today. And we also included in this race, we have Shay McAvoy, and he has the time as well. Don't have a clock on this today. The clock at the start-finish area has stopped, so I will try and get any times and splits to you as we can. We still have one large group in this front pack with all of our main contenders still within the race. Including that front pack, we also have Luke Kelly of Candor Track Club, Tony McCambridge of St Malachy's, and just starting to drop off the back of that little group, we've got Donaghue from North East Runners AC.
All good, Casey.
In the under 23 competition, leading at the moment, we have Anna Ryan of Moissac Full Crew with 11:11. In second place, the 10:62 Emily O'Mahony of Waterford Athletic Club, and in third place, Michaela Byrne of Thin Valley with 9:40. So now to the fourth round of the 54 competition.
Early leader, Shane Brosnan, still in the lead here, but he looks like he's trying to just step aside and let someone else take that lead. It can be very difficult being in the front for long periods of time, especially in windy conditions like today, so it looks like he's just trying to tuck in and force someone else to take the lead as he kind of slips back the field a little bit. Shay McAvoy from Kilkenny City Harriers at the front. And also the new leader is Michael Morgan from Sligo AC. Luke Kelly of Candor Track Club just moving around the outside to try and take closer order.
At the lag of Donor Harriers, then in third, the Brosnan of Unreal then. Brosnan is the top junior at the moment.
We now have a clock again, coming up at 4:55. As they will be coming up to 8 laps to go the next time they cross the start-finish area.
Because he stepped on the line twice.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of confusion down here. Egan seems to be putting in a bit of an appeal there. There was some question marks over him stepping on the line, but there's no doubt about this man. Keane took silver medal in the 400 metres, and he was delighted. The Tullamore Harriers man. So he's here with me now. And what did you think of that? You enjoyed that one?
Oh, it's class, yeah. Jesus, a lot better than I expected.
Yeah, you weren't expecting it, were you not? Because you looked very good. I mean, you were never in doubt anyway.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's probably the best or the biggest celebration for second ever, but I just I dipped and looked across the line when I dipped, and there was only one person there. I was like, Jesus, this is great. It was all about getting to the European Championships, and hopefully I got there now, so I'm delighted, yeah.
Do you think you've got the job done, do you?
Yeah, I'd imagine so anyway. Well, sure, I don't know. It's up to the selection panel, I suppose, but we'll see. We'll go if we're given the chance.
I suppose the only thing you can ever do is put yourself in the best position possible, do as well as you can. It sounds like you did that. You were happy with the run, you were happy with the time and all that.
Yeah, sure. Look, when you're in a field of athletes that you know are all class, like you're not worried about am I going too slow, am I going too fast. You know you're all thereabouts. So it's just about kind of not getting too far behind and being thereabouts, come onto a home straight, and then hopefully you have a bit left in the legs. But I happen to have that bit left in the legs today, so I'm just delighted now, yeah.
How did you find the conditions out there?
Very windy, crowded blocks, and it nearly felt like there was a gale force wind in your face, but I suppose the kind of opposite direction to that wind and is coming onto the home straight, and we kind of got that boost there as well, so it was against us for a very small period, and I didn't feel it for the rest of the race.
You're familiar enough with this track?
I am, yeah. I actually am based in Galway now in college, so I do all my training there, but this is my home track in Tullamore Harriers, so actually look, when you look around, it's probably the best track in Ireland, like, so you can't really complain. So you got a new surface here in the last couple of months, so it's class.
Well, fair play to you, Keane. Absolutely brilliant. So there you have it, best track in Ireland. Back to you in the studio.
He purposefully moved very wide and down the side of the group because he didn't want to take it anymore. Currently, the leader of this pack is Michael Morgan from Sligo AC.
I think Michael's been off the radar for a little while. He was the Irish Schools cross-country champion a few years ago, and then he went to America. Probably went off the radar a little bit, and I'm not quite sure where he's at the moment. So it's great to see him back on the Irish soil and in the Irish Championships today.
Yep, we've quite a few athletes running out in the outside of lane 2 as well. We've got Luke Kelly of Candor Track Club and Donoghue of Northeast Runners, who is also running quite wide today, alongside early leader Shane Brosnan. We also have our 2 St Malachy's AC athletes just tucked on the inside there. Don't think there's going to be any fast times today.
No, but I think the final 1500 might be faster than some of the 1500 metre heats.
There's always the possibility.
There's certainly the talent in that field, without a doubt.
Looks like pace is just starting to pick up now. We'll maybe try and get you a lap split for the next 400 metres.
I think they're going to go through 3,000 metres in around about 9:30. So you're right, I think they've got slower since the 2k point. But somebody is getting itchy feet here.
So if we're going through 3k in about 9:30, we're going to be looking at If they continue at that pace, which we're pretty certain they won't, that is 15:50 5k pace. But we're expecting a fast last 1500 from these guys as they come up to take 5 laps to go.
9:27. It's a slow one, but it'll be entertaining for the spectators.
I would predict that the break probably will happen in that last 2k. Shay McAvoy is looking in a very comfortable position there, just sitting on the shoulder of Michael Morgan from Sligo AC. I think Shay was also entered in the 1500 today, but obviously decided to go for this event.
Yeah, I think selections are quite close in the 5,000, so I think those who are looking for it, they've got to perform on the day. Championships are coming up.
Absolutely. Abdel, of course, also has the qualifying time for the 10k as well, and our other 5k potential athlete for the under 23s is Callum Morgan.
Morgan at Sligo now. In the evening 5k, 4 laps to go.
Final mile.
This is where we're really expecting it to pick up, but we'll have to wait and see if our predictions become correct.
Michael Morgan of Sligo Athletic of first place. McAvoy of KCH in third. And second and third place in Bradley of Gunnar Harriers. The Matthew Finn in fourth place.
Really starting to see a pickup in pace in the last 20 metres or so. That little front leading bunch is starting to splinter as Michael Morgan from Sligo AC really feeling the pressure from behind of Shay McAvoy from Kilkenny City Harriers. Still getting pretty cagey, 3 laps to go. We saw a slight increase in pace 200 metres before, but it seems like it's maybe slightly settled again. I feel like Shay McAvoy is just waiting for his opportunity to kick, and Abdel is certainly in a good position. He has been right behind Shay McAvoy this entire race, but Conor McLean of St Malachy's AC also moving up and continuing to stay with these top 3 athletes. But it looks like Michael Morgan of Sligo AC is pushing on the pace and stretching out this front group a little bit more. Just seeing another kick there from Abdel Lajel as they come past the steeplechase barrier. Starting to see some gaps develop. Back to our early leader Shane Brosnan and Tony McCambridge. But it is this group of four as they come up to 2 laps to go. Still Michael Morgan of Sligo AC, Shay McAvoy, Kilkenny City Harriers, Abdel Lajel from Dunor and Conor McLean of St Malachy's. All of these guys at the front are all from the under 23 category, so this is really where those under 23 medals are going to come from. Our leading under 20 athlete is Shane Brosnan, which is currently in 4th position in this race, and silver in the under 20 race would be Luke Kelly of Candor Track Club. Shay McAvoy just moving up on the shoulder of Michael Morgan as he holds him off as they come up to 600 to go. Looks like these 3 athletes have started to drop Conor McLean of St Malachy's.
Really as expected, the 3 favourites are the 3 who are going to be pushing for this final lap, and the race is on.
Race is on. Shay McAvoy trying his best to get around Michael Morgan, but he's really just been holding off this entire field for most of the race. Looks like Abdel is really gritting his teeth as they come up to take the bell. Shay McAvoy now in the lead, 13:56 through the bell, closely followed by Michael Morgan and Abdel Lajel. Conor McLean of St Malachy struggling to keep with this fast pace in the latter stages. But Shay McAvoy has really splintered this final group of 3, opening up approximately a 15-metre gap. Abdel Ajel just coming past Michael Morgan as they come up to 2:50 to go. Abdel actually making ground on Shay McAvoy, but I think he might struggle to catch him at this point unless Shay has some seriously heavy legs in this last 150. But he is catching him just as Shay has a look over his shoulder. But it looks like it's going to be Shay McAvoy looking around him multiple times, just checking where Abdel is. Shay McAvoy moving wide into lane 2 just to come past some of our lapped runners. But it looks like it's going to be Shay McAvoy of Kilkenny City Harriers taking the win in the under-23 race, blessing himself as he comes across the line in 15:01. Abdel Ajel finishing in second. Michael Morgan taking third in that under-23 race, and Conal McLean taking a close fourth, just missing out on the medals. In the under-20 race, we're going to have Shay Brosnan coming through the line here to take the win in about 5:16. Tony McCrean, Cambridge, coming through for fifth in the under-23 race, and Luke Kelly of Candor Track Club coming to take the silver in the under-20 race in approximately 15:25. Just waiting on our bronze medalists for the under-20 race to come through, I think. Great race from Shay McAvoy. He has really played this one quite well.
Yeah, it's Daniel McKinnon.
Daniel O'Brien of Lusk Athletic Club just finishing out to beat in the under-23 category. So Daniel was in action for the Lusk team last weekend at the Track and Field League.
So we're here with Ava O'Connor, who's the steeplechase champion. The video camera's up there. See, it's looking at you now. Wave now. Ava's the coolest customer I've ever met in my life, because she was out in the European Games and she was absolutely fabulous out there. First of all, we're here with her mum, who's the proud mother. What do you think of this one?
Oh, she's great. Great.
Does she get her composure from her mum? Does she? I think she does.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you've been feeding her well and looking after her for so many years, and we're delighted that you did.
Oh, trying her best, yeah.
And how do you find her being out in the stateside now at the moment?
You'd miss her. We were delighted when she came home, but don't like when she's going back. But, yeah, no, she's going good and she's doing what she likes, and sure, yeah.
That's great. What do you think? Happy with today's performance?
Oh, yeah, it was grand. Yeah. It's always nice to win a national championship, so I didn't really care about the time going out. Just everyone likes getting medals and winning, so
Conditions probably weren't that great today, were there? Did it make a difference to you?
it wasn't too bad kind of when we went out at the start, but then as like the race progressed, it started like the wind picking up a good bit, so yeah, it was a bit windy jumping over the barriers. Yeah.
And how did you find the experience out at the European Games?
Oh yeah, that was really good fun out there. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was good crack with the team and stuff, so yeah.
How long will you be home for now, or what's the next competition coming up?
Hopefully now the team comes out soon for under 23, so hopefully I'll be going to that and then take a bit of a break after that, I suppose. Yeah.
National championships later in the senior championships later in the summer?
I think we'll see how hopefully Finland goes, and just because it's been such a long season for me with being in the States and stuff since like this time last year almost, so I've been on the go quite a bit, but we'll see anyway what happens. We'll see if we'll do seniors or not. I don't know yet.
That's good. Well, fair play to Avi. You were absolutely fantastic again today. We've got Colin Bard here behind us. You're gonna do the interview, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, take the mic. Right.
Oh,
She told me earlier, she was all talk earlier, she was going to do the interview. Callum, face the camera there, anyway, everybody at home is watching, so you were happy with that win, it was a brilliant race in the end?
Yeah, it was. I wasn't expecting it to be, expecting it to be so windy, but yeah, I was happy enough to get the win in the end, so.
Yeah. There was a bit of confusion there with some of the guys, I think there might have been a disqualification, so we're not sure, we'll have to figure that one out, but yeah. Wasn't you, and that's the main thing. Huh?
Yeah.
No, how's training been going? You've had a fabulous season. Obviously, Silisi for you, it was a dream really watching back on it, wasn't it? That relay performance.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it at all. I just got the call up the night before as well, so it's been tough getting the sessions in as well. Whenever we've been going away so much, but yeah, it's been a class season and looking forward to the Europeans now. So should be very good.
Yeah, it was a real last minute thing because you weren't sure whether you were going to be running or not. As you say, a lot of travel, but it was amazing out there in the stadium. And looking back on the pictures and the videos and all, I say everybody at home was delighted.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was the first proper experience I've had of that sort of level and stadium and experience. And the night out afterwards was also one to remember as well. So.
Good man, that's it. Anyone that you want to really quickly mention at home to say thank you to any coaches?
Obviously, my coach, Ian. He's been class this year. Ian Neely. He's been class this year. Yeah, sort of just getting me through the season. And whenever we started the season, he said he wanted me to be running 46 this year, and I was sort of like, there ain't any chance. But no, he's got me in the shape. And then obviously my mum and dad as well, driving me down here, especially and coming to support. So yeah. It's been amazing.
Well, you definitely did the job, so well done, man. Fantastic stuff, and congratulations.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Under 20 women 200 metre final. Lane 1 we've got Eva Ford. Lane 2 Daniel Moynihan. 3 Katie Docherty. 4 Lucy May Sleeman, who won our 100 metres earlier on. 5 Fatima Usan, 6 Elizabeth Ndudi, who was featuring in our long jump earlier on, and 7 Alicia Maher. On the outside we've got Sophie Gartland, and it looks like in the middle we've got Elizabeth Ndudi of DSDAC just behind Lucy May Sleeman of Leeville, but it's going to be a very tight finish here between Fatima Amusan alongside Katie Docherty of Ratoath on the inside. But looks like our top 3, Lucy May Sleeman of Leeville, Katie Docherty of Ratoath, and Fatima Amusa from Leeville, with Elizabeth Ndudi just missing out in the medals, unfortunately. Believe it or not, long jump can definitely take a lot out of your legs. Not sure if that's something people realise, but I think we're going to head back to Michael now for some more interviews. It looks like he's got Callum Baird waiting there beside him. Looks like Michael's heading back to the commentary box, but we will bring you those 200 metre results as they come in. Lucy May Sleeman, double gold today over the 100 and 200. Other medalists in that 200 metre race looked like it was Katie Docherty of Ratoath and Fatima Amusa of Leeville. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Ndudi could just not add another medal to her haul today. But with a championship record in the long jump, I feel like it has been good day all round for her.
Okay. You got caught on the
Results from the under 20 women's 200 metres. In first place we had Lucy May Sleeman in a time of 24.81. Second place we had Fatima Amusa of Leeville, 24.95. In third place Katie Docherty of Ratoath AC, 25.05. Elizabeth Ndudi and Sophie Gartland just missing outside on those medals, but still fantastic performances all round. Under 20 men's 200 metres are just starting to get into their blocks as the rain is starting to come down a little bit heavier in Tullamore than we have seen all day today.
Alrighty, yes, it surely is. It's windy and rainy now, and the men are over there, the sprinters are out, they won't like this. And we have in lane 1, Charlie Bastow, Crusaders AC, Glory Wengemi, Kinsale AC in 2, Donal Martin, Blackrock AC in 3, Jesse Osas in 4, from Rathoth AC, Dannon Long in 5 from Enniscorthy AC, Dara Murphy in 6, Luke Butler in 7, and Lachlan Harris, Rathoth AC in 8. And it is thundering down now, and it is freezing cold, I'm not going to lie, freezing cold out here. It looks like the wind will be in the face of the sprinters as they come down the home straight. Wind and rain, and it might help them a little bit for the first 30 of this 200 metres, but after that it's just going to be nothing but a hindrance, and unfortunately it's going to be cold as well. We are freezing up here in the commentary area, so
Waterproofs are required. Who would have thought it on the 1st of July?
yeah, it does not feel
I
like
have no
July.
coat.
Yeah, but
We're
anyway,
outside and getting soaked.
at least we're not trying to sprint 200 metres, which the guys are now in the next few minutes. So as I said, look out for Dannon Long, the indoor 200 metres champion in lane 5.
Hang on a second to the race down. Manual time needs.
And they wind up into their blocks. They just want to get this over and done with at this stage. Really nasty conditions now. And a lot of people might not have been prepared for this, so changeable throughout the day, but they're away first time, and it's a very even start. The Rathoth athlete inside, Jesse Osas, is doing really well up on Dannon Long's shoulder, but Dannon Long, his top end speed is really showing now. He seems to be hitting the home straight in the lead, but outside Long, Dara Murphy is going to take this one from Dannon Long. Long is reaching for the line, and on the inside it looked like Donal Martin from Blackrock AC in Dublin seems to have taken 3rd place, so a really good run there, and he's celebrating for sure. No doubt, I think, about the winner there. Dara Murphy from Limerick AC takes the win in the 2023 National Championships under 20, as the rain comes down hard on us now. And I'm sorry that we're going to have to maybe put a little bit of a pause on things here, especially reporting the results, because everything's getting wet. So as soon as the results come up on the screen, we'll let you know.
I'm sure about you catching the cold, just go and sort yourself out. You got stuff in the car, have you?
Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. Remember this. Forget us. With more benefits included than almost any car insurer in Ireland, you can spend more time remembering the important things. And when you need us, we'll always be there.
Some of the 200-metre runners are in relay duty, so we'll catch them up afterwards. So we'll move on to the 125,000-metre men, and the medals presented by Mark Kirk. And third place is Daniel McKinney. Daniel McKinney, number 3. Lane 6 is Leeville B and lane 7 is the Hope A. Luke Kelly is from Canberra as well, number 2. That. Winner Shane Dawson from Maria. Final on the 20th event for the women today is the 400-metre relay. 6 relay teams in action. 2 teams from the goal, 2 teams from the event. We're summing up the relay. So we have the men's 5,000 under 23. Michael Morgan, Abdul Rajal, and Shane McAvoy. So we get the junior boys 200 metres under 20. Medals presented by Kevin Conley, national relay coach. Third place is Dawn Martin, Blackrock AC. 22.58. Second place is Dan Long in the Scotty AC, 22.15. And the first place is Darren Murphy, Limerick AC, 22.02. Well done.
time for one of the final events now, the under-20 relay. And we've got 3 Rathote teams, 2 Leevale teams, and Tala AC. So Rathote are spread out across the track. Rathote in lane 2, in lane 5 and 7, and then Leevale are in lane 6 and lane 5. So it's going to be fairly difficult to commentate on this one for you, but we'll do the best we can.
Thankfully, they all stay in lanes. If it was a 400, I think we might be struggling, but hopefully we will be able to bring you all the action. Thankfully, the rain has stopped and it looks like the wind has dropped for these relays. We're going to have 4x1s first, and then there'll be some 4x4s after. And this is the final action of the day.
Yeah, it seems that the first time today that the wind has actually dropped to this level, which is amazing.
So in the first leg for Rathote, we have Joy Osas. For Tala, there's Joanna Shadodo, Leeville Sophie Mulcahy, Amy Docherty for the Rathote B team. For the Leeville B team, we have Gabriella Bowen, and for the Rathote A team, Joy Osas is listed first 2 times, but I'm assuming she is only going to be running for 1 team here.
And they're away first time. And it looks like Leevale out in lane 6 are away in the lead. Let's look for a clean change over here, which they have. A little bit conservative, a little bit sketchy. But they're away now. And the Leevale team in lane 5 are actually after making up a lot of the stagger. So they've come and had a really good second leg here. And they hand over now. It looks like it's going to be a tight one here as the stagger unfolds. Rathote out in lane 8 and Leevale in lane 3. And they come into the final straight. And it's going to be a good finish here. The second Rathote team, Rathote B, are doing really well. It's going to be tight between Rathote and Leevale here now as they close into the final. And it is going to be Rathote and Leevale taking second place to Rathote B. I'm assuming Rathote B taking 3rd place honours there. So a really exciting race. Very good handovers the whole way around. Don't think we had any fatalities in that. No, I think all the battens got around safely, and that's always good to see.
Yeah, Katie Docherty from Rathote, our bronze medalist in the under-20 200-metre final earlier on, bringing it home for her team. No disqualifications, which is what we like to hear as the under-20 men's 4x1s teams make it onto the track. And it looks like another Leeville and Rathote party. Looks like we're going to have 2 teams from each of the clubs. And it looks like they could be joined by...
Bashir working hard in the background here on the IT.
This is men.
Men's under 20, I think, is the next.
I don't know who the team in Burgundy is. It's not listed.
That'll be them. That'll be the Burgundy team one. Oh, yeah. And the 23 men.
Loose two-tail. Liz Tuhill. Look like they are based in lane 4. Yeah, and the Liz Tuhill team made up by Sean Mahoney, Rory Lynn, Louis O'Connell and Brendan O'Leary. And so they are the only team in this race that are operating in the under 23 category.
States off. Five. No worries. Is a bit further away than Ballinachy. And going to the marks is the combined under 20 and under 23 men 4x100 metre relay. The under 23s are in lane 4. You've got Retoth in lane 5, made up of Anish, Masterson, Kane and Duran Yamu. Lane 6 is Livale B, Murphy, Callanan, Butler, Salim Said. 7 is Retoth A, Witter, Osus, Harris and Osus again. And lane 8 we've got Livale, made up of Camden, Wilkins, Neff and Camody. They're off fast. It looks like there's Retoth in the early lead. First changeover on the back straight. They're flying. They've got a following wind there and they're taking full advantage of it in what is often considered the longest leg of the 4x1 relay as they maximise their 30 metre changeover panels. I see a white flag there, which is positive. They turn the bend, and again it looks like Retoth first to change over and hand it over to Jesse Osas, and it's Jesse Osas bringing him home ahead of Livale in second place, who's just slowed down drastically there. I don't know if that's a pulled muscle there from Yassim Salim Said. I've not seen a final confirmation of the time there, but Retoth AC, Team A, made up of Gavin Witter, Emmanuel Osas, Lachlan Harris and Osam Messon, Jesse Osas are the Irish champions there. Congratulations to coaches and athletes. Oh, I wish I was a sprinter. It'd make it look so easy. from. Just to update you with the results from the women's 4x100 metre relay, it was won by Ratoath, made up of Lavina Harrison, Laura Kelly, Neve Murphy and Katie Doherty, who won that race in 48.40. Livale A was second, made up of Sophie Mulcahy, Fatima Amusa, Elena O'Sullivan and Okwu Bakari. In second place they ran 48.59. Third place was Ratoath B, Amy Doherty, Eve Mooney, Quiver Fitzsimons, Aisling Stratford. They came in 48.99, so incredibly close for those medals between those three teams. And the results for the under 20 4x100 metres, that was won by the B team from Ratoath, made up of Sean Ennis, Dara Masterson, Owen Kane and Chris Duran-Yamu. They ran 44.96. In second place was Livale B, Colin Murphy, Connor Callanan, Luke Butler, Yassim Salim Said, who ran 44.58. That seems to be a mistake. I'm sorry, I think they've got the orders wrong here. So I apologise, my original call was correct. It was Ratoath A, made up of Witter, Osas, Harris and Osas again. With a time of 43.54. Livale came in second with 44.58 and Livale B were third in 44.58, made up of Murphy, Callanan, Butler and Salim Said. Now just updating my electronic scoreboard as I was reading those results out. And we're just getting ready here for the women's 4x400 metre relays. We've got 4 teams in the under 20, Ratoath C, Ratoath B, Leveille A and Ratoath A team. So they're big on the relays in Ratoath. We know that already from the previous races. Under 23 teams, we've got Metro St Bridget's and an Ireland under 23 team chasing the qualifying time. I expect they're in lanes 3 and 4 from what I can see, and the other teams are in lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8, the under 20s. So the under 23s are in lane 3 and lane 4, the under 20 teams are in lane 5, 6, 7 and 8. They're on the marks. So we'd expect the Ireland team to be taking this one to the other teams, made up of Molly Horan, Lauren McCourt, Caoimhe Cronin and Charlotte Burke. Metro St Bridget's team, Aoife Brown, Save Mohan, Molly Brown and Aisling Mohan. And sure enough, it is the Irish team that's bringing it home on the first leg. Remember, they're going to run the first bend. And they're taking over there in just about 54-55 seconds, which is good quality running. And it looks like Ratoath are the leading under 20 team in lane 6. And taking that baton as I check my schedule. I think that's Amelia Holland, having taken over from Lorena Harrison from leg 1. And this Irish under-23 team, they're chasing the time without a doubt, and they're looking good. They've broken lanes, the weather's improved, and hopefully we're going to see a quality time. Approaching halfway now. And Lauren McCourt is running strong and handing over to Caoimhe Cronin as they go through halfway in round about 150. And it is Ratoath under 20s taking the baton, probably about 8 seconds behind, and challenged by her Ratoath teammate as they head off down the back straight. But Caoimhe Cronin is looking strong and flowing well with 200 to go of leg 3. Getting ready to hand over to Charlotte Burke as the Ratoath under 20s battle for the bragging rights at their club. Chased by the Leveille athletes. Who will be Sophie McCoy. Final leg coming, and it's a good changeover at 2:47. So, leading the under 20 race is Ratoath in first and second, chased by the Leveille team, Zoe Conway. And Metro St Bridget's chasing on, just around about 3 minutes to go. Let's see how this Irish under 23 team do in terms of times. 150 to go, and again the Ratoath team, they're still battling. It's switching again for that gold and silver medals for the relay team, and Leveille haven't given up the chase as the Irish national team come down the home straight chasing. They're on 3:37 with about 40 metres to go. The legs have gone, but still she's chasing. Let's go, Charlotte, come on, chase it, chase it, chase it. And that looks like about 3:45 as the Rotolth team, they're chasing down the home straight as well. Who's it going to be? And it's going to change again, is it? My goodness, what a race. I make that round about 3:59 for the Rotolth team, and Livale coming through in round about 4:03 there. Chase Bay and Metro St Bridges winning the under-23 title in round about 4:05. Wheelings again, don't know where. The final event of the day, we've got the under-20 men's relay and the under-23 relay combined. So in the inside two lanes, we've got the under-23 teams. I just double check. That's made up of lane 2 Metro St Bridges. We've got Woodger, Finn and Louis, Train, Rebega, and Patrick Brophy. The guys going to be with Metro St Bridges. Lane 2 is going to be Lakila, Keely Hogan, Rory Adif, Fola Ojewale, and Connor Van Duven Worde. And lane 4 is going to be Rotolth C, Livale B, Rotolth B, Livale A, and Rotolth A in lane 8. So first off, we've got James Kelly for Rotolth C in lane 4. In lane 5, Livale B, we've got Connor Callanan. Lane 6, we've got McLean Harris. Lane 7, Killian Fay. And lane 8, Ben Hughes for Rotolth. Athletes are called to their marks. And just to remind you, it's going to be Finn Woodger for Metro St Bridges in lane 2 and Keely Hogan for L'Aquila in lane 3 in the under 23 teams. So lanes 2 and 3 under 23, all the other lanes are under 20 teams. There's not a lot between them. It does look like the outside lane, which is, I think, the A team from Ratoath. I've got an early lead. But those outside 3 lanes look to have got the lead early on, going through 250. It's Ratoath from Leavale, from Ratoath again. So that would be Ben Hughes leading from Killian Fay from Loughlane Harris. The under 20 teams seem to be heading this. The legs are getting heavy, getting ready to change. Oh my goodness, those legs are heavy. And I think there's some tired legs out there that are doing their second event of the day, if not their third event. And that looks like it is Ratoath leading from Ratoath, and Leavale just chasing hard down the back straight in the shape of Colin Murphy as he just moves into second place, and he's chasing down the lead from who I expect is Dara Masterson for the Ratoath A team. He's still holding on it, Masterson for Ratoath A, but being chased. My apologies, that looks like a Metro St Bridges athlete, the under 23 team, and that's exactly who it is. And Metro St Bridges take the lead. A little bit of argy-bargy there, but Metro St Bridges under 23 team are in the lead, and Ratoath have taken back the lead in the shape of Owen Kane after some fun and games at the changeover. And in third place, that looks like it will be Jack Kelly for Ratoath B. Those differences, spaces, seems to have stabilised now as Owen Kane comes in to hand over to Jack O'Donnell for the Ratoath A team, and the Metro St Bridges athletes will be looking 2:35 at the bell, chased 2:37 by Metro St Bridges, and 2:39 for Kyle Witter for the B team from Ratoath. But it's Ratoath all the way going down the back straight, but being chased hard by Metro St Bridges final athlete Patrick Brody. There's not much changing, but they're all holding the form. Some of these forms and techniques are going to go in the home straight. Patrick Brody looks strong, he's chasing hard and he's coming back strong. And it is a Ratoath athlete whose legs are filling, but he may just hold on. It looks like it's going to be just 3:26 to 3:27. That's going to be the under 20 team for Ratoath and the under 23 team for Metro St Bridges. Ratoath will get gold and silver there as the Leavale team comes in to take the bronze medal. Congratulations to all involved there. 3:26 was the winning time for the Ratoath team. Brilliant running from that team of Ben Hughes, Daria Masterson, Owen Kane and Jack O'Donnell. So congratulations to team and coaches. For the Metro St Bridges under 23 winning team, Finn Woodger, Louis Woodger, try and Rebecca and Patrick Brovey, congratulations to you and your gold-winning performance, subject to confirmation from our takeover flags. So thanks very much for joining us today at the Athletics Ireland 123 National Under-20 and Under-23 Outdoor Championships down here at Tullamore. Thank you. Goodbye.